Fraud niggas, y'all niggas, that's that shit I don't like. Yo shit, make believe, rapping about my own life. Woo! That's rare, nigga. Woo! Ric Flair, nigga. Woo! The power's in my hair, nigga. Woo! I get to beat the chair, nigga. Soho, a Tribeca, 3 hoes, trifecta, dope money, hope money, shoe blow, my watch better, my pen's better. You don't write, trendsetter, you clone like. Pay homage or case vomit, ungrateful niggas I don't like. Rah!
A fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Bang bang.
A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Bang bang.
A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Bang bang.
Sneak niggas, that's that shit I don't
Chicago,
like.
nigga.
They smile in my face is what I don't like. They steal your whole sound, that's a sound bite. The media crucify me like they did Christ. They wanna find me not breathing like they found Mike. A girl will run her mouth only out of spite, but I never hit a woman, never in my life. I was in too deep like Mackay Fife. And that pussy so deep I could've drowned twice. Rose gold, Jesus peace with the brown ice. Eating good vegetarian with the brown rice. Girls kissing girls, cause it's hot, right? But unless they use a strap on, then they not dykes. They ain't about that life, they ain't about that life. We hanging out the window, it's about to be a Suge night. Free bump J, real nigga for life. Shout out to Derrick Rose, man that nigga nice. Shout out to LEP, J Boogie, right? Chief Keef, King Louis, this is shy, right? Right?
A fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak niggas, that's that shit I don't like. Don't like, don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Fake Gucci, that's that shit I don't like. I'm smoking on this dope, higher than a kite. This bitch gon' knock me down, she gon' let me fight. Screaming so that's that nigga that I like. I don't want relations, I just want one night. Cause a thirsty bitch, that's that shit that I don't like. I got tats up on my arm, cause this shit is life. And I splash on bunch of clothes, cause I'm living life. I come up on the scene, and I'm still alight. Bitch, I'm how life, got me feeling right. Bitch, I'm cheap keep, fuck who don't like. And bitch, we GBE, we just gon' sight. A fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak niggas, that's that shit I don't like.
Whoa. We are not one and the same. Nigga, I'm fucking insane. Fuck is you saying? Yo ass been doing the same shit, not doing what you saying. Dang, I told your old bitch she was fucking the lane. Turn one hoe to a train, blow, blang. My niggas holding that pain. I just hope you been praying, bang, bang. Riding for my niggas and that's for life. High class, I'm just surrounded by these low lives. And I run this bitch like it's no lights. Going hard the whole night, cause I ain't going back to my old life, I promise.
A fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak niggas, that's that shit I don't like.
I done sold purple, I done sold white, running out of work, that's that shit I don't like. She never let me hit, she gave me dome twice. She blowing up my phone, that's that bitch I don't like. Nah, jean jacket with the sleeves cut, put the pressure on them just when they think that I eased up. 30 for the Cuban, another 30 for the Jesus. Believe in ourselves when nobody else believed us. Suckers.
Fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak niggas, that's that shit I don't like.
We Japanese still. You getting cooked in front of your family like a Japanese meal. It's Yashuta Hibachi, and none of you niggas can stop me, but can't help but watch me. We back, man. I had to deal with this Ronald Dalton character because he's getting a lot of attention here in the media, and the BHIs are going crazy and bananas, and they're trying to defend his book. They're trying to defend his work. We've already dealt with his book. I've already debated this man on Clubhouse, destroyed him, beat the hell out of him. But you know how the Black Hebrew Israelites are. They just, all they care about is some semblance of their doctrine being spread in the media. They don't care about the accuracy or the strength of the accuracy of this book. Secondly, I'm going to show a piece of the film, not the entire film, and give my critiques. So we're going to see how similar these guys are with the red media, as Kanye West calls them. We're going to see if they strike my video down. Even though we're within the fair use, looking at his film, examining a portion of his film where he is indeed an anti-Semite. Because what the argument is now, there's nothing anti-Semite about this film. So we're gonna watch the clip where Ronald Dalton is actually being an anti-Semite, a racist anti-Semite. You are a blackologist, right? You don't represent ancient Israelites. I'm gonna tell y'all something. I said this before. Where in the Israelite tradition, or where in the Bible, the ancient text, where does it explicitly state to judge people's ancestry solely on skin color? Where is that at? Where is it? You guys are following the doctrine of Blumenbach, right? You guys are following the doctrine of the Nazis. You guys are Adolf Hitler, man. Y'all anti-Semites. And I'm talking to all the Black Hebrew Israelite organizations and cults. Y'all anti-Semites, man. The first thing y'all do is trash Jews. Try to demarcate Jews because you feel that you have to demarcate them to validate your own Jewishness, your own ancestry. You can't bullshit me. I was a part of a camp for several years. One of the main facets of the doctrine is to demarcate Jews, calling them fake, calling them Edomites, calling them Khazars, doing all of this negative anti-Semite rhetoric to try to prove that you yourself is an Israelite. Ronald Dalton, you have yet to publish your DNA. We don't know what the hell you are. But for you to try to demarcate a whole swath of people who have had genetically, because you mentioned in your book and you mentioned in the film that you're dealing with genetics, which we know you're pseudo. These people have had thousands and thousands of years of being in the Levant. That is historically sound. And for you to try to make this clip and wash thousands of years of ancestry down the drain because you want to push a narrative, which is an anti-Semite narrative. So listen, I'm not the biggest fan of the ADL. I think the ADL should be abolished. I think the ADL has overstepped its boundaries and is acting as a small government, being able to silence and remove certain peoples and individuals and fine certain peoples certain amounts of money. But if the ADL comes out and says, look, this film's anti-Semite, I'm going to have to agree with them, even though their actions are very egregious. I agree with you, Seven. They should be able to say what they want. But just like we have the freedom to say what you want, we have the freedom to challenge this and put it out there academically and show the people that this guy is being dishonest with his scholarship. And he's just using and reciting Nazi propaganda. He's reciting racist propaganda, man. That's his methodology under the guise of science. So we're going to watch this clip and watch this. I'm going to show you. I've said this on my Facebook. I said this before. You guys are getting upset with the censorship of Kanye West, Ye, and the censorship of Kyrie and the cancel culture. But you guys love the cancel culture. We're going to see. I've already had one of my videos taken down by an African-American. I was threatened to be sued by an African-American author because my video critiqued his work. What the hell wrong with y'all, man? Y'all just like that. Y'all, you most of you guys are leftists. Most of you guys are married to the idea of cancel culture anyway. You don't want people following or listening to something that goes against your agenda. You guys are communists. You guys are fascists. Just like the ADL. That's why this whole week I just been laughing at the BHIs. Y'all claim, don't even let me get started with the camps. Soon as someone says something you don't like, you kick their ass out, you castigate them, you make video series about them and make them a public spectacle. But you want to get mad at the ADL, get mad. Look in the mirror. You are just like them. Someone says something you don't like, you're ready to take action to destroy those people's lives. You can't bullshit me. I was with that idiotic organization, IUIC, for several years. I see how y'all get down, man. You understand? So we're going to get into this clip because you got people saying, I don't know what the anti-Semite, I don't know. Is that film really talk? Have you watched the film? We're going to look at this clip and y'all be the judge tonight, the judge and the jury, and we're going to see if this man's being anti-Semite. All right, so let me thank you. They're huge hypocrites because they will count if they had the same, if they were on the same level economically and influence wise, they would have shut down so many people. You understand? Because they're already doing it on a low level. They're already doing it on a low level. Before we get into this clip, we got to see why. But we're going to see. The video might get struck down by him or his supporters. We are covered under the fair use. Now, the fair use entails this. Section 107 of the Copyright Act provides a statutory framework for determining whether something is a fair use and identifies certain types of uses, such as criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. We're going to be doing this for teaching, scholarship, research purposes, and we're going to be critiquing the things that are being said that are based off Ronald Dalton's terrible books, his anti-Semite racist books. All right. He says criticism, commentary, and news reporting. So we are well covered, well within our right to do this. Israelite Jews. So Ronald Dalton is racist. So you are saying that they are Jews in Israel that came from Europe. See, there you go. That's anti-Semite. Those people didn't come from Europe. The question that you framed it in an anti-Semite vein. They didn't come from Europe. Majority of those people have a Levantine ancestry that predates the original Jewish cluster, the original Israelite cluster, which dates about 3,000 to 3,500 years ago. They migrated to Europe, Israelite Jews, and we've done several videos on this, backing this up with source material. The genetic markers match. First of all, he brings up E1B1B in his movie, which we're going to discuss. E1B1B has been in the Levant for 10,000 years, if not more. And 20 to 30% of modern Jewish people have E1B1B. Another 30 to 40% have J markers. J markers have been in the Levant for at least 4,000 years. Some people argue 5,000 years. They were there. They're a part of the original Jewish cluster. Just because you don't like them or you feel that you have to demarcate another people's ancestry to validate your own does not change the skeletal remains that have been found in the ground. This is why some of you extreme BHIs have created a whole new doctrine where you're trying to move the location of the land of Israel. You want to translocate the land of Israel into South Africa some damn where. And look, my viewers are dropping because I'm validating these Jews. But you guys want to make anti-Semite claims against these Jews. They're Jews, man. They were Jews in the modern era. They were Jews in Middle Ages. They were Jews in the beginning of the onset of the Common Era. They were Jews before the Common Era. Get over it. They have the history, ancestry, and culture backing this up. some of you guys, and this is where the racism. This is what the race is. Israelite Jews, you might be a damn Ronald Dalton plant. But anyway, I don't understand your question, Barasta. I don't understand your question. Because anti-Semitic, that title was not a thing back then. So I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, so we are covered in the fair use. Right? Let me get Eve read this clip. And someone asked, do we have evidence? We've done several videos evidencing these claims. Someone said something about Greeks and Romans. These genetic markers were there before Greeks and Romans were even a thing. But again, y'all want to be indoctrinated. And it's not the channel for you to be indoctrinated. This channel is for, actual critical thinking. And a lot of these BHIs, what they want to do is just tell you something and make you go with it. If you don't go with it, what they're going to say, oh, it's because you got the spirit of the devil on you. The Most High has to open your eyes, brother. These are the things they tell people, right? If they disagree with them. That's why I know if push come to shove, y'all had the same opportunity as the ADL. Y'all would shut down everybody that was against you too. You understand? This country that we live in is freedom of religion. You guys will shut that down. No, you got to follow my bullshit up, made up ass religion. Hebrew Israelism. All right, let me give my brother this clip, man. And then, we're going to put all white people. And that's another thing. A lot of you people don't want to agree that they're original Jews because of the color of their skin. Again, judging people on their skin tone, but y'all claim to be Torah believers. Where in the Torah does it say do that? Where? And when you read this man's book, which we brought out before, it's comparable to Looney Tunes. When you read this man's book, it states that white people come from Gehazi, however you say his name, right? Which makes no damn sense. There you go again, trying to blame trying to use people's skin color to say, oh, you come from these people. Leprosy is not talking about people that are born with white skin. Somebody said the BHIs are annoying. Avery, check your email. That's right, Vernon. Haplogroups over skin complexion. And here's the thing. This man is going around trying to tell this whole swath of people who they are and who they aren't. But he has yet to take a DNA test. We don't even know his haplogroup. We don't even know who he is. He could very well be Western European his damn self. The nerve. Anyway. Israelite Jews, just hang tight, and we'll revisit that at the end of the clips, because I want to actually go through these clips and discuss what he's saying, because people are claiming that there's nothing anti-Semite about this film. Have you watched it? Well, who's gonna watch it tonight? Who's gonna solve just a clip, because you know how BHIs are. They just like the ADL. They will cancel you. They will report your videos, flag your videos, and take your videos down. I had a Black Hebrew Israelite that went around explicitly told people, don't watch my videos, don't do anything with me. Because again, you just like these people you're trying to criticize. All right, so Avery, again, I sent it to your email. Come on, brother. You hold my video, you hold my live hostage, brother. You're holding it hostage. All right, let me do this one more time for my brother Avery, man. Y'all throw tomatoes at Avery by holding the video up. Anyway, so as I get that, I will address Israelite Joel's Roman and Greek comments here in a minute. Oh, you got it. I hear you. You just came into the room. Well, we've done several videos on this.
My bad. I had to copy and paste the link and send it to my other browser because I have two different.
Yeah. I was about to send it to you, man. I'm just giving you a hard time for it. But we about to get to this clip, Avery. You know what I'm saying? I want you to load.
Yeah.
I want you to load sources for me.
Okay.
You know the sources I want, not Tufi and E1B1B, J Marcus when they were there. Basically, the paper on the genetic history of we really just go one paper and then defeat everything he says here. The genetic history or genomic history of the Levant.
Okay. Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen this film. I saw it when it first came out, and so yeah, I need a refresher on some things. So it's good that you got the clips and everything. When did you buy it? Did you like rent it or did you?
I seen it years and years ago, or clips of it years and years ago when it first came out, whenever 2018, because everybody was buzzing about it then.
Right, even I bought it, yeah.
But they brought it back up, so I said, you know what? Let me go back and watch this damn thing again. And because people are claiming there's no anti-Semite claims, I'm like, I know they're in the books. We recently covered.
Oh yeah, they're definitely in the books, 100%. Yeah. Among other weird things, yeah.
Look, here we go, right here. What does that say? The Hebrews to Negro Wake Up to Black America, the movie, is based off the Hebrews to Negroes Wake Up Black America book series. It's based off the books. It's based off the book. So if anybody trying to act like, we know in the books he says that Jews come from Khazars. We know he makes those claims. Right.
Although I will have to say this, in the first film, he doesn't talk about aliens. I have to give him some credit there. I have to give him a little bit. But yeah. Let me pull up this article real quick. The Southern Levant paper.
Oh man, I messed up. Hold on, real quick, y'all. I need to put this on a Google tab, and I got it on.
A lot of people have been, because I've been in Twitter, as you know, and a lot of people have been talking about his film on Twitter, on the Twitter space, because of Irving's tweet. And if you type in Hebrews to Negroes, it's trending in Twitter. So a lot of people have been watching it. So I do think it's good that we review the movie. You know, this is pretty good. Do a little movie review like we did for The Woman King, and kind of break down errors and that might be in the film, and break down maybe even parts that might have some validity, but a lot of it is gonna have some errors in the movie.
Yeah, so I'm gonna play it in my Mozilla Firefox, but I won't be able to mute out. That's the problem. I might have to just open it up in Google. Let me know if it's echoing.
No, it's not echoing. It's good.
When I play it.
No.
So in this portion of the film, again, we're covered under the Fair Use Act. We're going to be critiquing this. We're not going to just play it completely through.
Right.
We're going to educate the people. So around the 2-hour and 5-minute marker, he has a segment called "Who Are the Real Children of Israel?" And that we already know what that means. When a BHI says this, they're getting ready to lambast the Israelis. They're getting ready to lambast the Jews of the modern day, the Ashkenazi, Mizrahi, Sephardim, and so on and so forth. The Romeo Jews he talks about a lot here. So let me know if this echoes. I probably won't be able to mute because it's not a Chrome. Let me know.
You're good.
Can you hear that?
Yeah, I can hear it perfectly.
Wars, 1, 2, pestilence, earthquakes, and then famines. 3, deceivers who claim to follow Christ. That's Matthew 24, 4 and 5. False prophets, false Christ. Number 4, shout for the people of Israel shall return to the land. That's in Ezekiel 37, verse 21 and 22. Thus saith the Lord God, surely I will take the children of Israel from among the nations, whatsoever they have gone.
By the way,
so-called Negroes in America to wake up to their true Israelite identity. The Most High is calling His chosen people to come out of Babylon in a system of deception.
What are you saying, Avery?
Well, I was just about to say, since we are doing this, pausing it every now and then and just saying whatever, just to get around the copyright. But
Yeah. So as you guys can see, he builds up with saying who are the real Israelites. And when you use that word real, you already know you're about to say someone's fake. And they're about to get it. The Taliban Yasharallah says, shout out to the Fourth Reich Israelite. Yeah, these dudes,
oh my God.
These dudes are the Fourth Reich Israelite. These dudes are Nazis, man. Somebody called them the Hebrew KKK. The quotes that Ronald Dalton put in his book are supposedly from Hitler and Harstein's book. The Nazis are not actually Harstein's book. Hitler never said those things. I have the book. See, Mr. Black Tisted, he done already looked over the book, man. He already know he says some anti-Semitic things there.
Yeah, that book is wild.
Will you be the one that has ears to hear and makes the right choice?
It's a funny thing, Mary. Once someone offers you a choice, you can't ever go back to the way it was before. If you don't try, when you go out of here, you'll find your pride has shrunk to 10 inches.
Another way to get around copyright is to play other music in the background too, maybe like different.
They're actually all they have to do is make the claim. Then I have to fight it, which I've done before. I've already been through this. I already know how it goes. So we're gonna see, how Dalton and his camp acts and reacts, because I'm gonna prove to y'all that these people are no different than the people they're criticizing over there at ADL.
Yep.
But if you do try, you may have something to be really proud of. What do you say?
All right. I'll try.
Good girl.
This right here is called pulling the heartstrings and stuff.
Yeah.
Emotionally get you.
Well, here we are today in the 21st century, and we are seeing a mass movement where Black people in America are seeking out their identity.
You know what's funny? Because he brought up, he's going to bring it up. I'm going to let him do it. But African Americans are not homogenous, because he brought up the different haplogroups that are found within Jews. African Americans themselves are not homogenous. Sub-Saharan Africans, he brings up Sub-Saharan Africans as well. They're not homogenous. These are different groups of people. For instance, he brings up Cameroonians. Cameroonians are one of the most diverse Sub-Saharan African groups. They got haplogroup T, which is a Eurasian marker. They have haplogroup R1b VA8, which is another Eurasian marker. We have found these markers within the ancient Italian skeletal remains. We found them there. We found them in East Europe. We found them there, but they're in West Africa. They're Sub-Saharan Africa. He brings up the Limba. The Limba are JP58. Some of them are J2, some of them are R, some of them are T, some of them are group P. They are a diverse group of people. They have different lineages coming together, culminating and amalgamating together eventually in time.
From paying attention to social media trends, I believe most people today would say that the common consensus is that Black people are finding out that their identity is not defined by the word Black, Negro, or African American.
That's interesting, because that's how he defines who's an Israelite is. If you read his book, it actually goes like, it basically just reduces down to whoever's Black. He even says this explicitly in his book, the Black people around the world that fit this particular curse or whatnot. I'm like,
yeah, that's why he believes. My bad. Go.
Say it.
That's why he believes Polynesians are Israelites. Because Polynesians, obviously, they went through colonization with the, I believe it was the British, and because of their black skin, then therefore they must be Israelites. But if you look at Polynesian, everything about Polynesians is pretty much non-African. In terms of like their language, they speak a non-African language. They speak an oceanic language. In terms of their genetics, they typically have haplogroup, I believe it's K, M, and O. Which is not haplogroup E. Even autosomally, they're different. They're Australic in a sense in their autosomes. They're more Eurasian than us. And their culture is very different from us. A lot of them were cannibals not too long ago. So like they're very different from us. But but going back to Yeshub's point, anyone with dark skin that mildly went through the curses would be Israelite stems. And in his book, he even goes into the fact that, you know, Israelites are going to have different haplogroups, even though he does typically talk about E1B1A because it's the African American predominant haplogroup. He would still, in another sentence, say, you know, R1B is the Israelites because you have these black people with R1B. And then he'll say haplogroup J1 is the Ishmaelites because of the black Sudanese Arabs and stuff like that. So it's almost it's weird. Yeah, it's very weird.
Man, this dude is crazy. He's out of his mind. Sean, let me send an email.
But with the Hebrew Israelites of the Bible. But as we all know, because of years of being taught incorrectly in church that we are the Gentiles, when the Most High reveals the truth to his people, we have a choice to either accept it or reject it. Either way, the truth doesn't change. So why is this awakening happening globally? If you look to the scriptures...
Look, he's showing you Turkey people in Asia. Watch this. Watch it. You already
By the way, a lot of... My bad, go ahead.
Say it, man.
A lot of Turkic... There's two types of people in modern-day Turkey. There's the Turkic people, and those are folks from Central Asia with the Turkish invasions of those Asiatic tribes. But also in Turkey, there's the Turkic people. Or excuse me, I said Turkic people. And the Turkic people are actually just Greeks that have been in Anatolia for like thousands of years because, as we all know, there was Greek colonies in Anatolia. So there's really two types of Turkish peoples, the Central Asian Turks and the Greek Turks. And those two groups, I'm going to listen to see what he's about to say, but I just want y'all to know about those two types of peoples that live in Anatolia or modern day Turkey. Like if you look at DNA tests by a lot of people in Turkey, they find out that they have Greek ancestry and they're shocked by it because a lot of Greeks were in Turkey, and also because the Ottoman Empire, they were taking a lot of Baltic women, Greek women into the harems and stuff. But I'll let the video play. I'll see where he's going to go with this whole Turkey thing.
We can see why this awakening is now happening.
The hand of the Lord was upon me, and carried me out in the spirit of the Lord, and set me down in the midst of the valley which was full of mounds, and caused me to pass by them round about. And behold, there were very many in the open valley, and lo, they were very dry. And he said unto me,
the production quality, man.
And these bones
low. That's pretty good. Yeah.
I answered, O Lord,
that's what I was trying to do with my Exodus films or documentary. I was trying to make it nice.
O ye dry bones, hear the word of the Lord. Thus saith the Lord God unto these bones, behold, I will cause...
I'm not going to have you pay like $11 to watch my documentary.
I will lay
no, it's $50.
Oh, $50. Never mind.
And cover you with skin.
You know what he did is basically what any of y'all can do because it's not hard. All you need is like stock footage, stock photo.
As I was commanded, and as I prophesied, there was a noise, and behold,
it's kind of weird that you have to pay to watch this. Like I can do this.
His bone. And when I beheld, lo, the sinews and the flesh came up upon them, and the skin covered them above. But there was
By the way, the only reason I'm talking in between is so that the copyright doesn't even.
It's a 3-hour film too, but we're just gonna get to the part. I'm just trying to get to the portion where he goes in and pretty much demarcates Jews and say they're not real Jews. Because again, like I said, what I keep hearing is that there's a lot of propaganda out there saying that he's not an anti-Semite. The book's not anti-Semite. There's nothing wrong with the book. You know, people just hating on the book because Kyrie spread it. And yeah, come on, man. We got to be honest. Got to be honest with this. Most of the BHIs.
Dang, the bots are really coming in. Oh.
Hold on, Rick. I'll address that in a minute. But most of the BHIs are anti-Semite, and they agree with this stuff.
To me, prophesy unto the wind, prophesy, son of man, and say to the wind, thus saith the Lord God, come from the four winds, O breath, and breathe upon these slain, that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and the breath came into them, and they lived and stood up upon their feet, an exceeding great army. Then he said unto me, Son of man, these bones are the whole house of Israel. Behold, they say, Our bones are dried, and our hope is lost. We are cut off for our parts. Therefore prophesy and say unto them, Thus saith the Lord God, Behold, O my people, I will open
I
your
would
graves
skip this,
and
but they'd be like,
cause
see, he
you
don't
to come
even
up out
regard
of
the
your
Bible.
graves, and bring you into the land of Israel. And ye shall know that I am the Lord, when I have opened your graves, O my people, and brought you up out of your graves, and shall put my spirit in you, and ye shall
Speaking of the
live
Bible, I do agree with this
in your
prophecy.
own
I do
land.
think it will happen, but
Then
the way
shall
he's interpreting it,
the Lord
I can't say I agree with that.
perform it, saith the Lord.
He interprets
The
it
word of
as
the Lord came.
I don't know how he's even interpreting.
he interprets as all black people coming together.
Oh,
like,
okay.
like you brought up the people, the Polynesians, Micronesians, they gonna come together.
Australians.
Well, even in his video, he even pushes the 12 tribes chart. Like he believes Native
Yeah,
Americans.
he does believe natives. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. That is in this film. He talks about the Aztecs and stuff. I forgot about that.
Yeah. So wait a minute. So you're gonna demarcate people that are actually in the Levant, right, for thousands of years before the formation of the Israelites, before the formative periods of the Jews. You're gonna demarcate them, right? That played an integral role in the Jews, in the Israelites. But you're going to introduce people that live in Micronesia, that's been in Micronesia for thousands of years, had nothing to do with the formative years of Israel. Come on, man. This is insane. This is insane.
Genetically have nothing to do with us. Like literally, anybody can do this. Just look up a Polynesian DNA test and an African DNA test, and you're not going to see any similarity. They're completely different from us.
Right. Mr. Blacktastic, this film is from 2018.
Again unto me, saying, Moreover, thou son of man, take thee one stick, and write upon it, For Judah, and for the children of Israel his companions. Then take another stick, and write upon it, For Joseph, the stick of Ephraim, and for all the house of Israel his companions. And join them one to another into one stick, and they shall become one in thine hand.
To fully understand the biblical component of this awakening of Negroes, their true Israelite identity, we have to go back to the past.
So the plantation system, in a smaller and modified way, continued and can be found in the South today. Much of the work is still done by hand. Much of the wealth still comes from one crop, cotton. Most of the workers are Negroes who live on the plantation. Today, the man
he's touching on the Deuteronomy 28 prophecy. That's what this is.
The men who work the farm are tenants. And so the landlord, the laborers, and the land are still the important parts of the plantation system. Today, this owner has less land than the plantation owner of the past, and he lives in a house that is less pretentious than the great mansions of earlier times. The tenant farmers and their families live on the plantation. Each family has a small house, which they rent together with a set.
Hey, you know what's funny about this? He's using probably copyrighted film in this movie. He's making money off of it. So
it's true.
You come after my video, are you going to pay out the royalties to these different clips and the people that owns these clips? I guess not, right? But I'm getting ready to skip to the juicy part. I want to build up to it. We got Sean in the building.
Shalom.
Hey, shalom, family. All right, let's get back to you can go ahead and because I jumped in late, so go ahead, run the video, run the movie.
After Abraham freed the slaves on January 1st, 1863, many Negroes in America were hopeful that things would change. Sharecropping was just another form of slavery by another name. In the 1900s, we thought that segregation was bad and integration was good for us. But here we are in the 21st century, and things seem to have been better when we had our own communities like Black Wall Street, when we were forced to work with each other. For many Black people in America who are waking up, we now know that all of our struggles in America has been because of the curses of Israel. But just like Malcolm X said, there are still many of us who are asleep Negroes, and there are many of us who are trapped with the mentality of the house Negro. Just see for yourself.
This is Harlem. Harlem has always had the reputation of being a place of music, gaiety, and excitement. But to us, it has another meaning. Here, only Negroes live. How did this come about? The Negro was brought from Africa to be sold into slavery. A century ago, slavery was abolished, but a pattern of segregation took its place. Although there have been significant changes, we are still deprived in many instances of full rights and opportunities. For example, there are hospitals in which the surgeons we saw earlier are not allowed to practice. And
that contradicts what he said. Oh, we were better off in segregation. No, we were not. We weren't, and we dealt with that on the show as well, because our range is big here.
Some states, we are still restricted by signs like these. Later in this film, we shall see some of the ways in which the situation is changing. But first, let us ask a cross-section of Negroes how segregation affects their lives.
Segregation to the average Negro means being held back. He's looking for progress. He wants to move forward in the American mainstream. Segregation.
Wait a minute, that goes against what Ronald Dalton is trying to push in the film. They think it's better. We should go back to being segregated. Well, segregation also means segregated from economic means and progress, which is a lot of the arguments against segregation, which again was imposed by the Democrats. I did a video about this earlier. That's why I said a lot of these BHIs, like Ronald Dalton, are on the left. They want to go back to segregation. They support anti-miscegenation law. They support those things. But as you can see, the people back then was like, no, this is holding us back.
Something that's ridiculous. You take the white people in the South, or not only in the South, anywhere, that refuses to allow a Negro man or a Negro woman to sit in a restaurant or to ride next to them in a bus or a train or anything, and then on the other hand turns around and wants a colored woman to come into their home and cook their food and serve them their dinner after having our hands all in their food. I think somebody's got to be crazy there.
Up to this present time, it hasn't affected me at all. As far as my work and my social activities, up until this present time, I can say it hasn't affected me.
In order to understand how any Negro feels under segregation, you have to realize that from the time
I just wonder why he has to go back into like the 50s. Like,
I guess
we're in 2002. We're in the early 2000s. Why is he back in the 50s? Like, what is he trying to prove? Like, there's no segregation anymore today. So
what he's trying to prove is he's trying to repudiate these men. He's trying to make them look crazy because he's like, listen, they're house niggas. You heard how he prefaced this portion. It's like you got field niggas and you got house niggas. He's trying to say that these people are the house niggas. These are the traitors of the race. They want to end segregation. But
okay, so but the question is, what does this have to do with Hebrews being Negroes or Negroes being Hebrews? This is Hebrews to Negroes. Why are we talking about politics? What?
Because and you know this, Avery. I don't know why you playing. Because he's trying to. He's pointing out curses. He's trying to say that these people are under the curses, so therefore they are the Israelites.
So he has to go back into the 50s to prove that they're under the curse, and he can't use like the early 2000s like today.
Well, I mean, black people are not going through many of the things they went through 100 years ago.
Exactly, bro. That's why this whole like Deuteronomy 28 thing falls apart, because that curse was supposed to end in like 2019, I think. Because 1619 to 2019, that's 400 years.
Yeah, that's another myth too. North American, what America is, America started in 1776. Slavery doesn't even last 400 years. Even if you start at 1619, which is before the formation of the American country, you don't get 400 years because it ends in 1865.
Right.
It doesn't make any damn sense. It's another myth that's being circulated by Black Hebrew Israelites.
And it's way too American centric.
Yeah.
North American centric.
There's other people. There are things he cannot do. Don't do this, you can't do this, you can't do the other. It builds into a man a feeling of inferiority, a feeling of frustration, a feeling of resentment.
So much bitterness built up in a person and resentment when you know that you're being segregated against simply because you're Black and there's nothing that you can do about it. There is something you're trying to do about it.
These students are typical of many throughout the country, both Negro and white, who have been effective in breaking the barriers of segregation. Sense the confidence and dedication of these young people as they discuss their plans.
Talking about was the possibility of spending your Christmas in jail. I think the most beautiful thing that we could do would be to stage a mass sit-in or some type of demonstration. And if they did not serve us, to remain until they served us. If arrested, to go in jail and refuse bail. That's what I think will have a much larger impact than just mere arrest. I'd like to hear your comments on it and see exactly what you think and how you feel about it. Comments?
We've been getting public sympathy, but not enough by just going in and coming out. And if we decide to spend Christmas in jail, then I'll go.
How many people would actually feel committed enough right now that if it came to this, they would spend their time in jail over the Christmas holiday?
Through the years, Negroes
Were you trying to find the part with the DNA, or were you?
Yeah, it's around here.
Okay.
I can skip to it, but
I don't mean to rush. I was just wondering.
I might have went to the wrong time marker. I thought it was a 2 hour and 5 minute time marker. Let me get it. Oh, he going into Freddie Gray. He going out. He going. Here it is, right here. Here it is. Here. This is when he gets to the point where who's the real Israelite, real Jew. So he made the case by showing, oh, they're on the curses. All right.
Because we control their cry and hue. The only thing that exists is an unthinking majority, and unthinking they will remain, as long as their escape from our rigorous service is the opiate of our entertainment industry. By controlling industry, we have become the taskmasters and the people the slaves. When the pressure of daily toil builds to an explosive degree, we have provided the safety valve of momentary pleasure. The television and movie industries furnish the necessary temporary distraction. These programs are carefully designed to appeal to the sensuous emotions, never to the logical thinking mind. Because of this, the people are programmed to respond according to our dictates, not according to reason. Silent they never are, thinking they will remain.
That's funny because that's what he does.
We are amazed at the Christian stupidity.
Get the hell out of here, man.
About the 10 lost tribes of Israel. Studies have been conducted in China with the Kaifeng Jews.
Yeah.
That day, the execution of the Israelites will be greater than it was in ancient times. Moreover, during this time, the seed of Esau, Cain, Gog and Magog, will seek to completely destroy the children of Israel.
Wait a minute. How is Cain going to destroy the children of Israel when Cain was supposed to have been wiped out in the flood? I don't get that.
Man, BHI have weird doctrines that they extrapolate from other groups. You know, Cain, and anytime someone invokes Cain in modern present time, they're racist because that's the origin of that argument. Oh, everybody on the planet don't come from Adam, or well, at least come through Noah. Some people come from Cain, and all the people they don't like come from Cain. If you hate black people, you're gonna say all black people come from Cain.
That's that serpent seed doctrine.
It's garbage. All right, here he goes. He's about to go in.
Under their leader, Alexander the Great conquered Egypt, Israel, and the territories once held by the Persians around the year 334 BC. This would arise the beginning of Hellenistic Judaism and the Gentiles' insertion into Israelite Jewish history.
The Gentiles' insertion to Israelite Jewish history. So this is the point he's trying to make. What
the
you know,
Gentile insertion. Let's break that down slowly. The Gentile insertion into Israelite history.
Right.
So he's saying that at the start of Alexander, that's when Israelites were around Gentiles. Because if that's what he's saying, then what about all the instances when Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob were interacting with people who are literally non-Israelites? And then even up until the Exodus, they're around Egyptians and Nubians, which are non-Israelite people. They're technically Gentiles. And even when you enter into the land of Canaan, the Canaanites, they're technically Gentiles. Although they don't use that term, we do know that the basic definition of a Gentile is a non-Jew or a non-Israelite. So the Israelites were always around non-Israelites. So why is the Alexander story when they're first introduced to Gentiles?
Because
I mean,
he's trying to say here that modern Jewish people are Greek and Roman, pretty much plants. They're Greek and Roman plants. And somebody said it earlier, so I was like, you must be either somebody in his camp or a follower, because that's what he's arguing in one of these early books. This is actually a quote from his book, which he doesn't reference the page number any damn thing here, but this is from his work that he's reading his own stuff, right? So anyway, we're going to let this play and let this man speak for himself. He's going to be an anti-Semite here, and this is how. By trying to claim that these people are Greeks and Romans.
But the earliest reference to a Greek Jew is an inscription dated around 250 BC, found in Oropos, a small coastal town between Athens and Boeotia in Greece, which refers to Moschos, son of Moskion the Jew. Today, the descendants of the Greek Jews are called the Romanite Maccabean descent Jews. The Romanites are Greek Jews, supposedly distinct from both the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews. However, the Romanite oral traditions state that their people, aka the Gentile Jews, arrived in Ionia shortly after the destruction of the Second Temple in Jerusalem in 70 AD. So who are these Romanite Jews really? Who are the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews? And what does their DNA have to say about it? The paternal DNA of the Romanite Jews shows a Y DNA haplogroup E1B1B, which is a marker of Edomite influence in the land of Israel.
So
now, where did he get that from? Like, how does he come up with that? How can he pinpoint all subclades, all of E1B1B, all subclades thereof is Edomite influenced? Where does he come up with this?
A lot of people are saying that online, even in my comment section on my YouTube channel. When I made my series on the different possible haplogroups that Abraham could have had, people were getting mad at me saying, "Oh, E1B1B, that's Esau. There's no way he could be E1B1B," because I had that as a possibility. I didn't even say that was definitive. But anyways, so people kept telling me that Israel has to be E1B1A and Esau has to be E1B1B. But my only question is this. All right, so if E1B1B is all the Edomites and E1B1A is all the Israelites, what about the Ishmaelites? What's their haplogroup? The Midianites, the Jokdanites, the Moabites, the Ammonites. Abraham had tons of descendants. Exactly. So making E1B1B only Esau creates a very massive problem. Also, we can't forget that Shem had other kids besides Arphaxad. There's Elam, there's Asher, there's Lud, there's Arphaxad and Amram. What are their haplogroups? So there's issues with trying to make Esau the progenitor of E1B1B, considering the fact that Esau would have lived in possibly the Middle Bronze Age Levant, and E1B1B had existed as far back as the Neolithic period with the Natufians. So, yeah.
Right. This is what I want to point out here. People that say that this is not anti-Semite, the book is not anti-Semite, or the film's not anti-Semite. This is anti-Semite. You're basically trying to demarcate these Jews to just being Greeks in Edomites, which is just calling someone an Edomite is a slur. It's a slur. It's always been a slur. It's classic anti-Semitism.
Yeah, white supremacists used to say that about Jews. They were the first to say it, that Jews were Edomites. It was from white
secular Jews themselves. They use this same nonsensical argumentum to try to demarcate Jews. This is in his film and it's in his books. So can you guys actually be honest about this? That he's actually being anti-Semite here. They claim to be real Jews, but is this the truth?
And also the Y DNA haplogroup G, which is a marker of Greek influence in the land of Israel.
Shout out to Teo.
Ain't he working with Teo, by the way? So Ronald Dalton called Teo a Greek without him even knowing. My bad, go back.
Now, current Jewish history states that the Sephardic Jews fled Israel after the fall of the Second Temple in Jerusalem, eventually finding their way into North Africa and Iberia, where they would be known as Spanish Jews prior to the Spanish Inquisition. They claim to be real Jews, but is this the truth according to their DNA?
Can you pause that right there?
These are proven
because he's conflating a lot of history and not really providing sources. So I'm just going to kind of briefly go over this and then let the video play. But basically, Sephardic Jews and Ashkenazi Jews. I'm just going to talk about Ashkenazi Jews for now. Ashkenazi Jews do descend from the Levant. They descend from ancient Canaanite, Levantine populations and also Israelite populations, and I'll touch on that in the future. But basically, they typically have haplogroup E or haplogroup J. Both were in the Levant for thousands of years. And then after the Roman occupation in 70 AD, a lot of them were taken into slavery, and a lot of them ended up in Italy. And there's a genetic paper that literally just came out talking about how a lot of these Ashkenazi Jews descend from Roman Jews. And those Roman Jews come from the Levant and Israel, Syrio-Palestina. And a lot of those Roman Jews eventually made their way into the Rhine, and that's where you hear a lot of Jews talk about the Rhine because they made their way into Germany. And then they kind of dispersed from there. Sephardic Jews, it's a little bit different. I'm not going to talk about them right now, but there's a genetic paper that literally came out about the Ashkenazi Jews that y'all can read. And Ron just kind of squished all that history together, and it needs to be, it needs to be
properly disseminated. It needs to be properly disseminated, which he's not going to do that because if you properly disseminate the information, you can't make half of the crazy ass claims you make.
Right. As a matter of fact, let me see if I can find that paper on the Jews in Rome. You know that recent paper that came out that everybody was getting mad at you on Clubhouse, Shlomo? You talking to him?
Yeah, it's in the resource group. Erford and the one found in the well. What's going on, brother?
Rue is asking for the link.
I sent it to him.
Okay, cool.
So right now he's dealing with maternal DNA. This point is valid. You do see a lot of European maternal DNA, but he's not telling you why you see the European maternal DNA because you had Levantine men go in and migrate and mix amongst the local populations, which mostly it happens. Like the Bantus, you keep bringing up the Bantus. The Bantus took a lot of pygmy women.
Right.
That happens with any mass migration.
Right.
The Yanaya is the same way.
As you see these Levantine men moving across, that's another argument when people try to use mtDNA to help with, with autosomal, dealing with people who move around into different areas and not understanding that wherever these men went, whatever women they were around, these or the women that they picked up, these are the women that they procreated with. And so you're going to have women, like Yusuf said, Bantu women, you're going to have Eurasian women, everywhere these men touch, they, and they had children. This is what happened.
The European maternal haplogroups H, HV, K, U, T, and R are seen widely throughout Western Europe, Eastern Europe, and parts of Western Asia. Now, these are the same maternal haplogroups that are seen in Ashkenazi and Sephardic women and men passed down from their mothers. Even after this DNA proof, there is still more.
Also, by the way, pause really quick. He actually left out L because Jews, Ashkenazi Jews, there's like 3 papers on this. And even Sephardic Jews, they carry mitochondrial L. They carry L2A1 specifically, and there's probably even some L3s, but they do carry L. So he's kind of being deceitful by not showing the L markers that they carry.
West Africans carry U too.
Yeah, and H, because a lot of the Amazigh or the the Berbers, the North Africans, they have a lot of H.
What would y'all do without us, man? You got to have a voice like us. If it wasn't for us, you niggas would be completely indoctrinated. Oh, man.
I wonder what happens if we left the Israelite scene for a year, come back, everybody's just...
Well, it's already like that. Most of these people are lost in the sauce, but we're trying to provide some kind of alternative. Look, y'all see what this segment's called?
Yeah.
Edomite cover up.
As far back as the 4th century BC, even after during the time of Christ, the Edomites and Greeks ruled the land of Judea. Once they gave up their pagan gods, underwent circumcision, and started following the Torah, they were then known by their new identity as Jews, even after the Romans took the land of Israel under full control around 70 AD. Here, the Gentile Jewish historian Josephus Flavius confirms the Edomite occupation.
Called him a Gentile Jewish historian. What makes him a Gentile? Well, anyway, the word Gentile is not a term of, to meaning. Gentile just means nation, but he's using it to try to slander him, like call him a goy or something like that. Why even do that? It's because you think he's white? And if he was white, what does that have to do with him being an authentic Jew?
Southern Judea. That country is also called Judea, and the people Jews. And this name is given to as many as embrace their religion, though of other nations. But then upon what foundation so good?
I'm sorry, I'm gonna let it play. But I also have to say this. Flavius Josephus himself pretty much says he's a Hebrew by descent. He says that. He doesn't say he's a Gentile or a convert. He says he's a Hebrew by descent, man. By origin.
Governor as Maccabean John Hyrcanus took upon himself to compel these Idumeans either to become Jews or to leave their country deserves great consideration. I suppose it was because they had long ago been driven out of the land of Edom and had seized on and possessed the tribe of Simeon, their land, in the southern part of the tribe of Judah, which was a peculiar inheritance of the worshippers of the true God without idolatry. So the Jews today know this?
We actually pause right here. So there actually was a conversion of Edomites to the Hebraic faith, but I think it was only the royal class that did it. It wasn't like every single one, but one of y'all can kind of correct me on that. I think
that happened under John Hyrcanus. See, we can talk about it because we know the history. John Hyrcanus converted Edomites.
Right. But the thing is, there still was natural born Israelites. They were still there. It's not like they all left.
Nah. When the Edomites were converted, they took over Israel completely. Every Israelite was completely kicked out. They all disappeared. It's been Edomite suppression since then.
Dang. So no Israelites?
No Israelites. No natural born Israelites.
But what about Jesus?
Paul is?
what about Jesus, Yeshua, and the 12 disciples? Were they Edomites?
You seen that newspaper or that study that came out? They showed him looking like an Edomite. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah, basically what he said. I've seen the Jewish Encyclopedia in 1925. I know what that quote that's been used by Elder Nathaniel and IUIC. Edom is modern Jewry. This is fucking anti-Semitism. Look, right. Under the heading of A Brief History of the Terms for Jew in the 1980 Jewish Almanac is the following. Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew or call a contemporary Jew an Israelite or a Hebrew.
That's just based on etymology. I mean, technically, they would be right because a Jew would be from the tribe of Judah. So that's not even dissing Jews. It's just saying that ancient Israelites would have just used the term Israelite.
That's disingenuous too, because you see in the scriptures when the Israelite population was in what is it called, the Persians, when they were under Persian control, the Benjamite who was the what was his name?
No, I'm talking about before all that. I'm talking about as far back as like at least the early Iron Age, from basically the Exodus all the way up before the Assyro-Babylonians.
Actually, they were just called Jews because they were in the kingdom of Judea. That's why.
Now I'm talking about before the splitting of the two nations.
You got evidence of people being called Jews before the splitting of the two nations?
Yeah, like for instance, the Murphy Stela, they called it Israel. We wiped out the seed of Israel, stuff like that.
Yeah, it doesn't call them Jews because there was no kingdom of good.
No, that's what I'm saying. That like what the Almanac is saying is true. Like they would have used the term Israelite in a certain time period before they started using the term Jew. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, but you get how that's being used to try to subvert the term Jewish, right?
Yeah, 100%. They're using it the BHI using it in a completely different way. They try to be racist with it. But there's a way you have to explain it. You have to do it from like a more historical type thing.
Right, but you're gonna confuse the people doing that. What I want to point out is this: he's using these snippets, right? Which we're not even getting the whole context. He's using these snippets to try to paint a narrative that these people are fake and they're not the real Jews. That's anti-Semite. For all the people that try to come out to his defense and say there's nothing anti-Semite about this book, you are wrong. This is in the film. He says Jews began to call themselves Hebrews and Israelites in the 1860s. What?
Wait, the 1860s?
Hey, according to the Encyclopedia Judaica, 1971, volume 23.
No, that doesn't make sense. Like what Ruth said, they were called Jews as far back as Persia. That's like the BC era.
No, but it says call themselves Hebrews and Israelites.
Oh, okay, my bad. I didn't read.
There was no medieval Jews. Like there was no Jews in the first century. Like stop it. This is silly. But it's anti-Semite.
The weird thing is like how he tried to replace Romanian Jews as all. I can't even fathom how he got there. Like you're talking about the oldest minhag in the world that's been in tradition since 500, 600 BC. He tries to plant it in 200, I think, BC or 300 BC. It's just ridiculous.
I know why he got that mixed up, because he don't know the history.
The last one, he says, Jewish Encyclopedia 1903 edition says under the heading Edom, they, the Edomites, were then incorporated with the Jewish nation, and their country was called by the Greeks and Romans Idumea. I don't know how that proves the point that every modern day Jew, because that's what he's trying to insinuate here, are either a Greek or an Edomite.
You know, the problem with this in general is that he's so detached and westernized in his mindset that he doesn't even understand the ancient Jewish way of looking at Edomites. Edomites weren't just another nation or another people. You looked at Edomites as Jews who had apostatized. They were your brothers who literally just weren't keeping the culture. You didn't look at them like they were some type of evil people.
The scriptures literally say, don't abhor an Edomite. Like, it's there, even in the Torah or the Tanakh.
Man. All right, let's let this play.
1925 edition, volume 5. It states Edom is in modern Jewry. And under the heading of a brief history of the terms for Jew in the 1980 Jewish Almanac is the following words. Strictly speaking, it is incorrect to call an ancient Israelite a Jew or to call a contemporary Jew an Israelite or a Hebrew. In the Encyclopedia Judaica, 1971, volume 10, it states, the Jews began to call themselves Hebrews and Israelites in 1860. And in the Jewish Encyclopedia, 1903, it says under the heading Edom, they were then incorporated with the Jewish nation, and their country was called by the Greeks and Romans Idumea. From this time, the Idumeans ceased to be a separate nation, though the name Idumea still existed in the time of Jerome. While living in North Africa, Many Edomites would wait for the perfect time to insert themselves into history as Jews, which was after
They were waiting the whole time.
black.
That's funny.
Is that anti-Semite or no? Is this anti-Semite?
They're like Hydra from the Marvel films.
Right.
Hell, Hydra.
Claiming that the whole swath of Jewish people are somehow agents of deception and actually planted themselves and supplanted themselves and able to take over this identity, painting them as being dubious peoples. This is anti-Semite, man. There's no way around it.
Israelites during the Spanish-Portuguese Inquisition in the late 1400s.
Ethiopian Jews are primarily A and E1B1B.
Yeah, I don't know why. I looked that up too when the film first came out. I was like, E1B1A2 among the Ethiopian Jews, but no, that's the Omotic people who have E1B1A2, a very small sect of the Omotic people from the Afar. I might be mispronouncing it, but the Afar tribe.
This shows how disingenuous this guy is, because he could have easily just said E1B1B, but it goes against his narrative. His narrative is to say
E1B1B is Esau.
Yeah, so he didn't even put it. So all you gotta do is do this. This is not hard. You don't have to purchase high dollar books and high dollar content to understand this. Just type in.
Want me to do it? I can pull it up if you want.
Yeah.
E1B1A.
Yeah, just type in Ethiopian Jews DNA. Just do that, and look at the haplogroups.
Okay, because I was going to pull up E1B1A2 to show where that is. Actually, hold on. I'm going to do that, and then I'm going to do the Ethiopian one.
Yeah, because this guy is being completely disingenuous because he's trying to say black Jews are. This is what he's trying to do. He's trying to say black Jews are the authentic ones and white Jews are the false ones. That's basically the premise of his claims. And he tries to mix it up with genetics, and he's being very disingenuous. Again, if you look at Ethiopian Jews, a large subset of them are A and E1B1B.
Yeah, a ton of them are A, like I think close to 50%. But I have my screen pulled up. We can make this part real quick. So this is E1B1A2, who he's claiming Ethiopian Jews have, but they don't. Here's a map. It is in Ethiopia, in this part of Ethiopia. It's also called E-M329, but it's not with the Ethiopian Jews. It's actually with the Oromo people, a particular sect of the Oromo groups. And by the way, just to push the Oromo, they're not Beta Israel. The Oromo are not Beta Israel. They're a East African group. They live in Ethiopia for sure, but they're not Beta Israel. So let's look up Ethiopian Jews DNA. By the way, do you want me to continue to use Wikipedia, or should I use actual?
No, go to Wikipedia real quick. It's fast right here. I'm looking at it already. I got it up here. Uniparental lineages and the genetics.
Yeah, so let me look up the haplogroups or the autosomes.
The haplogroups. It's the wiki right here.
All right. Here it is then. All right, so when it comes to the Ethiopian Jews, a lot of them have, it says, according to Cruciani in 2002, haplogroup A is the most common paternal lineage among Ethiopian Jews. The clade is carried by around 41% of Beta Israel males and is primarily associated with Nilo-Saharan and Khoisan-speaking population. So most Ethiopian Jews actually have what we would consider a Hamitic origin, but at some point, obviously, Israelites interacted with their ancestors and they converted to the faith, becoming Israelites themselves. And again, it's around 41% of them that have haplogroup A. And then it says, additionally, around 18% of Ethiopian Jews are bearers of E-P2, which is pretty interesting. Then it says in Ethiopia, most of the lineages belong to E-M329, which has been found in the ancient isolated, which has been found in ancient DNA isolated from a 4,500-year-old Ethiopian fossil. Such haplotypes are frequent in southwestern Ethiopia, especially among Omotic speaking populations. And again, this is saying that the most of the other lineages of the Ethiopians, but not talking about Ethiopian Jews. And it says that the rest of the Beta Israel mainly belong to haplotypes linked with the E-M35, which is basically E1B1B.
Hold on, stop. The ones that he's calling Esau and Edomites, the Ethiopian Jews
B1B.
have those haplogroups, but in his film, he did not include that because he's trying to push a narrative of black and white.
Right. And I can even push this so y'all can see as proof. If you click it right here, it says EM215, also known as E1B1B. So that, let me just push it just so y'all can see. E1B1B, descendant, E-M35. A lot of the Ethiopians have it. And they also have J, by the way. They have JM267, which is J1 haplogroups. And their mitochondrial DNA is also very diverse. If y'all remember, he talked about the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews having like R, U, and M and stuff. Well, guess what? The Ethiopian Jews also have like 22% R0, 19.5% M1, 5% W, 2.5% U. So they have a lot of the same paternal DNA as the Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews.
Yeah.
because there was Eurasian peoples in East Africa. And also autosomally, a paper just came out in 2022. A lot of the Ethiopian Jews have around 20% of Bronze Age Canaanite DNA.
Mm-hmm. Showing a migration pattern, which matches your testimony. But yeah, we want to bring that out to show that this guy is full of sugar honey iced tea. All right, so let's get back to the film. We're gonna deal with this clip, and then I'm gonna put the link in there in the chat and let people come in and discuss.
Most of the people are agreeing with us, actually.
No, it was one brother. I told him to wait to the end. I'm gonna deal with him. I forgot his name. Israelite Jews, I think.
Now let's reveal what ancient documents have to say about this. Now, according to ancient Iberian texts written in Old English, the Hebrew Israelites in Iberia prior to the Spanish.
Bro, you're not sharing.
Yeah, you're not sharing. You should.
They're also said to be from the tribe of Judah. Today, genetic research of ancient skeletons.
I mean, we can hear it, but we just can't see it.
Portuguese colonies in Africa, the New World, and the Caribbean.
Black mummy.
Whose descent comes from the Yoruba tribe, the Mandingo tribe, and the Congolese tribes. Now, is it known?
So what he just did there is pretty much falsify history. He didn't tell you what those skeletons were because we got the paperwork on the Portuguese and Spanish skeletons. These were slaves, and we know they came from West Africa because of the bone analysis. This is after the slave trade had initiated within Portugal and Spain. We have Jewish burials in Amsterdam. We have those burials there. Those people would have been white and black. What's the problem? They're classified as black, the ones that were dark skinned, and those are not. So what he's doing again is omitting a bunch of history to captivate an audience.
Wait, does that say the Mende are Esau? I knew I was an Edomite.
Where does it
say that?
Is that what I'm seeing?
No, it says Bantu. It says it is a known fact that the ancient precursor to the E1B1A Y-DNA paternal haplogroup labeled E has been found among the Falasha Ethiopian Jews who claim a mixed ancestry from King Solomon and the Cushite Nubians, the Congo Bantu Jews, people of Judah, the Guinea-Bissau, Monday Bantus people, Brazil, Africa, Latinos. Yeah.
Well, we can say he's slightly right. Falasha Jews don't have E1B1A though. They have E1B1B, but those other groups do have E1B1A. But one other thing I'll point out before you start the video, a lot of people like to point out how the East Africans are connected to King Solomon because of Haile Selassie. Well, Haile Selassie had haplogroup T. I don't think King Solomon would have had haplogroup T. Would have probably had an E marker. But yeah, the whole Kiber Nagas. I won't say that it's wrong, but I do think there's some inflation.
The problem with a lot of people is the misunderstanding of ancient Near Eastern culture and how you didn't have to be directly from somebody's loins in order to be considered somebody's son and to take on that lineage.
That's like that now, though.
Exactly. So people, they assume like Haile Selassie has to be a direct descendant just because he has that Solomon lineage, but that's not true. Just because you have a lineage doesn't mean that you have to have a certain marker.
Right. That's true. Because even in the Bible, it tells you that there are certain sons that come from Ishmael that are considered the tribe of Judah.
You even had Abraham ready to give Eliezer his inheritance as a son because he hadn't had a child yet.
Right, yeah, no child yet.
So we have the proof right there in scripture. I don't know why people tripping about markers.
Because they want the genetics to back up their racist ideology. That's why. The black versus white dichotomy. That's why.
Fun fact that the ancient precursor to the E1B1A Y-DNA haplogroup has been only found among the Falasha Ethiopian Jews who claim to mixed ancestry from King Solomon and Queen Sheba of the Cushites. Also the Congo, Guinea-Bissau, Brazil, South America, which is a Portuguese territory where many Yorubas were sent as slaves. But wait, there's more.
But wait, there's more.
In ancient texts written in Old English, such as America being an accurate description of the New World by Scottish cartographer John Ogilvy in the 1600s, it documents the Portuguese.
I don't want to go through this part right here. Let me just put the link in here. Because many people be disingenuous. When they go to these books, why don't y'all just look at the other descriptions of Jews? You just look at the ones that say Negroes and run with it. So how'd the other Jews look like? Come on, man. Be honest with your scholarship. That's all we're asking for, honesty. So with that, hold on. Let me pull that. Let me. Oh, we lost the brother. Let me put the link in the chat. Hey, Jason Whitlock said the movie is trash, bro. It's 3 hours long of garbage. 3 hours of straight pure garbage. But here's the problem: people want us to support this just because he calls himself an Israelite. Oh, we all got to stick together. Hell no, I'm not sticking together, man. This is not the go along to get along gang. Let's see. Let's see the comments. I put the link in the comments. Anybody can come up here.
What's very misleading? How you pronounce that? Shy?
She's talking about the video.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Listen, he said they carry E. Thanks to the Most High for the genetic studies. Where's the guy that was? Where's Jewel, Israelite Jewels? I wanted him to come on here, man, and discuss.
Should we probably took so long he left?
Just an hour. I wanted to keep this short. I want to deal with that portion where he was being an anti-Semite. Let's see. No rabbi have I studied. I see a lot of stuff from Blacktastic, Borasta. Borasta says, Borasta, click the link, man. So who or what is Goyim? When was this introduced? Goyim is just a general term. It's a generic term to denote nations. In fact, you see this word being used to describe Israelites as well, but it has been used, it has a connotation of saying someone as a non-Jew. That's how people use it.
It's introduced in the Torah when God says you are a Goyim, you are a nation.
Right.
Even the Israelites are a Goy. Like it's not like a disrespectful term.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they're a nation.
A people. That's all it means.
Right. Yeah. They're a nation.
Look, what is this supposed to mean? King Diamante Negro. COTY. What does that mean? I already know what you're trying to say, but you ain't gonna get on that link. You ain't gonna click that link and say it.
What is he trying to say?
He said Coons of the Year.
Oh.
All right, you're a coon because you don't agree with the people I agree with. You're
that's,
cool.
that's literally what Kanye West is doing, just spazzing out because people don't agree with him. It's like, hey, man, like I can be the same color as you. I can agree with you that you could have Israelite identity, and I can still say, hey, that was anti-Semitic. It's okay. I can disagree with you. You don't have to hate me and say that I'm trying to shut you down and control you.
That's actually what they're trying to do. They're trying to beat you into conformity. Agree with me, Negro. You're black. You agree.
Exactly. I see both sides doing it. You know what I mean? You got the whole like, activists online where you got Jews running around trying to shut down anybody who says anything that they may disagree with slightly, even if it's not truly anti-Semitic. Then you have on the other side people who want to be anti-Semitic getting mad that Jews are defending themselves.
Right. You calling them Khazars, you calling them Edomites, you calling them, you pretty much saying
I heard a dude say today, he said, F the Jews, F them small hats. And it's like, you don't think that's a problem? Like, come on, man.
Yeah, what if they said F them African Americans? What if they said that? You would have been upset. Vernon said, I lost respect for Ronald Dalton Jr. We read that one already. Look. Here we go. Here's this indoctrination mindset. This is crabbing the barrel mentality. If you disagree with the brother, reach out to him. Dragging him down in public shows your motives. You're a jealous brother. Black people keep eating each other. Shut the fuck up.
We already reached out to this dude. Like you're late to the party, bro.
I wouldn't even explain nothing to him. I had a debate with him and everything. That don't mean shit. I don't play by these fake soft ass rules that y'all got. Because somebody is a black person, we can't critique them. They're beyond critique. Get the hell out of here. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. What else we got here? Israelite Jews. Here, this is Israelite Jews. I wanted Israelite Jews to join tonight. He says, so you put your trust on DNA, then trust the scriptures. What scripture are you talking about?
People love saying that.
What do you mean by scripture? Because Ronald not going by scriptures. He's going by a modern racial code, right? And he's superimposing his eisegesis on that. That's all he's doing. Because slave ships. Many people went on slave ships. The people y'all call fake was sold on slave ships. Let's see. Mr. Blacktastic says, anytime you write a book and quote someone, you have to actually vet the source for your own verification, not just quote it while citing the source, but not know if it's accurate. Exactly.
Look at Mr. Blacktastic's recent comment. He just said, abuser, take this beating and all my insults. How dare you fight back? That's how this situation's going.
Right. If you insult the people, they're going to get upset. You know what I'm saying? Now, I don't agree with to the extent of, $500,000 because brother made a comment and all that.
Right. Some of that stuff is just, politics and being extra. But come on, we got to be able to call a spade a spade.
Yeah. Jeremiah, stop trying to interject on this, man. You don't know what you're talking about. He said, how can I be anti-Semitic by sharing a post? No one's saying Kyrie Irving is anti-Semitic. Ronald Dalton is anti-Semitic. Let's see. What does Mr. Blacktastic say here? Are you sure Goya ain't food season? What are you talking
Goya,
about?
we talking about the Goyim.
Oh, he's talking
Goy.
Oh, Goya. Yeah, Goya is
that's the brand of Mexican food out here.
I was like, what?
Goya seasonings, stuff like that.
Man, I was trying to get some of these brothers earlier that was talking crap to get on here, but like always, they never do.
They don't stay on after an hour because they get bored. You got to get them right then and there.
Shalom, my brother. No, because then we won't have a damn video. I'm not doing that Cube shit. That's Cube. He joined in doing the whole fucking video. Let's see. They said they never come up. They don't have an art. They don't. They can't defend none of the bullshit they say.
Yo, Mr. Blacktastic said, I'm just here to report Jashub, Avery, Rue, Ronald Yahoo, Shari, Elka, Moore, and Sean to the Why Y'all Trying to Stop the Awakening Committee. Y'all getting potato salad with raisins in it at the next picnic.
It's a good thing I don't eat potato salad.
Open Knowledge says, Genesis 49, are you anti-Semitic? No, I'm not anti-Semitic.
Why did he say that?
Oh, no. Shout out to Open Knowledge. No,
oh, that's the bro. That's bro, right? With what's your name, cousin?
From Carolina.
Home. Yeah, from
now Darvin's anti-Semitic, man. We're trying to educate him and get that out of his. You know,
don't talk Darvis up, bro.
He'll get on here and say and you know, back up the statements made by Ronald Dalton. But the crazy thing is, niggas don't want to own up to it. How can I be an anti-Semite if I am a Semite? That shit comes from Jews that were supporting.
That's like saying that there's no such thing as a self-hating black man.
Right. Right, man.
We literally invented a word for that called coon.
No, we didn't invent that. Stop it. They didn't invent that. Coon was words being used by Southerners
rednecks.
To describe black people in a negative manner. And now you got other black people doing the same thing.
Oh, really?
Yes. Yeah, that's what coon comes from. Mr. Black Tax says, what they're doing to Kyrie is an overreaction. They're trying to buck break him and humiliate him publicly. They could give him better information to share instead of trying to destroy him. I agree. Totally agree with that.
No, I disagree. Crucify.
Open announcement says Darvis is watching. Well, Darvis, man, stop being an anti-Semite, man. Seven says he's not a coon. He talks about the lies white people say or stuff they do all the time. He's just about logic and facts, not feelings. He's not a hypocrite. Who are you talking about, Seven?
Have we met Seven before?
Probably. I don't know.
He seems new.
What did Max Kellerman say, Ronald Yahoo? I didn't see that. What did he say?
No, let's look it up. It's probably on YouTube. We can play it now.
Who's Max Kellerman?
Max Kellerman is
a sports announcer on ESPN.
Okay.
Him and what's the name? I was going at it. Him and Stephen A. Smith.
Oh, Seven is saying he's talking about me when he says he's not a coon. He talks about the lies white people say or stuff they do all the time. He just about logic and facts. Not feeling. Yeah. I deal with logic. I don't deal with. I'm just going to agree with you. Jeremiah, again, you don't know anything about what was discussed in this video. So maybe you just clicked on the Holocaust was never discussed in this video. But if you're saying the Holocaust is fake, that's anti-Semitic. just own up to it, man. If you're gonna do it,
right? Isn't that literally what I was just saying? Like, it's the people who get upset with that anti-Semitic tag are the people who want to throw the anti-Semitic tropes out there. They want to say
you can argue the number,
vehemently disprove it.
Yeah, you can argue. You can argue the number or the amount of people all day, but to say it didn't happen is definitely
that's just like the Abbo saying slavery didn't happen. You know what I'm saying? Slavery didn't happen. It's all a conspiracy.
You know, we have a rough number for how many people died in slavery too. We don't have an exact number. So why are we sitting here picking at Jews for not having an exact number, but using a rough number that's symbolic for something greater?
The Nazis.
It has to be something. It's always a conspiracy. It's always something evil that somebody's trying to. It's ridiculous to me. It's always something hidden behind the Jew that's making them do what they're doing, and that's anti-Semitism.
I've heard people say that glorify what the Nazis did to the. I heard Black Hebrews like glorify. Oh, I'm glad the Nazis used the gas chamber on you. I'm like, what the hell is wrong with y'all, man? But that's the idiocy that's being that permeates this damn cult.
Seal the elect. It's wrong and it's inaccurate. Arthur Koestler's book. It's apologetics. It's European apologetics. He was trying to make Jews appear as more European so they would be accepted by their European counterparts. It backfired, and it became a foundational doctrine of hate towards Jews.
LeBron, you say here the Bible most certainly isn't pro-Semitic. I don't know what you're trying to say here. You trying to say the Bible's anti-Semitic without saying it? It said, nor is general ancient Israelite culture anti-Semitic. It's a made-up term that doesn't deserve to be acknowledged until we get some etymological clarity. Okay, so I will give you that. This is one of my video. Hold on real quick. This is one of my video ideas I was going to do. I was going to explain to you what anti-Semite was. Anti-Semites was pretty much like a party or a group of individuals that rose up in Germany to go against the Jews. And they said, listen, you can't hide behind your religion anymore. You are from the race Semite. That's the history of anti-Semite. There goes your etymological clarity. And you can look this up. Go ahead, Rue.
I was going to clarify with a little bit of cultural background that this was used as a term to defend, like by Jews in Europe, to defend themselves from people who were coming at them and trying to literally force them to move out of the country, trying to, there was hundreds of pogroms that happened. A lot of things happened in Europe to Jews where this anti-Semitic legal claim developed. It didn't develop in a vacuum. So those of us who are just waking up to this whole thing and trying to wrestle with who's who and what's what, take it slow and don't rush into trying to make definitive claims about any individual people group.
JL taught 70 has a pretty good question. You can put it up there. So it wouldn't just being a Semite would not be just being a Jew or Israelite. It's anyone who comes from the line of Shem.
Yeah, that would be the logical conclusion of it. But what anti-Semite, when it first was introduced, how we even got the term and the etymology of it, it was used to dictate who and who wasn't a Jew. The guy even said it. Matter of fact, let me get the source. He says, I will determine who a Jew is.
Yeah, right. That's where, like, every time somebody wants to determine who a Jew is, determine what's true from what a Jew is saying, determine what a Jew can do or not do, where they can go or not go, you're moving in that direction.
Right. Exactly. Oh. You are anti-Semite. Let's cut the fat off of that. Get straight to it. JL. Oh, so that's the one you just asked.
Yeah.
Okay.
That was a good question, though. I don't have a problem with that question. I guess they needed clarity. So mostly today, people just think that, because of the anti-Semitic and Semitic tropes that are being used today, most people look at it as, they're talking about a Jew or an Israelite. But anyone who comes from the line of Shem would basically be a Semite, a Shemite.
Right. People are anti-Semitic towards Arabs today.
Right.
Like, Arab people, Arab culture, they despise it. And that's a form of anti-Semitism. But just because you're an Arab doesn't mean you can't be anti-Semitic towards a Jew.
You could be talking about the Adamese Islanders, even though, they're way off the spectrum in our thought process, being that, we don't even discuss them. If they're haplogroup D, they're Shemites. So when you're saying anti-Semitic, you can use that term with them as well, or Semitic. If you were, you were saying something derogatory against them.
Right. He said, Laban says, no ancient linguistic origin, just made up in the 19th century. Yes, it was. Just like black, white, and the labeling that we use was, made popular and pretty much came to prominence in the 1900s, the 19th century. And then became law with the Racial Purity Act, which many of you niggas use.
If he was dropped in 1600, he would not be able to communicate clearly with any English-speaking person at the time.
Yeah, that's true.
He needs to drop that whole, I don't know what that kind of argument that is.
Well, Semitic actually does come from Shem, the person who created the term Semite or Semitic. They based it off of Genesis from Shem.
Actually, the way that I've heard it explains that it comes from Hashem. It means the people who serve Hashem. So Semites are people who serve Hashem. That was the whole origin of the name Shem, is that he had the honor of serving Hashem.
The brother asked me here. The brother just asked me here. 49ers. So are you rolling with Kanye or no? Here's the thing. It's nuance to that. I'm rolling with Kanye to the fact where I don't believe that he should have been stripped of his wealth. But do I agree with everything the man said? I said this in the video. No, I think he overgeneralized, and that's what got him in trouble.
I think the overall consensus with the whole YAP gang is the same as what Yashub just said. Like, I don't really, I don't, he's a loose cannon. He says a lot of crazy things, but so it's nuance to it. I do agree with Yashub. I think most of the time that we've been talking about Kanye, I think we did a video too on the situation with Kanye. We don't believe he should have been stripped and attacked the way he's being stripped and attacked.
No, speak for yourself. Crucify the man.
Excuse me.
Right. So let me see what else we got here. So that's why I respect y'all, bro, being honest. Yeah, you ain't gonna get that from Black Hebrew Israelites. Honesty. Ezekiel said something about bloodline Israel. Let me see what he's saying here. How possible is that E1B1A is Shemitic but not Israel? And does Dr. Pryor Marjani's paper at least prove that E1B1A was among the mixed multitude? So that's a twofold question.
That's a great question.
Yeah, E1B1A could just be a descendant of Shem, or one of the descendants of Shem, or whatever, however you want to break that down, and not necessarily be Israel. That is a possibility. To your second point.
My bad. Go ahead.
What are you about to say?
No, I was just about to say I'm actually going to be doing a video coming out soon on the Exodus, and I'm going to touch on that very question right there. But I'll let you finish what you was going to say. But I am going to make a, like I did with my Joseph video, make a whole documentary kind of breaking down the Exodus, and I'll touch on that question. But go ahead.
I would say that. Oh, go ahead. Yeah, answer the second part, bro, and then I'll say my piece on it.
And he said, does Dr. Pryor Marjani's paper at least prove E1B1A was among the mixed multitude? I would say yes, and definitely. Because the only way you can get those autosomal triggers or signals is if these people were there to mix with them.
Exactly.
So they would definitely, they're definitely a part of the original Jewish cluster.
Yeah. I would broaden the scope of the answer that Yeshua gave. How is it how possible is it that E1B1A is Shemitic but not Israel? That is a possibility, but I won't leave it at that, because if we say that, you know what I'm saying, because there's a possibility for anything, you know what I'm saying. So J, it's a possibility that they're not T, R, you know what I'm saying, all the haplogroups that's associated with Israel. So I mean, when we give that answer, it's, for me, it's a broader spectrum of just E1B1A, because anyone that's claiming Shemitic could possibly not be Israel.
Right. If we think about it from the phylogenetic tree standpoint, and E1B1A comes out of E1B, we could have been a part of several different populations and migrated into South and Central in Western Africa, and been a part of different groups at different times. It's not a definitive thing. That's where anthropology and taking different approaches to trying to figure out what where your origins stand come into context. You should take a 4 or 5-fold approach to figuring out who exactly you descend from, because not every E1B1A is an Israelite, and not every E1B1B is an Ishmaelite. It's just not how it works.
Right. So you would to add on to land back off of what Bro Brew is saying, you would have to use, you use stuff like linguistics, material culture, anthropology, you use all of these different disciplines and try to come up with a consensus with all your evidence that you've put together.
Yeah, man. So hopefully that answers your question. That was another one. I'm trying to find the anti-Semite thing real quick for you guys. The origin of it. And I was just reading this. But anyway, let me get to this question. While I find this, I don't want no dead air. So someone said here, Cedric Bennett says, so are the Jews in Israel not Semitic people? My response is majority of them are Semitic people. That will be my response.
You're probably going to have to. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
In the modern sense of it, and then if you're trying to say, oh, there's a man that's Shem, I think a lot of them could possibly descend from a man named Shem. So whatever connotation you want to put to that, I think the answer is resounding yes. What were you saying, Sean?
No, I was going to say you might have to expound on that a little bit because, you know, a lot of times you give short answers and you leave a lot to be interpreted from that. So I would, you know how you do.
Let's see. Open of Knowledge says something about do we have a date when they took the H out of Semitic? That sounds like a Darvish question, brother, to be honest with you. So, you know, for the reason why you see like Sim instead of Shem is because a lot of these the text being translated from a Greek language or something like that, they don't have the sh sound, so they put Sim. So hopefully that answers your question. But you can do research on transliterations of the text and why certain letters drop. Or some
I don't think anybody was called a Shemite, anyways.
Yeah, but that's beside his point. He's pretty much asking why you see that letter missing, and the reason why is because, like in the Greek, I think, and also Latin languages too, they don't have the sh sound.
Right, he's thinking in a modern linguistic term, like why is the H missing? I get what he's saying.
Can you drop the link in so people can actually come on?
I've already did that.
You did it. Nobody's coming.
So I'm just gonna answer the panel. I'll put it in there again. But I mean, just like Spanish, they can't say George. They say Jorge, right? Because you know the grammatics of their language is different. They don't have those same sounds.
So there's no G sounds in Spanish.
Yeah, you won't be able to make the sound Greg.
Interesting. So what about like King George? Like what would the Spanish call him?
Jorge.
Okay, well, my bad. Jorge. King Jorge.
Pay attention. You're falling asleep in class.
I'm doing other stuff in the background.
I see. I figured that.
Somebody asked the question.
You washing dishes? I heard water running.
When they changed what was it? The sh to a s sound, the s to a sh, or vice versa. That doesn't matter because in Asiatic language, the s and the sh sound are the same, and you would only have a difference based off of tradition and how you were taught. So it could have just vanished just because one tradition took over another.
Are you saying it was the Edomites that took it over?
Oh my gosh.
Well, you are the big Edomite, so maybe you could answer that question. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, I got no problem with my Edomite brothers.
Hey, look, here goes a zombie. I pray to Almighty y'all punish y'all for this clout chasing against your brother when you're all the way wrong.
I think I've seen this account before.
Yeah. How dare you? How dare you critique another brother of color? So his information can be wrong as hell, racist as hell, and we're supposed to sit back and not say anything. This is the mindset of the BHI. Don't critique any damn thing.
That's because they're more concerned with the awakening numbers as to awakening truth. You understand what I'm saying? Like they're more concerned with the amount of people that this is going to reach and hoping that they come into the fold as opposed to, awakening truth, the truth of the matter. You're more concerned with numbers for the awakening than truth for the awakening. I think that's very telling.
Yeah. And Bolte, jump your scary ass on the link.
Yeah, like why can't y'all push the link? Y'all see
I'll give you 1 minute. I'll give you 1 minute.
Y'all see we're not aggressive or whatever. Oh, I can't speak for Shoot though, but or Rue or Sean. But I'm not aggressive. I'll talk to you. Because most of them got nothing to do right now. So.
So everybody that wants to follow, remember he said that we're cloud chasing. Now, what do you call this? If this ain't cloud chasing, then what do you call that? He says, go to Israelite Brotherhood channel. All these Hebrews are way off. Israelite Brotherhood channel, we solve the Hebrew heritage. I'm going to help you out, brother. If y'all want to follow this brother, go to his channel, man. Unsubscribe from this. Click off of it. I don't want you here just because you want, just because. I want you here if you really want to follow the science over the feelings and emotions. We got Mboti in the building.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yes, I can hear you, brother.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear
yes,
you.
we can hear you.
100%.
What's up, man? Hold on, let me figure out. I got to close my. Hold on, what's that?
I hope the Most High punish you guys.
Oh, is this the same guy who said that?
Yeah, this is him in the comments.
Oh, okay.
All right. Hey, can y'all?
You're
What?
breaking
Can y'all
up.
hear me
You're
still?
breaking up.
Yeah,
Yes.
dude. I'm in Turkey, man. I'm way overseas, bro. What's up?
What's up?
Hey, you made the statements. What do you mean, what's up?
Oh yeah, bro. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, man. I hopped on and I saw Ron Dalton. I was like, man, what the hell is these guys talking about? I don't agree with Ron Dalton, but I do got his book. I don't agree with none of that stuff. Just like I don't agree with y'all, and it's all good. You know what I'm saying? I don't go around like just talking trash about y'all because y'all are brothers and y'all are Hebrews too. You know what I'm saying? So that's all I'm trying to say.
So you believe you can't critique or criticize someone because they're a quote unquote brother?
No, I didn't say no. That's cool. I just said cloud chase.
Cloud
But
chasing.
why do you think we're
Yeah,
cloud
because right now it's apparently Kyrie and it's Ron Dalton's time to shine, not y'all's. And I noticed that that's the trend on YouTube right now. Is
Bro.
everybody's trying to
It's not a trend. We've
tag along
already.
that.
This
I
is
don't know how
about
long you've been
shining.
following.
No, I know.
Hold on
Hey,
real quick.
one person at a time.
Hold on real quick,
time.
Mboti, hold on real quick. So this
Mhm.
is about shining to you. This ain't about educating the people on what he actually said in the damn film, which
Hold
we
on,
actually did.
All right, do you want me to respond to that?
Yeah, go ahead.
If you look at what I said y'all are both wrong anyways.
And you're right.
And that's why I said just go to the Israelite Brotherhood channel. And that's
Yeah.
all I'm
Right.
saying. No, that's why I said it, because y'all are
that
all wrong.
your YouTube channel? Is that yours?
It doesn't matter.
Are you
It doesn't matter.
self-promoting
If
right
you
now
just go there,
yourself?
if you just go there, you'll see it's got the best Tanakh history.
No,
It's
I'm
completely
saying though.
Wrong about.
No.
So
What I'm
what are we
saying
wrong
is,
about?
are you doing a self-promotion, your own?
No, I'm not doing a self promotion. It's just people that I'm associated with.
Okay.
So you
that's
doing your own
self-promotion.
form of shining and
But hold on. When I say I'm
Exactly.
when I say I'm associated with, you can go to the comment section and you'll see that I'm associated with and that I support it, right? Because I go through and I verify what's. I don't get nothing out of it though.
So
Okay,
we
I don't
can
get
say that
nothing. I don't
you're.
get nothing out of
We can
it.
say that you're. But
So
we
you
can
all
say
over
that
the
you're
damn
cloud
place.
chasing.
I'm not.
Okay, I got
How
a
am I
question.
cloud chasing?
I
Bro,
got a
it's
question
5
for him. I
o'clock.
got a
Hold on,
question.
it's 5 o'clock in the morning where I'm at, bro. How am I cloud chasing? I just opened up
All right.
YouTube and saw
Well, that
that
sound
stuff,
like
so
you
I
up.
commented.
It's 5 o'clock in the
You up
morning,
at
No,
nigga.
5 o'clock in the morning
it's
on
5 o'clock.
TV. That
Right,
sounds like
right.
cloud chasing. That sounds like cloud chasing.
Yeah, because I've
This
been
is what
I've
you
been working
said,
on the
brother.
computer.
Drop in the
Man,
chat.
how
Drop in the chat.
y'all sitting there cutting me off and telling me what I'm doing? All right.
Hey, man, this is what you said. I pray Almighty Yah punish y'all for this. That's what you said, nigga.
Of course.
Of
I really do.
course.
I really do.
I really want him to punish y'all for critiquing somebody because
It's
of your
not that
mind.
you're critiquing. It's because bro, people
Oh,
can
is that?
critique you.
Bro,
People can
nobody's
critique you from here to Timbuktu.
Uh-huh.
That's my
Okay.
point. You
People
can
have to
critique
critique
Oh,
you.
that's
anybody
You
not
know
your
that, right?
point.
because
Your
y'all
point
are all
was
way off. Y'all are all way
that's
off.
not.
Y'all are way off.
So what are we way
Y'all
off
are way
about?
off.
Mboti,
Question I'm
hold
gonna
on
go
real
to.
quick,
On
y'all.
everything,
Everybody stop.
on everything. Y'all
Hold
You
on.
haven't given us
He's
anything.
still yapping. He's still yapping. Bro, you said the Most High should punish us. That's what you said, man. That is some overly religious, dogmatic bullshit, and you know it. Because you see somebody critiquing someone else as black. Black people are not sacrament to the point where you can't fucking critique them. What is wrong with you?
Oh, I was muted. I was muted.
Yeah, I
Dang,
got a
bro, when
question
you
for you.
am I muted or what?
No, I got a question for you. Just stop
No, we
talking.
can hear you.
Just hear the question. Hold on, hold on, hold on. I
Bro,
got a
when y'all
question.
talk like that, man, y'all make people lose their thoughts, man, lose their train of thoughts.
All right, so hold on for a second. I got a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
So you said that we're all off, and you said everything. You're being general, making a general statement. I'd like for you to pinpoint something that we're wrong on, so we can get to it, and we can have a bill right here. What are we wrong on?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, first of all, like I said, bro, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. I just got off the close the computer and looked at my phone and saw that y'all are online. So I'm just gonna put that out right up front. All right.
What are we lying about?
All right. Hold on. Well, the first and foremost is like this. When you talk about DNA and stuff like that, like when you try to say that, I think somebody just said it. I might have just heard it like about it's about the haplotype or haplogroup, not about the skin color and stuff like that, right? And that's wrong right there.
How?
That's
Explain yourself.
Yeah, explain.
because you're right. It may not be about the skin color because a Hebrew could have had a white wife.
So
And
then
so
how
his
is that
first,
wrong?
hold on, let me finish, bro. Hold on, bro. So yeah, his first generation is mixed, and if his son is a Hebrew and his seed is still passing through another white wife, then the next generation gonna be white, right? So it's not about skin. I got that. But what y'all don't understand is that y'all don't understand how the Tanakh work and and what the covenant was,
Okay,
because
so what's
the
that?
covenant. Hold on, bro. God, damn, bro.
I'm just
All right,
asking
bro.
the question. What's that? What's that?
All
What's
right,
the
all right.
covenant?
So what did Moses say when he gave the law? He said that the third generation of those foreigners would do what? They would enter into the Congress, right? They would enter into the Congress. So it's like so that third generation is like naturalized citizens of the congregation, right?
But we
And
speak that
so
all the
hold
time.
on,
We
bro.
speak
Hold
to
on,
that.
bro.
But you're not
Goddamn, bro.
telling me anything that we don't do. We speak to that. We make sure
Hold
that
on, because you're
everybody
not letting me
understands and
build
we
up on
can
a
walk
point. You're
through
not
it.
letting me build up on a point. Like I
Okay.
said, it's fine. All right. So that's the first.
Stop real quick. This is what I'm gonna
Mhm.
do for you. This is the Mboti in Toto show. We're gonna let you say whatever the hell you want to say. Explain yourself. You got 3 minutes. Everybody going to the back.
Damn, I don't know if I can do that in 3 minutes like that, bro. We're talking about we're talking about
You got
4,000 years
3
of
minutes,
history.
brother. You
All right,
got
all
3
right. So,
minutes.
the first thing is that you're talking about 4,000 years of history from the Bronze Age, right, until the Mid Iron Age, right? And the fact is that we had a covenant and that we had a civilization, and that the people that were part of that covenant, the sign on them is that when they break that covenant, that they are going to go into chattel slavery, not a DNA haplotype, right? Not a DNA haplotype. Okay, the people that broke the covenant, the children of Israel that broke the covenant, was going to go into slavery. Okay, and so everyone, damn, sorry, but yeah, everyone who's going to be a descendant, it don't matter about whatever haplotype that you think that someone may have, because think about this: even your daughter, have an inheritance in the Israelite kingdom, and it wasn't like some spiritual inheritance. It was actually an inheritance of stuff, of land and possessions from her father, and she's not going to carry a Y chromosome either, right? And so even your daughter, she could have married to a foreigner because it wasn't illegal for them to marry, and still her sons from that foreigner would still be able to have part of his mama's inheritance. Okay, and so DNA it's excluding all this kind of stuff. That's the first thing. The second thing is that you guys don't even know where Ishmael's children are. You guys don't even know where Edom's children are. You guys don't even know where the real Canaanites are. You guys don't even know that the real Amorites, real Canaanites, is the ones that brought us in captivity. The Phoenicians, the Portuguese, the Spaniards. You guys don't even know what the Sephardics and those folks are. And that's my point. I mean, I can go on and on. This is 4,000 years of Tanakh history, and the DNA is just an oversimplification of thousands of years of wars and human migrations and things like that. And y'all don't even understand the DNA haplogroups. Y'all don't understand it because none of y'all are doing any kind of computational analysis. Y'all are going by what other people are telling y'all. Because if you look at, what was it, 2010? I called in before, bro, when I was in the States. I called in like last year when I got to the States. I'm back in Turkey right now, bro. Last year, what was that, Trombetta et al.? Didn't that completely obliterate I think it was, what was it, E1? Damn, I forgot which one it was. One of those subclads of E1B1. I think it merged a couple of them. So prior to 2010, someone that would have been your cousin is now your brother. Okay, and that was my point, and no one can explain that, and we don't know still if that's going to happen again, right? So that right there, you know, I mean, plenty of shit, bro. Like y'all, people calling white folks Edomites is wrong. People don't even know where the Hittites went. You know what I'm saying? People don't know where any of these Canaanite groups went that we was hanging out with, that we was mingling with. Don't know any of this shit, bro. That's why I'm saying that everybody's way off, bro. Way off. Did you mute me? Hey, was I muted the whole time, or did you guys hear me?
All right.
Was I muted the whole time? Did you guys actually hear me?
I heard everything you said. You got your 3 minutes now. Be quiet.
So hold on, bro. Hold on 1 second.
Stop. I gave you your 3 minutes. Damn. Most of the shit you said, we teach. We understand that you have other haplogroups amalgamated with the ancient Jewish cluster. You're not saying anything that we don't teach. We teach that. You did a lot of, pretty much superimposing what you think we teach. We teach that all the time. We teach about the mixed multitude. We teach about Jews not actually paternally descending from ancient Israelites. Where have you been? You don't listen to us. You haven't been studying or nothing on us. You haven't been researching what we talk about. Everything you said, for the most part, we teach here. So I'm going to let my brothers up, and you can't be quiet for 2 seconds. I was quiet for you for 3 minutes. Get off that damn Adderall, man. All right, do you brothers want to respond to what this brother was saying?
Man, I would love to, especially concerning the DNA aspect of Canaanites. And man, I wish I wrote down the things he said because I was doing other stuff too.
He said we don't know where the Canaanites are. We don't know where Ishmael is.
Slavery by the Canaanites. So
right.
He made a lot of claims that he has no evidence for, and we can sit up here and tell him, "Hey, pull the papers for that." Right?
You should, if you don't mind, can you pull up your stream right now and everything that he said? Can you like go back a little bit so we can address each point? That's the only way I can think of doing it, is if we open up the stream and we address his points.
Look, everybody in here, look, the brothers in the comments when you was going says, we know this already. This brother said he must not watch the show. What the hell is wrong with you, man?
Yeah, he really must not. Dang, I'm trying to think. So, all right, so he talked about, maybe I can pull up what he just said, because there was a lot of stuff, a lot of little things.
I feel like he missed most of this. He missed most of this show, so he didn't even catch the part where we talked about how different groups that were indigenous to the Levant region assimilated into Jewish culture, into other cultures. So he's sitting here talking about where did the Hittites go, and we explained it earlier.
Exactly. I'm pulling up my screen right now because I'm just gonna go back and play some of the things he said, and hopefully there won't be an echo. I'm thinking that there wouldn't be, but this is the best way I can think of addressing some of his points because I can't remember everything. Can you share my screen really quick?
Yeah.
Hopefully this won't create an echo. We'll see.
I don't see it. Oh yeah, I do.
Nah, Elkum, that was him trying to floss. He tried to say that he was flued out.
He was flued out.
All right, tell me if this echoes, if y'all can hear it.
You're talking about 4,000 years of history from the Bronze Age, right, until the Mid-Iron Age, right? And the fact is that we had a covenant and that we had a civilization, and that the people that were part of that covenant, the sign on them is that when they break that covenant, that they are going to go into chattel slavery.
Okay, so that's the first thing I like. Yeah, that's the first thing I like to address. So I'm guessing he's talking about Deuteronomy 28 and slavery and things like that. But the thing is,
actually he's not. Hold on, before you hold on. He's not talking about Deuteronomy 28. He's talking about that those who took into captivity or those who sin will become slaves, I guess, to us in the when we return to the land.
Okay, let me go back and let it play then. I may have paused it too soon.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Right, and the fact is,
Pause that. He's discussing Deuteronomy 29 when even a stranger that was among Israel was under the covenant. So he's saying since they were under the covenant, you already talked for yourself in both. You don't know how to shut the fuck up. That's your problem. Learn how to shut the fuck up and allow
listen.
others to speak. I let you get 3 minutes of fucking airtime. As soon as I said one word, you kept going. Get off the Adderall, man.
Get off the Adderall.
Oh, are you gonna tell the Most High to punch me because I'm talking to you harshly? Shut the fuck up, man. Anyway, in Deuteronomy 29, I believe it talks about everybody under that were there present, including the strangers that was amongst Israel, were under the covenant. So he's saying since they were under the covenant, they will also be under the curses. That's what he was saying.
Yeah, I agree with that. I guess we can touch on that. So yeah, I agree. Everybody that was at Mount Sinai, and even the Jews teach this too. Everybody that was at Mount Sinai would have received the law. They would have received the curses and the blessings if they did or didn't do what the Most High told them to do. So yeah, we agree with that. There would have been multiple haplogroups. There would have been E. There would have been J. There would have been probably even G and T. I'm going to touch on this when I get to my Exodus videos. They'll be coming out soon. But yeah, there would have been multiple haplogroups.
Any one of those men that when Moses sprinkled the blood and put them under the covenant, and he sprinkled the blood on them, any one of those men, regardless to what haplogroup they were under, they would have been under the law at that point.
Exactly. So does anybody else want to say anything to that before I play the video? All right, I guess so.
Is that we had a covenant and that we had a civilization, and that the people that were part of that covenant, the sign on them is that when they break that covenant, that they are going to go into chattel slavery, not a DNA haplotype, right? Not a DNA haplotype. Okay.
Okay, so we just addressed that part,
right?
Multiple haplogroups among the mixed multitude. So, no matter what haplogroup you have, yes, you'll go under the curse.
Right. Oh, you're misrepresenting me. Hold on real quick. You misrepresented me. Motherfucker, you said that verbatim, which we have no problem with.
This is why I'm playing back the video, so I don't misrepresent anything he says. I want to play the actual, like what he's saying.
And the DNA papers show that, RV88, amongst the Chadic people, they were taken into slavery as well when we came over on the ships. With Israel, if we're going by Deuteronomy 28, and us being brought across the world, scattered to the four corners, by ship. Haplogroup R was on the boats too. So if they were indeed part of the mixed multitude, generations later, they would still suffer under the curse. So, yeah. We don't have a problem with that.
And he just gonna skip the fact that
wait.
Jews were taken into slavery.
Oh, talk big, I'll be in the South. And do what?
Be in the South.
Run your fucking mouth? That's what you're gonna do? Run your mouth? You're not gonna do nothing, man. Stop playing tough on the internet.
He's mad because we're debunking each one of his points. But let's
tough ass. Like, what you want what you just on your repudiate shit talking about some the Most High punish y'all? You ain't gonna do shit but go back to Turkey, nigga. Stop playing, man. Go.
People that broke the covenant, the children of Israel that broke the covenant was going to go into slavery. Okay, and so everyone, everyone who's going to be a descendant, it don't matter about whatever haplotype that you think that someone may have, because think about this: even your daughter have an inheritance in the Israelite kingdom, and it wasn't like some spiritual inheritance. It was actually an inheritance of stuff, of land and possessions from her father, and she's not going to carry a Y chromosome either. Right?
All right, so I want to address this part. Yes, women do not carry a Y DNA haplogroup, but they still are the child of their father. Plus, women carry a mitochondrial haplogroup known as mtDNA, and that comes from their mother. So the whole idea. Everything that you're saying about when women don't carry a Y DNA, she's still the descendant of her father, and definitely the descendant of her mother through the mtDNA. So that part, I don't get what you're trying to prove. Like,
right, and just to make that to make what Avery says short and simple, we've never taught that women can't inherit anything. So I don't know where you get that from.
exactly, like,
So just to make it
she's
short
still,
and sweet.
yeah.
right? And so even your daughter, she could have married to a foreigner because it wasn't illegal for them to marry, and still her sons from that foreigner would still be able to have part of his mama's inheritance. Okay, and so DNA is it's excluding all this kind of stuff.
DNA does not exclude the
Wow.
stuff; it literally validates it.
Exactly. How does it exclude it? That don't make no sense.
That's the first thing. The second thing is that you guys don't even know where Ishmael's children are. You guys don't even know where Edom's children are. You guys don't even know where the real Canaanites are.
All right, so when it comes to Ishmael, Midianites, Moabites, Ammonites, Edomites, we would say that those groups, all those groups and more, would descend from, or excuse me, not descend, would have subclades of haplogroup E, because we say that Shem is haplogroup DE, and we would put the Ishmaelites, the Moabites, the Ammonites, the Israelites, all the other ites under the subclades of haplogroup E. So we have a pretty good idea. We narrowed down pretty much 95% of the planet of who could these groups be. We narrowed it down by saying it's going to be haplogroup E. That's pretty good if you ask me. Now I'm going to go back a little bit because you said something about the Canaanites. I want to get that part. So
children are. You guys don't even know where Edom's children are. You guys don't even know where the real Canaanites are.
Oh, excuse me. He said we don't know where the Edomites are and where the Moabites and Ammonites. So this is where oral history comes into play. According to various Jewish texts, there is a belief that Edom, some Edomites could have settled in the Balkans. Interestingly enough, there are haplogroup E subclades in the Balkans, in the Greek areas, in Italy and stuff like that. Those subclades of E actually could be Edomites. There's also narratives in North Africa of Moabites settling there. There's a Berber tribe called the Mozabites, and they have a particular subclade of haplogroup E. And according to Jewish tradition and Arab tradition, and even certain Berber traditions, there are North African groups that descend from Levantine populations, Moabites, and people like that from the Jordan. And genetically, a lot of North Africans do have Levantine DNA. So we actually have a pretty good idea of who some of these groups are in terms of DNA and oral tradition. So yes, we can make a pretty good argument. So let me play.
Sorry. You guys don't even know that the real Amorites, real Canaanites, is the ones that brought us in captivity. You guys don't even know where Edom's children are. You guys don't even know where the real Canaanites are. You guys don't even know that the real Amorites, real Canaanites, is the ones that brought us in captivity.
All right, so now to address this part, you said that we don't know who the real Canaanites are. Interestingly enough, quite a few genetic papers came out, but there's one particular genetic paper that's the best, in my opinion, came out called I think it's called the Genomic History of the Southern Levant or something like that. And they actually tested quite a few Canaanite remains from in that paper. And what we discovered in that paper is that a lot of these Canaanites had Hurrian onostomatics. I may have mispronounced that, but basically they had a lot of Hurrian names and cultures and custom. And a lot of these graves, these Canaanite graves, particularly had haplogroup J, J1 and J2, mainly JP58. So going off these Canaanite burial sites in the Levant, we can pretty much make a safe bet that the frenemies, the friends and the enemies of the Israelites, would have been the J marker Canaanites in the Levant. And I can pull that paper up if you want. But yeah, Canaanites were J markers. And there's a way to make it all make sense in a biblical idea, but I'm not going to do that right now. I'll make a video on the Canaanites in the future. Let me play this.
Judges 3 and 5.
The Phoenicians, the Portuguese, the Spaniards. You guys don't even know what the
Pause that, because he basically said a bunch of stuff. Hold on real quick. So when you go to Chronicles 2 and then from there, if you go to Judges 3 and 5, we talked about this before, that you have non-lineal Israelites, meaning they don't descend from any of the 12 tribes, amongst the Israelites. Like, this is not a secret. We've taught this before. This guy obviously is not aware of what we teach here on the channel. So First Chronicles 2, it tells you about Ishmaelite within one of the sons of Judah. Here it is right here. One of the sons of Judah. Right, was one of from Ram, son of Hezron. So Ram was the father of Aminadab, Aminadab the father of Nahashon, the leader of the people of Judah. Nahashon was the father of Salmon, Salmon the father of Boaz, Boaz the father of Obed, and Obed the father of Jesse. Jesse was the father of Eliab, and the second son was Abinadab, the third son Shemaiah, the fourth Nathaniel, and Radai, the sixth Ozim, and the seventh David. Their sisters were Zeruiah and Abigail. Zeruiah's three sons were Abishai, Joab, and Asahel. Abigail was the mother of Amasa. Amasa, whose father was Jether, the Ishmaelite. Right? This is listed in the Chronicles of Judah, in the lineage of Judah. Right? So we already understand that. There's another scripture that's in the same verse that talks about an Egyptian being a progenitor of a lineage of that's within Judah. So no one's confused on that. Never have been, and we never will be. We teach this. The hell wrong with you? All right. Let me see if I can find the one about the Egyptian. Give me a minute.
the mixed multitude, Numbers, and Exodus, those verses.
So these
pretty
yeah. Right. So these are the sons of Jeremiel. Right. And the son of Jeremiel, firstborn of Hezron, Ram is firstborn, Benai, Oran, and Azim, and Ahijah. If you go down here, it says Shishon had no sons, only daughters. He had an Egyptian servant named Jarha. Shishon gave his daughter in marriage to his servant Jarha, and she bore him Attai. And Attai was the father of Nathan. Nathan was the father of Sabad the father of Ephal. Ephal the father of Obed. Obed the father of Jehu. Jehu the father of Azariah. Azariah the father of Heliz. Heliz the father of Elisai. So on and so forth. The point is, an Egyptian servant comes into the lineage of the sons of Hezron, which is the son of Judah. So we understand that. You probably didn't understand that.
Yep. And as you can see, we're addressing each one of your. My bad. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but you know
No,
what
I
I'm
was
saying.
just saying.
It just shows where his head is at, because he's still in the chat talk about you ain't let me answer. You know, like instead of just listening and trying to see what it is we teach, because everything so far we agree with you on, just about. You know,
We're
but
addressing each one of
you're
his
so in
points.
your right, and you're so in your feelings that you can't even sit still and just try to take some of this in, because everything that you said that we don't teach or we don't know, we've taught on this channel.
Yeah, we're debunking each one of his points.
Yeah.
Right. So Judges 3 and 5 says the Israelites lived among the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites. They took daughters in marriage and gave their own daughters to their sons and served their gods. So that would mean that you would have Canaanite, Y chromosomes, horizontal. What's the other ones? Perizzites, Hittites, Amorite, Y chromosome DNA introduced into the gene pool of the Jewish people, according to this. So we understand that. We done brought this out to ad nauseum on the channel. Go ahead.
The only thing I can think of now is to make playlists that specifically so people can go to them. But can you go back to my screen really quick? I think it makes one last point, and then we'll be done addressing his points.
Parties and those folks are, and that's my point. I mean, I can go on and on. This is 4,000 years of Tanakh history, and the DNA is just an oversimplification of thousands of years of wars and human migrations and things like that. And y'all don't even understand the DNA haplogroups. Y'all don't.
We don't understand the DNA haplogroups. When Yeshua brings you back up, I want you to go in on that, because we have a pretty good idea of not to boast or anything, but we've studied this stuff. But I'll let it keep playing.
Understand it, because none of y'all are doing any kind of computational analysis. Y'all are going by what other people are telling y'all. Because if you look at, what was it, 2010? I called in before, bro, when I was in the States. I called in like last year when I got to the States. I'm back in Turkey right now, bro. Last year, what was that, Trombetta et al.? Didn't that completely obliterate I think it was, what was it, E1? Damn, I forgot which one it was. One of those subclass of E1B1. I think it merged a couple of them. So
when you say things like this, you need to give us the actual paper, because what you're saying right here, I don't know what you're talking about. E1, B1, and then A merging. Like, what do you mean? Like, what
yeah.
paper? Bring the paper, because I have no clue what you're talking about.
Actually, I do know what he's trying to refer to, but the dumbass won't let nobody else speak when he's on a damn panel. I know what you're trying to refer to. He's talking about E1, B1A, E1, B1B, and E1, B1C. Then they merged E1, B1C with E1, B1A. That's what he's talking about.
Oh, that's what he's talking about? Okay.
E1, that's what he has to be talking about, because he brought up Trombetta. We know the material.
Yeah, all they did was change the lettering. It's not that big of a deal. I think they called it
in Bolte, hold on real quick. In Bolte, you can fucking leave. You can leave. I don't give a damn. We got your audio clip already of what you said, and we're responding to what you said. Now, when you have E1, B1A, E1, B1C, they said E1, B1C is actually E1, B1A2. Right? All right, man. Well, bye. Get the fuck out of here, man. And who else want to get the fuck out of here too with him? Israelite Jules, you got 1 minute to join the panel.
Oh, he's back. I didn't know Israelite Jules was back.
You got 1 minute to join the panel, and you better allow us to speak.
Yeah, that's true.
How the hell you gonna come on our panel and then not allow us to speak? What the hell wrong with y'all? Show ass on somewhere, man. Goofy, bruh. Anyway, you got
so I think my bad. Go ahead.
Israelite Jules, you got 1 minute to come on the panel.
Open knowledge said, "Don't kick me out."
No, I ain't gonna kick it. Open the knowledge out.
He good. You good. Yeah, you good. Nobody gonna kick you out.
Let's see.
So I guess we'll just wait. But I think we addressed all of his points. I can play some of it.
He said we didn't know who the Canaanites were when we have read paper after paper on who the Canaanites are. We know who they are.
I addressed that. They had J markers, the Levantine populations, Hurrians, and all that. Let me see if there's any more. I'm just gonna, while we wait, I'm just gonna.
We see you open analogy on.
Prior to 2010, someone that would have been your cousin is now your brother. Okay, and that was my point.
Wait, what does he mean by somebody would have been your cousin, have been your brother? What is he saying about that? Let me go back.
I think he's referring to E1B1A split into E1B1A1 and E1B1A2.
Okay.
I think that's what he's talking about.
All right, EP2. Yeah.
No, not EP2, but E1B1A and E1B1A2.
Okay.
My camera off now, shoot.
Say what?
I'm in the car driving. I can cut my camera off. I'm in the car driving.
Yeah, you can turn your camera off. All you gotta do is hit that stop cam.
I bet. Peace to the fam too. 1,000 pounds.
Peace.
Shalom, bro.
Shalom.
All right, we're gonna see if
no one can explain that, and we don't.
My bad. Go ahead.
The brothers in the back. We're gonna see if he can shut the fuck up and allow other people to speak. The minute you show you cannot show decorum, your ass is out of here. All right, you're on the panel.
Hey, you were talking to me?
Yes, I was talking to you.
All right, what's your name?
Yashub.
Hey, bro, can you show me a little bit more respect? Because I'm a grown man and I'm
well,
a
you
Hebrew
need to
just
show
like you are,
us
bro.
respect, bro, to get respect.
I'm showing you respect, brother. I'm showing you respect.
Hold on real quick. Hold on. Let me say this. Because earlier you would not let anybody else speak. I gave you the floor, and you opened with saying, I hope the Most High punish you. That's respect.
Yeah, that's respect.
All right, man. Go to another channel.
All right, let's go.
I'm not dealing with the idiocy, bro. That's idiocy. That's respect. Fuck out of here, man. What else y'all want to talk about?
The Israelite Jews join yet? Israelite Jews, are you gonna join the
you got
panel?
30 seconds, Israelite Jews.
Yeah, come on up. All right.
Nobody's looking for you to bow down, man. Go sit down somewhere, man. So somebody just kick this dude off the channel, out the chat. Just kick him out. Somebody just get rid of him, period. I don't even want to see his
Israelite
text.
Jews or the other guy?
No. Mbutu.
He done. Israelite Jews, your ass done too, man. You fried. Fuck out of here. You gonna come here talking about respect and you get the most I need to punish y'all. Fuck out of here, bro.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Get out of here, man. Yeah, it is comedy. It is Comedy Central. Ghost 99. It's very comical. Open and knowledge.
They forget that commenting is it's a privilege. It's not a right.
Not a right, man. Y'all got upset because we said something about Ron Dalton, and you don't think people should say anything about black people, no matter how egregious their statements are. The brother demarcated a whole people, man.
When does constructive criticism start becoming bad for us?
Well, when you're in a cult, all constructive criticism is bad. You don't want anybody to say anything against your cult leaders and your religious belief and perspective.
Bro, I got younger people underneath me that can tell me they see something wrong, and I can take that in heed, and I got to build off that.
I'm gonna let the brother back up here. Y'all can discuss with him, but the brother gotta be honest. He gotta be honest. He think over talking people, saying the Most High gonna punish us is respect. Lunacy. Y'all got it. And Bo, you back on. Go ahead.
Shoot, my bad. I was muted. Yeah, I'll address that. What I said, bro. That was a comment. I hopped in bed and just wrote that comment. That was just a text comment, bro. And you're tripping over that. But now we're talking to each other. That's why I'm saying, can you show me some respect? It's just a fucking comment. You know what I'm saying? God damn, dude.
Well, what I said was.
So let me.
Hold on, son. What I said was just a fucking statement. You bow the fuck down.
Well, okay. I didn't say bow down, bro. I never said to you bow down. I don't want you to bow down to me. Trust me.
You said that.
No, I said calm down. I said calm down.
You said bow down, man. You want me to
rewind? Just rewind it. Yeah, just rewind it.
All right. Hey, Avery, pull that clip, man, and rewind it 30 seconds.
All right. So we're going to.
I talk about me bowing down to you. I'm not. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm not gonna bow down to you if that's what you're thinking. But I'm not. I don't want you to bow down to me either.
Hold on.
Nobody's expecting you to bow down to anybody.
Hey, but talk to this man, Sean.
Right, go ahead.
Yeah, give me a second with him.
Here, I'm trying to find that thing I was talking about with Trumpet et al. for you guys. But I don't really want to. Go ahead.
Hold on. I'm going to pull up.
I was just speaking.
All right, bro.
I was just speaking about you. Listen. So you came up here and you said a lot of things that were we just falsified all of them because you said that we don't know this, we don't know that. You don't know anything that we teach here. You decided to go because it's apparent, and you can tell me you listened to us before, maybe once or twice, but no, you don't go through any of our videos. You don't know what we do here, right? We just sat here and went through what you said, what we know, and what we don't know. And you're in the back because you feel you need to answer to what we were critiquing. We gave you 3 minutes, and we took that 3-minute snips and we broke it down. But you're in the back, in the chat, saying, "Oh, you won't let me answer because you're scared," and all of this. Did you take the time out to listen to anything we said?
Nah, remember he said he had just hopped on.
You want me to answer?
No, I'm talking about. Yeah, you can answer. Just now, when we were going
over. I was listening to what the other guy was talking. I was listening to him, and that's why I was kind of saying, "Yeah, let me answer some things."
But you already. There's nothing. There's nothing to answer.
There was 3 minutes.
There were nothing to. You gave us 3 minutes of your spiel about. See, you're not listening to what I'm saying. You gave us 3 minutes of your spiel of what we don't teach and what we don't know. and then we demarcated everything that you said. We made it clear on our stance. Did you hear any of our stances?
I heard everything that you guys said, and that's why it's time for me to come back to clarify, because
Okay,
obviously
go
you
ahead.
guys are misunderstanding. All right, and it's gonna be kind of hard because how many minutes have passed, bro? Okay, so first of all, like regarding the E1B1A stuff I was talking about, I was referring to that Trombetta et al. Paper. Here, I got it open right now on my computer, and it's a new topology of the human Y chromosome haplogroup E1B1. You guys know about, everyone knows about that. But it says here like 3 lineages E1B1A or E-M2, E1B1B, and E1B1C were included in the genealogy presented by Carfet et al. To gain a better understanding, structure, blah, blah, blah. Let's see, hold on. I gotta find the exact part, but it says at some point it says that 3 lineages were merged into one. Yeah, it says, let me see. Can't remember exactly
But why
what it
would
was
that
'cause
be
I
a
haven't read it in
problem?
like a year.
You need to
Okay,
make sure you're specific too.
Okay.
And
Right. So can
yeah.
I?
But why would that
Let
be a
him show
problem
the
if they took
screen,
3 clades?
49er.
Well, can I
Let him show his
Hold on.
screen.
explain it? Well, I'm on my phone right now. I'm talking to you guys on my phone. I'm working. I'm reading on my computer.
All right, I'll
But
pull it up. Just tell me what page
yeah,
number. I'll pull it up. What's the name of the
yeah,
paper?
it's just type Trombetta et al. E1B1A in Google, and it should pull it up. It's been a while since I read this paper. It's been like a year since I addressed it. But let me figure out exactly where it's saying it.
But why would there be a problem if they're taking 3 different clades of E and putting them all under one category? 3
Yeah, you
different
need to tell
Because
us
say
what it's saying,
E1B1A, E1B1B, and E1B1B.
because it's showing that
Say
at some point
E1B1A2.
it's showing that up until this research was
Share my
done,
screen.
there was an inaccuracy in the granularity of the tree here. That's
Where
what
does
it's
it say
showing.
that there was
So
an inaccracy? Where does it
well,
say that?
it's obvious that
Right.
there's an
It said
accuracy. It was.
is in a
Let me find. I gotta find out exactly where it is. Because
Share my screen.
like I said, I called in a year ago and asked this question, like genuinely asked this question, like a
It's
year or
not
so
that it's
ago last summer.
inaccurate. What they're doing is they're just saying, okay, instead of us separating.
No, they found a common marker between the two that caused them to include the other subclass into E1B1A.
But you need to tell me why you don't
Why
like
is this an
that.
issue? Yeah, why is this?
Because
I'm not understanding that.
my point is, okay, so my point is this, is that then before they could have been, let's just say theoretically, they could have been considered cousins, but now that they found a common marker between the two, they're now moved and merged
If
into
you
the
listen,
same.
so if
And well, bro,
they're
you talk about
basically
cutting off
saying
and you're cutting
we
me
don't
off.
need. This is what I'm talking about. You're not listening. Stop, bro. Just
Hey
stop for
man,
a second.
hey bro, come
Stop.
on.
Just stop for a second.
You guys are doing what you're accusing
Listen,
me of
I'm
doing.
trying to explain to you. I'm trying to explain to you why they would take these 3. If you're saying that there were 3, they find that there was a commonality. First of all, they're all E, so there would be some commonality. They are saying we don't need to break up all of these. We don't need to break up these 3. Break up this particular clade, or have E1B1A, E1B1B, E1B1A2. We can just absorb them back together. Basically, why? Because they find a common.
Okay.
It's not an error. They're just saying that we don't
I didn't
necessarily
say there
have
was
to
an
break
error.
them up
I
into
didn't
these
say there was an
error.
error in that sense.
Okay.
Okay, can I say something now, bro? Because I found out where it is. Okay, so it says here, and I can't see your screen because I'm on my. Okay, yeah, it's in the abstract actually. It's towards the bottom with the what is it? The mutations B38 and B100, right? Where you see E1B1C
There it is.
and E1B1A and E1B1C are now, they were twin haplogroups, and now they're united into one. I don't even know if that would have been considered twins, but they're united because of the new mutations that were found, the B38 and the B100.
In Boti, real quick. That's what I said. E1B1C and E1B1A was merged. I already knew what you was referring to. Now, today it's E1B1A and E1B1C is no longer called E1B1C because of they have that commonality, the V100, as you see on the screen.
Right, the V38 and V100, correct.
Now they're E1B1A too. I knew exactly what you were talking about and referring to.
I know, bro, and I called in a year ago. And by the way, if you check your email, you'll see that like a year ago I emailed you asking about sources on find sources on Kush in Africa because I've never
Well,
found a
hold on.
Kush.
Before we go into
Oh, bro,
Kush and all
I'm
that,
just trying to show this brother that I did contact him a year ago and talk to him about this a year ago.
yeah,
That's all I'm
yeah, I
trying to do.
get it. But what's the issue though? I'm trying to figure out
Okay, my point. Okay,
because you
so
try to
my
use
point.
it as a gotcha
All right.
moment. But where's the gotcha?
No, there's no gotcha, bro. I'm not trying to have a gotcha moment on you guys. Like really. All right. So my point is this: is that up until this paper was released, that means that we were wrongly classifying a group of people. Their relationship to one another was wrongly classified. That's my whole point. And when this paper was released, because of those two mutations that were discovered, we have now made them essentially siblings or essentially the same group. That's my point. Is that, and I'll be real fast. We're not doing the computational analysis here. Other people are doing it for us, and we're just accepting what they do.
You
That's all I'm
do
saying.
know the fact it's not that. All right. So what this paper is saying, they're still all related for one part. So you do
I
understand
know
that, right? It's not
that.
like
I know,
saying
bro.
that they're completely
Bro, I got a
different.
master's degree in computer science, bro. I speak foreign languages. Come
Bro,
on,
don't
bro.
pull the tail.
Like,
Don't pull the tail, bro. Don't pull the tail.
I'm not
Let's
pulling the
just stick
tail,
with the
bro. I'm just
information.
saying,
Let's just stick
damn,
with
bro.
the
I'm not an
information.
idiot.
At the end of the day,
Nobody said
it's
you are an
all still
idiot, but
related.
you're not allowing anybody to. You're not allowing. We understand what you're saying. We're not
And
saying
I
that you're
understand what you're
wrong
saying.
here. So, all right then. So just give us a moment. Nobody's treating you like, you know what I'm saying? You read something. You explained to us what you read. Now give us a chance to go into it. That's it.
Yeah, exactly. So, dude, at the end of the day, it's all still related. You're acting like they're completely like not real. Like you're acting like they're saying that at one point they weren't related, but now it's saying that they are related. That's
No,
what I'm
brother.
trying
No,
to hear
brother.
from you. Like,
But
I'm
like
that's
not
what I
saying that,
heard from
brother.
you because I
Wait,
said
wait,
the same
look.
thing too. I said the
Well,
same
brother,
thing
let
to
me,
him too. Like
brother,
I
it's
can
still,
see the
please,
it's,
issue.
it's still haplogroup E. Like it's still
brother.
E1B1.
exactly, it's
Right,
still
right,
Brother.
right.
all
It's
haplogroup E.
still
So let me
right.
say something to you guys, please. Let me say this
Wait,
to
wait,
you.
wait.
Okay.
I can understand the issue. They're being a big kerfuffle about this. If it were like saying that they found a connection between J and E, they're brothers now. Like I
Exactly.
can understand, but you're talking about two E clades that were already closely related being
Later
found to be
anyway.
closer related.
Okay.
Right.
So
Exactly.
if the same thing happened to, like, let's say, so this is E1B1A being merged with E1B1C. Now let's say the same thing happened to like E1B1B, right?
They're all still brothers, bro.
It's the
They're all
whole
still
Okay,
right.
brothers.
I
We
get it.
wouldn't have a
Oh,
problem with that.
listen, listen.
Wait.
You guys are
Listen, listen. No. Listen.
I'm
It's the same way when we say, listen, please, listen. It's the same when we say people try to make E1B1A Israel and they try to make E1B1B Edomite. We don't see it like that. We say because of how mutations happen, there could be Israelites with E1B1A and E1B1B. There could be Edomites with E1B1A and E1B1B, right? So basically, we're saying that it doesn't make a difference. These are all E clades, and you know how mutations happen. So we would agree. We wouldn't have a problem with that. I'm trying to get where you're going with this.
Yeah, this
no,
isn't a
and
big
actually, let
like
me say something.
let me make
That
a
was
quick point.
that
Let
was
me
a
make
more
a real quick point.
satisfactory.
Hold on,
What
hold on.
can I
Let me
say?
make
Can
But
I
we've been
concede something,
saying that.
bro? Damn, let me concede,
let,
bro. I'm gonna say
let
We've
me
something.
been
let me
saying
make
that.
this last point and I'll let you go. But basically what we're saying is there's really not a big issue. At the end of the day, E1B1B, E1B1A, E1B1C, they all descend from E-P2, which is E1B1. They're all still cousins, brothers, all that stuff. There's not a big issue.
Right. And I will say this other brother that spoke before you, he made a good point, and that's worth conceding to. But what I'm saying is this, guys. Even if you don't say that E1B1A is Israel, you still don't know if you're actually right on your mappings of E1B1A to, or whatever subclass of E1B1A to Israel, or whatever other E1B1B subs, blah blah blah. You guys don't know that
Can
either.
you clarify that?
That's
I don't quite get what you're saying.
Well,
Clarify a
I'm
little bit
building off
more.
what this brother just said to me. He said that,
But that's not an issue either. You're still looking for gotcha moments. That's not
I'm
an
not for
issue.
I'm not
sure.
looking
We,
for a
we don't.
gotcha moment, bro.
All right. We
I
don't have a
actually, I
problem.
would love to get past this one so I can move to my
All
next
right, but
question for you guys.
you're pretty much staying on the same topic.
But
You
I'm not
just
on
took
like a
what I
gotcha
said.
thing.
I'm
All right.
still
Well, you
confused.
just took what I said and trying to put a spin on it. We don't
No,
know, right? Because
no, bro.
we can't name. We already agreed on that. We can't say that this one is this and this one is that, or what subclades is exactly who, Edomite, Ishmael, Elam. all of these different people. We don't know, right? We don't know, but we know that the Afro-Asiatic haplogroup D and E are Semitic. For the most part, this is what we do know. All right. Even though there's it could be a margin of error, right? Because we're dealing with science here. So it could be a margin of error, but for the most part, this is what the science, the evidence points to. This is what the evidence points to.
Well, and
Sean, well, you know when we dealing with science, we dealing with theory.
Can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
So, like, that's another thing that I said before is regarding the computational analysis. We're not running any algorithms to actually group these polymorphisms and short tandem repeats and stuff. We're not doing that. Other people are doing that, and we're just going based on what they're saying.
Wait, can
Like
you
I've
pause?
offered,
What do you mean?
for example, I've written in comments in other channels to say that, hey, if someone wants to work with me, we can do. I'll help. We can do this. We can write the algorithms and stuff like that.
Wait,
But
can you pause though?
okay,
What do you
right.
mean by other people? Are you saying like white people, or what do you mean by other people?
Bro, it doesn't matter
Why is
who
it?
it is.
Why
I'm
is it
saying
an issue?
I'm saying
He's just saying people
Why
in
is it?
general.
I'm saying
Why is it
people in
an
general, bro.
issue?
Yeah, but
Why
he's
is
just
it an
saying
issue?
people in general.
Because if it's an issue, because we still have people telling us that no, we're not Israelites in the first place. Other people are telling us that we're not Israelites, and we have to be able to defend that in the court of international law or international
What
international
does
court.
that have to do with haplogroups though? Like,
Well, you just asked me, bro. You just asked me. Like you're trying to get me to say that, oh, because it's white people's research. I'm not gonna say that, bro. You know what I'm saying? I'm born in '86, bro. You know what I'm saying? I went to integrated schools.
Yeah,
So,
but I'm
like,
trying to
you
get
know,
why does it matter if other people are giving us this information? And really, it's not even other people giving us this information. I mean, you can do the research too.
well, this is
But
Trombetta.
why is
I
that
think
an
he's
issue?
Italian.
Who?
All
What do you
right,
mean by other
so
people? Though?
I think that we
Yeah,
should.
he's
I think that
Italian.
we should slow. Yeah, I think we should slow this down a little bit. Hold on, Evie. Let's not get into a back and forth of trying to like, you know what I'm saying. Let's not drag each other through the mud because it seems like we're making some progress here. So let's slow it down again. So I get what you're saying. You're saying that people are trying to demarcate us, period, as Israel. So my answer to that would be, well, that's why we are choosing to take DNA and try to place it and harmonize it with Scripture. Can we do it perfectly? No, because this is a work in progress. Now I get also that you're saying that you're willing to work on doing the computational analysis basically, and you write programs and you was looking for people to help you out. If anybody wants to join, that's cool. I don't know if anybody here would do it with you. You know what I'm saying? We do, most of the brothers that well, I would say have some kind of a computer science background. Um, probably didn't finish, like I didn't finish school, um, college. I didn't get a degree in computer science, but I if you find somebody to help you out with this, that's cool. But our problem was that when you got here, like you just started telling us what we do and do not know. And that was very unfair because you don't listen to us enough to know that. And a lot of everything that you was explaining, we already dealt with. We got lessons on it. But I'm
You
gonna
want
let
me
you
to
go ahead.
respond to that?
Yeah, I want you to finish. No, well, not you don't necessarily have to respond to that. I want you to talk about what you said you would like to do with the computations and how you could work that and you know what we should be doing or what we should move forward to now that we understand the science, right? Because we read it, we go through the studies, we know the science. Tell us how you would go about creating this algorithm for the computations and what it would take. I'm very
I mean,
interested to hear
like,
that.
yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you. It's not like my top priority because I'm more interested in actual verifying the story, the Tanakh history,
Oh,
right?
but you brought it up. That's why I asked. You made it seem like that's
Right,
something you wanted
right.
to do.
I mean, if someone was willing to do it, then sure, man. I'm sitting on the
Oh,
computer right now.
okay.
I'm saying I can do it if someone's willing to. I think I do have a couple of what do they? I forgot what they even call those things.
Mhm.
In Boti, there are people willing to do it. They're called genetics. Hold on real quick, y'all. They're called geneticists like Trombetta, Primer, Johnny.
Well, hey, bro.
They're doing the work.
Well, what I'm saying is this. What I'm saying is this. Well, let me. Hey, do you mind if I comment, bro?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you speak unabated. What I'm saying is there's a whole group of people known as geneticists that formulate this, characterize it, and actually sequence the DNA. They already do that. Now, if someone wants to be a part of that, they will have to go to school, get the necessary training, so they can have the skills to even go into that part. What we deal with is the published science. This is what's on the screen, the published science. If you don't have your own genetic research team, then what is the point? You're just throwing things out there, and this is my perspective of what you're doing, to kind of cast doubt in the established resources, which I don't know why you would do that.
Exactly.
Well, I'm not doing that, but I mean, because honestly, I started off believing exactly the stuff that you guys are teaching, and I know that people keep accusing me of not listening to you guys, but I stayed subscribed to you guys for a few years. I just don't listen to you guys very much because I'm less interested in the DNA stuff at this point than I am in verifying the Tanakh history and the stuff that we can see, read in the Tanakh itself, right? And so that's why I was going to ask you guys. Can you guys even tell, like, or I don't want to say it like that, it's kind of like I'm accusing you guys, but can someone tell me, like, when was the covenant actually broken that it got us to end up in chattel slavery in the first place? Because the curse in Deuteronomy 28 is for breaking the covenant.
All right, so let me answer this. First of all, we don't go by Deuteronomy 28:68 to identify anybody. But when was it broken? The scriptures tell you, I believe, Deuteronomy 15, whenever you transgress, right, against the covenant, which has happened in several epochs of time. It's not just one time. The covenant was transgressed by the ancient Israelites. They were warned by the Most High, and the Most High said, I will turn my back on you, right? And they fell to the Assyrians. Then they fell to the Babylonians. Then they fell to the Romans. Like, this is not a one-time occurrence. It's
do you mind if
it's cyclic.
Can you qualify? I just want to hear to qualify the two of them, the Assyrians and the Babylonians.
And Tahuti.
And don't forget the Persians, the Greeks, and then the Romans.
Well, the Persians brought them back from the Babylonian captivity.
Yeah, but don't forget in the book of Esther, there was people who wanted to kill all the Jews.
That's debatable whether or not that's really should be in the Tanakh in the first place.
Well, Jeremiah actually quotes the curses or some of the curses in Deuteronomy. If you go to the book of Jeremiah, showing you that those curses are meant to be cyclic. They're not supposed to be a one-time occurrence. It happens over and over again whenever those punishments are enacted.
All right. So can I in good heart read something to you guys from Jeremiah, since you mentioned that?
But before you read that, I got to tell you, Shub, this. You see the comment you shoot by I guess that's Eliyahu. I don't know. It has a pair with a. Do you want to bring that person on stage or what?
He says, does YAP game believe Yah is tracking DNA to determine who is old, the promises made to Jacob? If not, what are Yah's criteria? No, that has nothing to do with anything. Promises have nothing to do with anything with DNA. DNA just elucidates ancestry. We're trying to get down to who would fit, who we would call the descendant of Jacob. We're trying to make an argument for that. It has nothing to do with your theology. It has nothing to do with whether you believe in the Most High or promises or whatnot. Elihu, the advocate.
All right.
Basically, who was in the proto-Israelite cluster? Who was there?
Right. That's what we use genetics for.
And I think that brothers get upset because, they get in their feelings about DNA. Like, we were challenged some time ago to do this, and now we're doing a deep dive. Some people are finding out, opposite, or they want to just brush DNA off, like don't bother with DNA, because of the because you have to follow the law, statute, and commandment. We're not saying that you don't have to follow anything. We're not saying that salvation is incumbent upon your DNA. It's your walk that your salvation is that determines your salvation. What we're doing is we're trying to help Israel add another argument to prove who we are. Y'all just don't get it. Y'all want us to get on Berean channel and all these other and debate all these other people, the Kemet people and all this with strictly Bible, and y'all get stuck. You get stuck.
100%.
You get stuck. You have to add other things. You have to add material culture. You have to do language. You have to, DNA. You have to have a full body of work of different disciplines that you can take, and you can attack anybody or fend off anybody that demarcates you as a part of world Jewry. We've been saying this for over and over, and we keep getting brothers coming up here and asking these questions and making it seem like, well, DNA don't mean nothing. No, we're not saying that it's incumbent upon your salvation. We're helping giving your argument. Now, some brothers will say, well, we don't need all that. All we need is the Bible. Well, you keep taking your behind over there on Berean's channel and on Garfield's channel and everybody else's channel with your scripture and see how many times you get stuck.
They say that, then they always pull up the Khazar card. There ain't no Khazars in the Bible.
There's actually so there is Ashkenaz in the Bible, in the Old
Yeah,
Testament.
there's the word Ashkenaz, but there's no Khazar.
No, what I mean is, no, I can prove to you guys that Ashkenaz was, I can tell you exactly when Ashkenaz actually invaded and came into our heritage.
Using the Bible?
Yes. I'll do it right
but
now.
not Khazar. You can't use the word Khazar.
No, not the Khazars, bro. I live in Turkey. I speak Turkish. I'm fluent in Turkish. I know, not the Khazars. Not the Khazars. I'm talking about Ashkenaz.
The culture.
Okay. No, I'm very serious. So if you look in the Scythians, just look it up in the encyclopedia or look on Wikipedia, and if you look in their role as part of the confederation that first took down Assyria around 637 BCE, right? Along with the Medes and the Babylonians, they took down Assyria. They destroyed Nineveh, completely destroyed the Assyrian Empire, and then fast forward, they began to invade Judah's territory, and they siege Jerusalem, and it culminates in 586, the siege of Jerusalem, 586. Now, if you look at the Chaldean dynasty, their army was made up of Scythians, and those Scythians were very powerful. If you look at the Scythians and how far they reached, they went all the way into Egypt, and the Pharaoh of Egypt had to actually pay them off, had to pay them gold to get them to not destroy Egypt. It's even on Wikipedia. That's the Scythians.
Everything you're using is non-Bible, though. This is extra.
Well, no. Okay, let me say it then. No, I'm looking in the Bible right now in 2 Kings 25. Okay, if you look at 2 Kings 25, what you have is a couple things. I was going to ask you guys about this, actually. Let's see. Let me see where to start. I don't want to read too much. Yeah. Well, okay. So in the 2 Kings 25, let's say where exactly? There's some point where Nebuchadnezzar, he destroys Jerusalem and he takes all of the palace, the people from the palace, he takes them into Babylon. I think it was like a few thousand, right? But if you continue reading in 2 Kings chapter 25, you'll see that there is a coup d'etat attempt where they killed the puppet king that Nebuchadnezzar had set on the throne. And in fear of retaliation from that, all the people, they left, including the army, including the captain. I'm gonna try to find, okay, yeah, it's 2 Kings 25:23. It says, and when all the captains of the armies and their men heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah governor, there came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, even Ishmael, the son of Nethaniah, and Johanan, the son of Kareah, and Sariah, the son of Tanhumeth, the Netophathite, and Jaazaniah, the son of Makathite, and blah, blah, blah. Okay, and so eventually they kill old dude, and what happens is people are afraid of retaliation. So fast forward to verse 26, and all the people, both small and great, and the captains of the armies arose and came to Egypt, for they were afraid of the Chaldees. Now the Chaldees, because they killed the puppet king and also the Chaldees soldiers that were with him. The Chaldees, in fact in Turkish they call them Kildanmash, which is they're assumed to have Scythians mixed in their forces, right? And you guys can verify that just on your own reading. So everybody went into Africa right there when this coup d'etat happened, right? Now, I was going to ask you guys from Jeremiah first, because if you read in Jeremiah chapter 44, verse 1, it says, the word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the Jews which dwell in the land of Egypt, which dwell at Migdal and Taphanes and at Noph in the country of Pathros, saying, Thus saith the Lord of hosts, return because of the wickedness of your father, so on and so forth. Israel or Jerusalem is forsaken and no man dwelleth therein, and yada, yada, yada. And the people are saying, this is the same context, the same time as what I just read in 2 Kings 25, right? And so Jeremiah 44 is the continuation. He's going in there to tell them, hey guys, come back. And so long story short, they say, okay, go and pray and tell us what Almighty Yah says. And, we'll think about it. So Jeremiah comes back after saying that, and they say, you know what? No, we're not going to come back. We're going to, because when we were worshiping the Queen of Heaven, we had all the meat we wanted. We didn't have no problems. When we worshipped and burned incense to her, when our wives worshipped and burned incense to the Queen of Heaven, right? And so everybody right there, that's the whole everybody right there. That's everybody, except for the few elite, a few thousand. I think it was, I can't remember. It was only a few thousand that went to Babylon. But this is the millions. This is the 99% of the Israelites that were living in Judah's territory. That's everybody. They went into Africa right there. And fast forward, so this is 586, 587 BC. Fast forward to Nehemiah and Ezra, they do a census, and there's only 42,000 people. And that includes the foreigners, like the Nethinims and stuff like that. So my question is, where is everyone that went into Africa? Because those are the actual covenant breakers. They left and they broke the covenant, right? So where are they? Where is any record in history of them ever coming back to the promised land?
All right,
bro. What does this have to do with Khazars?
Hold on, real quick. That's why I want to
because what? No, that part was the Chaldeans, bro. That's the Chaldeans.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to the
the Ashkenaz.
All right,
go ahead.
Ashkenaz, bro. Ashkenaz.
And Boti.
And Boti, just relax for a second. All right, we gave you the floor for a minute.
Let's bring it back. Let's bring it back to the Ashkenaz. See, a lot of people don't understand the Ashkenaz. So you're basically saying Ashkenaz are connected to the Scythians, and a lot of people will have this argument and where
they are Scythians.
And Boti. So are you saying Ashkenazi Jews are Scythians?
That's who they come from. Yes.
No.
Okay.
So that's what.
Bro, I live here. I live here among these people, bro.
Relax, bro. Let him answer the question.
Let me respond. We let you talk. The problem with that, do you know why they call themselves Ashkenazi? They don't call themselves Ashkenazi because they're invoking some ancient Scythian ancestry. That's not why.
I know why they call themselves Ashkenazi.
Wait, hold on.
He asked me. He asked me.
Wait, was that a question? My bad.
Yeah,
that was a question.
Why do they call themselves Ashkenazi?
Because they're associating themselves with the Germanic Jews of Eastern Europe that are connected to the Sarmatian territories near the Pontic steppe, the Black Sea region, that the Ashkenazim used to inhabit. They've always controlled that land. They've always controlled. Bro, pull up Ashkenaz on the screen and show everybody. Just pull it up and show everybody the maps.
So again, listen to what he just said. They don't call themselves Ashkenazi Jews because they themselves descend from a man named Ashkenaz. That's not why they do it. It's because they're in the territory of what they consider to be of Ashkenaz, or the biblical geographical location of Ashkenaz. He just said.
Can I ask you a question?
We have Khazars.
Oh, you cannot answer the question yet.
Wait, hold on. Does he know we have Khazars with E markers?
Yes,
that's fine. I'm not saying that. I'm not against that.
So what's the problem? What is this? Like,
then let me ask you guys a question. So how does Ashkenazim, this whole idea or this tradition, get into Germany? How does it get up there in the first place?
From Romaniot Jews. Romaniot Jews were in the Greek Balkans and then all around the Mediterranean. They then
they just migrated.
They migrated into Germany. They migrated into Spain. They migrated into Italy. You have the Talkie Jews in Italy. You have
what years was this? What years was this?
Wait, let him finish.
This is throughout history. What are you talking about? This is going. You have
this
Greek
is not
Jews.
a one-time thing.
Jews go back to 600.
When did it start?
Go back to Syrian captivity. When the Assyrians and the Babylonians were kicking people out of the land and displacing them in other lands, some Jews were placed in the East Europe area.
Can I correct you?
Those were the Moors.
Yo, we're gonna put you in the back, Darvish. Don't stop, please. Don't get us off
Everybody
track.
don't talk at the same time because we about to get right into this, man. I'm
Right.
already
Can
doing a whole.
I correct this, brother?
Hold on, brother. Before you even try to retort, I did a whole series on this. You guys can watch the whole playlist. It's the Ashkenazic Jews and Biblical Israelites that talks about this. So we know the origins of the Ashkenazi Jews. The brother already admitted that they call themselves Ashkenazi Jews not because they're invoking ancestry to a man named Ashkenaz or the actual ancient or proto-Scythians. They don't do that. It's because of the territory that they were in. That's why they call themselves Ashkenazi Jews.
Okay, can I address
Hold
that?
on, brother. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna let you address it, man. Just give me some time. You understand? You've seen how we do this on the show. We actually want to show things. So I'm gonna actually go to the book about Ashkenaz and how they got to Germany. They got there from a southern route. They don't originate in Germany. They come from somewhere else outside of Germany, brother.
What was that area outside of Germany?
The Balkans. The Balkans.
So where the Romani Jews were.
Yeah. And then they disperse and then they become Ashkenazic Jews around the 8th or 9th century.
And Sephardic Jews.
So that's over 1,000 years after the times that I just quoted. Told you guys. That's why I was saying, can I correct you guys?
Correct.
I'm so confused right now though because like
man.
Because brother that actually agreed with me when he said it was for the Assyrians.
Hey, 49er, let him pull up his screen. Hey,
He's
hold
on
on.
his phone. Oh, open
Yeah, hey, can one of you guys just do it?
49er, let him pull up his screen. Let him pull up his screen so he can just show us.
Open knowledge. He can't. Open knowledge, bro. He can't because he's on his phone.
Oh,
he said that earlier.
Well, give us the sources so somebody can pull it up.
Well, to be honest with you, it's as simple as you can find this stuff on Wikipedia.
Oh my goodness!
Come on, guys.
Let's not be disrespectful to Wikipedia because as long as you source the Wikipedia, let's not be disrespectful to Wikipedia. As long as you check the sources,
show other sources too.
Right. If you can go into the sources and make sure before you present them. That's all we say. That's why we laugh at it. Right. You got to check those sources.
Source and check that source. Yes.
Right.
Yes. So give us a source, give 49 a source, and let them pull it up.
Okay, well, my first source was the history of the Scythians on Wikipedia, what the Assyrians called them, and so on and so forth. They were called Askerzai by the Assyrians. They're called Skutoi by the Greeks, for example. But the stuff I've mentioned about the Egyptian stuff, and also this brother that mentioned the Assyrians scattering people in the 600s BCE. But that's actually false because, like I said, it was Ashkenaz with the Chaldeans. They destroyed Nineveh way before then. They destroyed Nineveh like 30-something years before then. And so they were the ones doing the scattering, bro. And that's my whole point. They scattered us into Africa at that time. And that's why I gave that source in Jeremiah. Everybody was in Africa at that same time. And it was the Scythians.
So there was no Jews anywhere in the Middle East or in the Mediterranean area.
Well, we were never actually called Jews in that sense, but we were called Judeans at that time.
You know what I mean when I say Jew? I mean Israelite. No Jew in the world makes a difference between an Israelite and a Jew. So when I say Jew,
there couldn't have been. There couldn't have been.
So there were no Jews in the
other than the ones that
the Middle East.
Well, other than the ones that went into Babylon, the elites, there was no one else because even Jeremiah even says that, look, the cities of Jerusalem are desolate and no man dwells therein, right? We're told.
Okay, so you don't understand Hebraic idiom, huh?
I can understand that, and I can even understand the Septuagint idiom, bro. Like, come on, man. Let's not try to one up each other like this.
Like history.
Moby can also read the meta.
Wait, so let me just get this straight before we go too deep. So you're saying that Ashkenazi Jews today, and would you even consider Sephardic Jews when I say this, that they're all descendants of Scythian groups?
Not Sephardic Jews.
Okay, not Sephardic. All right, so you're saying that Ashkenazi Jews are descendants of Scythian invaders that went into Israel in the 8th century BC, around the time of Assyrian conquest, and all the Israelites left Israel around the time of Assyria and went into Africa. And for the past, we'll say 3,000 years, Israel has been inhabited by Scythian people.
Okay.
Forget the morastic
No.
Jews.
Okay, no, because that's an oversimplification of all the shit that has happened in the Levant and in Canaan since we left.
So, but
Because
I still basically got it right though. Like all the Israelites are in Africa, but the Scythians
right,
are in
right,
Israel.
right. Of course, because that's exactly what
That's what
Jeremiah
I said.
records, and that's why I was asking you guys about Deuteronomy in Leviticus
But
26.
before we get into
Like the
Deuteronomy, because I
curse.
do want to touch on
Okay.
Deuteronomy, but I just want to break this down so I can understand and so that the people can understand because they may have questions too. So basically, the Scythians went into Israel and all the Israelites are gone, correct?
Right.
So why? Wait, before
And,
you go, before you go too
uh-huh.
deep, I just want to know this: how did the Scythians adopt Judaism if all the Israelites are gone?
Okay, I'll tell you right now. Okay, so first of all, you mentioned Sephardi's,
And why
and
would
that's kind of an okay. Yeah, you mentioned Sephardi's, and that's kind of important because they entered into our heritage. Some of them entered into our heritage, the Amorites, the Nethinims that deceived Joshua when they came with those raggy clothes and stuff like that, and they made an agreement with Joshua so we wouldn't destroy them, right? That's some Amorites that entered into our heritage that are going to be classified as Sephardi's today. And the other ones are coming in around the 720s BC when I think it was Tiglath-Pileser, the Assyrian king, when he moved them into Samaria from Mesopotamia, right? And then what happened was he moved them there and the animals were killing them. So what did he do? He went and got some Levites and told them to teach those Sephardi's because they're Sephardim. It actually says that in I think in Chronicles. They had to teach them the rights and how to worship Almighty Yah in the land because they're like the God of the land is angry. You know, the animals are eating us. So Sephardi's have been there like 100 and something years before even Ashkenaz came in to the promised land, right? But my point with Ashkenaz was simply that is their beginning. Their beginning is over 1,000 years. Like it's like 1,400 years before this whole Khazar stuff even starts, bro. That's my whole point. It doesn't
So
matter that
you're saying that Ashkenazi Jews aren't Khazars; they're just Scythians.
Well, the Khazars is, I mean, bro, the Scythians. So Ashkenaz is like the patriarch of a lot of these dudes. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Let me clarify that. If you look at Noah, what's the Noah's sons? You know what I'm saying? It's from Japheth. I can't remember who comes. Gomer, right? And then it's Ashkenaz. So like Gomer, and then Ashkenaz into Gomer. But anyways, so you want me to continue with the other points, bro? Because
Well,
like I want to say one thing.
Well, I mean,
I can prove to you that Jerusalem was empty,
I'll say
that it
this,
was
you have
empty.
a very interesting concept of history, but
this is all verifiable history, bro. And this is like official world history.
I
Like
wouldn't say
only
that.
people.
I mean, if I go to a university, they definitely would not be teaching that, and I am at the university.
This is what they're teaching in universities right now, bro. This is what
But
they're teaching.
This is
this
is
like,
what they're
can I say something, dude, please?
Go ahead, bro.
Because
They're
look,
teaching that
because you
underneath
guys are
world
asking me about,
history.
huh? Let me say one thing.
Are they teaching that underneath world history in colleges?
I mean, go check all the sources. Just
I'm
type in the
interested. Let the man speak.
like at
I
this,
get
yeah,
that.
bro. Like I'm not trying to just like say I got a bigger dick than y'all. I'm just trying to say that this is what I'm reading based on actual history and shit. You know what I'm saying? But anyways, if you're reading like Nehemiah and Ezra when they do the census on the people that return from Babylon,
So wait,
like I
hold
said,
on. One second. Did you just say that this is your exegesis of history? This is your spin on history.
I never said that.
This is your opinion about history. This
That's
isn't
not cool,
history.
bro.
This is your opinion
That's
of
not
history.
cool, bro.
That's what you just said.
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
that's not
what you
cool, bro.
alluded to.
Like I don't even say exegesis and shit like that. I don't even use words like that, bro. Come on,
you
I
know
don't
what
even
I'm
use words
saying.
like that.
You're putting your spin on history, and you're trying to sit here and argue that your spin, your perspective, is the truth.
It do seem that way.
Only thing I've said to you guys was exactly what happened in history regarding the Scythians, who are called. If you look at the etymology, where it come from, they're called Ashkenazai.
So does that make all Ashkenazi Jews descendants of Scythians?
That's
okay.
what
I didn't. Okay, so that right there, that's gonna for some odd reason they all seem to be Germanic or Eastern European. You know what I'm saying?
But
So
but you do know that Scythians aren't Germanic people. Scythians are Indo-Iranian peoples. They're Iranian. They're not Germanic.
That's what they say. But the Scythians controlled the entire Pontic steppe, the entire southern region of. Go open up Wikipedia and look at the map of the Scythian territories. They actually were not in Iran.
Talking about the
They weren't in Iran.
But wait,
This is
pull the map up, 49.
They weren't in Iran, bro. They came to Iran much later. They come from the Pontic steppe regions, bro, in Russia and stuff, man.
What we're
and
trying
Eastern
to
Europe.
explain to you that the whole population.
They come from the Pontic steppe because they come from the Yamnaya. All Proto-Indo-European peoples come from the Yamnaya, which was in the Pontic steppe, and all these groups split from there. Germanic groups went from the Pontic steppe into Europe. It was a east to west migration. The Scythians come from wait, hold on. The Scythians come from the Pontic steppe going into Central Asia and then going through Iran because they're an Iranic people. I can literally show you. The Scythians are Iranian.
How are they Iranic people if they're coming from the Pontic steppe?
I'm pulling it up.
Because the Pontic steppe is in Russia and Ukraine.
I'm pulling it up right now. Since I study Indo-European history.
What's up?
So let me show you the Scythians and their origins. I mean, it literally says it. You love using Wikipedia. It even says it in Wiki. So let me actually first go to Wiki to show you, and then I'm gonna.
Bro, I got it open too, and I know what it says. I'm just
share my screen. You shoot, please. Since you like Wiki, I'm gonna go to Wiki, but then I'm gonna go to actual like maps and stuff. Share my screen. You shoot.
I got you.
So as y'all can see, all you have to do is go to Scythian language.
Click on the first one. No, not the language. Click on the first map that you see up there.
Going to
the Scythian culture.
I'm going to prove to you.
Slow down. Let my brother
Iranian.
make his presentation. You can't tell him how to show you what he's wanting. Just let him show you. Just relax, bro. Relax.
All right.
So
he skipped the actual map.
Relax.
All right, here it is. Language. So the Scythians. It says right here. The Scythians spoke a language belonging to the Scythian language, most probably a branch of the Eastern Iranian languages. I'm going to go to that in a minute. It says, whether all of these peoples included the Scythio-Siberio archaeological culture, spoke languages from this family is uncertain. The Scythian languages may have formed a dialect continuum, Scythio-Samaritan, in the Western and Scythio, I'm not going to pronounce that, or Sac of the East. The Scythian languages were mostly marginalized and assimilated as a consequence of the late antiquity and early Middle Ages, Slavic and Turkic expansions. The Western Samaritan group of the ancient Scythian survived as a medieval language of the Alans and eventually gave rise to the modern Ostian language. So let's just go Scythian languages. So it shows Scythian languages right here. Scythians, they're in the Pontic steppe. And by the way, it does show Scythians very close to Iran, but we'll go deeper into that in a minute. But it says right here, the Scythian languages is a group of Eastern Iranian languages, like I said earlier, of the classical and late antiquity period, of Middle Iranian period, spoken in a vast region of Eurasia by the populations belonging to the Scythian cultures and their descendants. The dominant ethnic groups along the Scythian speakers were nomadic pastoralists of Central Asia, like I said earlier, Central Asia, and the Pontic Caspian steppe. Fragments of their speech known from inscriptions and words quoted in ancient authors, as well as analysis of their names, indicate that it was an Indo-European language. More specifically from the Iranian group of the Indo-Iranian languages. These are an Iranian people. Now we can actually break this down if we look at the Indo-European tree. So let's do that. So if you look at the Indo-European tree, and if you go to the Indo-Iranian languages, it actually shows that, and as y'all can see, this is the entire Indo-Iranian groups. It shows that when it comes to Scythians, let me just hard search Scythians. Shows that Scythians are actually part of this Iranian branch. I have to go to Proto-Indo-Iranian. And then from here, we're going to go to the more centralized. So let's
Yep.
This Scythian, and then go to Iranian languages, Indo-Iranians, and let's go to Scythians. Here it is. Second wave of Iranians. And it says,
What year?
Bro, I'm going to have it right here. All right, so it says the second wave is interpreted as an Iranian wave. Again, these are Iranians. The first wave to reach the Black Sea may have been the Cimmerians. Shout out to Conan the Cimmerian. In the 8th century BCE, although their linguistic affiliation is uncertain, they were found by the Scythians, who were considered a western branch of the Central Asian Sacs. The Samaritan tribes, of whom best known are, I'm not going to pronounce these people, except for the islands, followed the Scythians westward into Europe in the late centuries BC in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Now, I'm actually going to pull up a map showing the Yamnaya expansion so people can kind of understand. I might mispronounce Yamnaya, but
it's kind of like
Scythians are part of the Indo-Iranian group. Scythians are part of the Indo-Iranian groups, and this is like an expansion of the Yamnaya. Let me see if I got a better map. The Yamnaya.
No offense, but we kind of got so far away from the original point. Like,
no, you said that they're not Iranian people, and I'm proving that they're Iranians.
I wasn't saying there wasn't Iranian people. I'm saying they're not from that area, because that was Elam's territory, bro. That was Elam's territory until the Scythians completely obliterated the.
No, bro, you
Nineveh,
said that
bro.
they're.
Let me handle this real quick. Hold on. Let me handle this.
Can I just ask one question? Because I could have showed you a map.
Before you ask the question, again, geography does not tell lineage. These people migrated. I'm going to show you this. And you can't say you don't, because you agree that Yoruba and West Africans are Israelites, so you have to be inferring or invoking migration for them to get there. But before we
don't think that.
Oh, so you don't think that? Whatever.
I never said that.
Before we move on, let's go back to your point, right? Let's go back to your point about these people being Scythians.
Can I give you a one-liner, please?
Go with your one-liner. I'm about to pull this up.
All right, bro. I know that geography doesn't determine lineage because Native Americans is now white in America, bro.
But you're doing the same thing. But brother, you're inferring. But listen to me. You're inferring that the Scythians, during this particular time, he's showing you proto.
But he skipped the map he skipped the first map that shows where their culture is, where their culture had dominance.
We know where the culture is. You don't have to.
Hold on real quick, y'all.
No, I'm saying where it had dominance in the first millennia BC. He skipped that map.
Hold on real quick.
On purpose.
Back to the Jews.
Wait, what map?
Hold on, everybody. Hold on, chill. Back to the Jews being these Scythian people, right? When you look at the Jewish genetics, especially when we're dealing with Ashkenazi Jews here, there's papers on this. There's DNA papers written on this, right? And what they found with this paper is that these people, the Rhine hypothesis is most likely incorrect, and that these people did have a southern route.
Y'all boy really got Jewish DNA?
Oh, stop. Hold on. Stop. Yes, they got Jews. When people interrupt people in the middle of their speech, it seems as if you're doing it to dissipate the energy. Let me finish my point. My point here is this.
Go ahead, King. My bad. Go ahead, King. Go do your thing.
All right, brother. My point is he made a statement that these people are Scythians, but the DNA is not showing that. So this is from the interpretation of the inferred genetic ancestry part of this paper. This paper is dealing with the medieval Germany, German Jews, Ashkenazi Jews that they found in the grave sites. And since this brother like maps, real quick before I get to the meat and potatoes of this, it gives you an admixture map and show you where these components are coming from, where their ancestry is coming from, and none of it is saying anything has anything to do with Scythians or Khazarians. It mainly deals with Southern Europe, which makes sense. You follow the Bible. We're not Jews in Southern Europe. Were they not in Italy? Were they not in Galatia? Were they not in Asia Minor? Were they not in Turkey, Anatolia? Yeah, they were there.
But you,
Timothy
was completely.
Timothy was literally half Greek, half Hebrew.
But you guys are completely. So I just showed you guys from Nehemiah, Ezra, Jeremiah that the land was empty.
All right, so I got you. So here's a schematic of the admixture of Eastern Ashkenazi Jews. 45% of it's Middle Easterners because most of their male populace, like E1B1B, JP58, comes from the Middle East, and T18, that all comes from the Middle East. That's not European.
And I said they were part of the Chaldean army. There was a mixed army.
Wait a minute. You said Chaldeans were Scythians.
Before the Chaldeans.
I didn't say the Chaldeans were only Scythians. I said it was the Medes, the Babylonians, and the Scythians. They all got together, formed a confederation. This is history, bro. This is university history, since you guys like that. They got a confederation. They first destroyed Nineveh and toppled the Assyrian Empire.
Got you. So let me finish my point. 45% going into this Eastern Ashkenazi Jewish group, right, is Middle Eastern. 55% is Southern European, which makes sense because Jews were in Italy. Jews were around the Black Sea region. They were in the Balkans. They were in Anatolia. They were in Greece. You will agree with this because the Bible, the biblical narrative backs that up. They were there.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Want me to pull up
Wait a minute. Hold on. Wait a minute. So you're saying Jews were not? Hold on. So you're saying Jews were not in Anatolia? Get the hell out of here, bro.
I'm in Anatolia right now, bro.
They don't mean shit.
But we got to be on the same page. We have to respectfully be on the same page.
Allow me to finish, and then we can see if we're on the same page. You don't know if we're on the same page.
You asked, and I said no. You asked, I said no, bro.
Brother, it's rhetorical. Just listen, all right? Just listen. Again, Jews were there. It's in the Bible. Paul was in Asia Minor. Paul went to Italy because Jews were there.
That's
Stop talking, man. Stop. Now,
hey, 49, seriously.
Hold on, let me get
got any proof that Paul existed?
Hold on, that's a whole nother argument.
Man, I spend a lot of time in Tarsus. I got family in Tarsus, bro. I spend time all over these spots.
We're not talking about modern
Only reason
populations,
why I asked you
brother.
that,
Just stop.
only reason why I asked you that, 49er, because you brought up Paul. Now, if you would have kept Paul's name out of it, I would have left it alone.
All right, so just relax.
I just had to ask you that question. I'm just asking.
All right, just
according to Joe. Okay, so according to Josephus, there were Jews in those regions.
Right, but you know that even Herod, Herod.
Bro, stop. I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna stop asking you. I'm gonna stop asking you, bro. I'm gonna stop asking you. I'm trying to get to my fucking point. I can't do it because every 2 words you got to interject something. Now watch this. Now let's go down to the inferred part of this and what it says about the Southern Route. But I want to show you guys a paper. I'm actually giving sources. You're just giving your thought pieces, which is cool, but can it be backed up with sources and information? So we're gonna be dealing with the second theory here. The second theory.
Bro, that's not cool though. That's not cool, bro.
Stop asking.
Man, will you stop talking before you get kicked off the stage?
Well, stop asking.
Stop.
Man.
But you're attacking me, man.
Nobody's attacking you. He's trying to tell you know.
Let me say one thing.
No, you're not saying anything else. No, you're not saying anything else. Mute your mic, or you're gonna get kicked off. Mute your mic.
He's gonna give you a chance to speak and retort. Just let him finish his point, and then you can go to your point. But let him finish.
All right. So as to the origins of Ashkenazi Jews, and I've discussed with actual Ashkenazi Jews in Clubhouse about this because they believe in the rhyme theory. But the evidence is actually leaning to the Southern Route hypothesis, which is what I'm about to read. The second theory regards to Ashkenazi Jews as a purely medieval formation did not arise until the 10th century. According to this theory, Ashkenazi Jew communities initially arose of just a handful of family groupings and a few episcopal and royal urban centers. In that early AJ were descendants of Jews from Southern Europe. There was continuous Jewish presence in Southern Europe since Roman times. An extensive network of intercommunal ties linked these Jewish communities economically, culturally, and demographically to other Jewish communities around the Mediterranean. Research suggests that Ashkenazi Jews of Northern Europe were the recipients of Jewish liturgical, legal, mystical, and linguistic practices from medieval Southern Italy. So this is basically what my brother Rue is trying to tell you, right? The available historical evidence does not support a third hypothesis, according which early AJ were primarily descendants of early medieval non-Jewish converts to Judaism known as Khazars. So the evidence is against the Khazarian theory, right? Which is a polyethnic tribal constellation that residents in the Caucasus and adjacent regions. So if you keep going down here, it talks about the interpretation of genetic data right here. Our results provide new evidence for, although do not definitely prove, the theory of Ashkenazi Jewish origins in Italy. Given the good fit of the QP-ATOM models that had Italy as a source, particularly Southern Italy. Southern Italy is one of the few very places in Europe where there's evidence for Jewish demographic and cultural continuity from the late Roman into the early medieval period and beyond. During this time frame, the Jewish communities of Southern Italy were at crossroads of Jewish Mediterranean life. They were in direct contact with Jewish communities of the Byzantine and early Muslim Palestine, from whom they received liturgical traditions that they transmitted into Europe and later turned up in the Ashkenazi Jewish prayer book. They were also in touch with Jewish communities elsewhere in the Eastern Mediterranean by virtue of the fact that Southern Italy was part of the Byzantine Empire into the late 11th century. All the evidence currently available indicates that during the Roman and early medieval periods, Jews were highly integrated in Southern Italy. There's historical evidence that there was at least some gene flow between Jews and non-Jews in Southern Italy, because in the late Roman and early medieval periods, imperial and ecclesiastical authorities tried to prevent the practice of intermarriage between Jews and Christians, as well as the phenomenon of conversion of non-Jews to Judaism. When in due course, highly accomplished and connected Jews from Southern Italy started moving north, they were joined by others from Central and Northern Italy. For example, the Colonius family, a Jewish family from Rome, but with roots in Southern Italy, is known to have had major impact on the Ashkenazi Jewish intellectual life in 10th century Mainz and Speyer. This was multi-layered migratory legacy that may be reflected in Southern European genetic ancestry we observe in our models for genomes of the Erfurt Jews. Our QP-ATOM models with South Italian source suggested only a small proportion of EAJ ancestry derived from Middle Eastern populations. This may be interpreted to imply that present-day AJ derive only a small portion of the ancestry from Judeans, and if so, most AJ ancestry were owes its origin to European converts. While this is only one possible explanation, modern Italians themselves have had much proportions to Middle Eastern admixtures since at least European Imperial Roman times, and this is especially the case of modern Southern Italy. Thus, an alternative explanation for these observations is that the true Middle Eastern proportion of AJ is higher than in our fitting model. And this is something we talk about when we talk about the Yoruba, we talk about West Africans or Americans being Jews. They'll say, well, your autosomal is mainly Western African. That's because of modern spending most of our time there mixing with the people. Autosomal admixture will be greater sub-Saharan African than anything else. Same thing with these people. But the point is, we can see that these people come from Southern Europe. They don't come from Scythia. They don't come from any of these Indo-Iranian places or Khazarians. It says, and that the actual contribution in Italian is not as large as suggested by this analysis. Under this scenario, the good QP-ATOM fits the obtained when using Southern Italians as a source, simply because Southern Italians are a modern population. So I'll end it there to allow the conversation to keep going. But my point is this: they don't come from Scythia. They come from someone else. We see the autosomal admixture, Middle Eastern and Southern European. That's the origin of these Ashkenazi Jews. It's not Scythia.
Right. And if you read historically, you'll see that when they invaded from the Caucasus regions, after they took down Assyria, they settled. There were some settlements, some Scythian settlements left in the Promised Land. Like there was, Scythopolis or whatever that city is called, and so on and so forth. And also they've had contacts with the Greeks in Western Anatolia since like the 6th century, since around this time as well, BC. So, like, really, you're not proving me wrong. And what you're saying, am I there or?
Yeah, we can hear you.
All right, cool. Yeah, so you're not proving me wrong, bro. Like, none of that stuff proved me wrong. So.
Well, actually, what you just said, DNA doesn't validate what you just said. So technically, Yashub is right, because what you said, DNA doesn't show that.
Well, maybe they're wrong. Who knows? Because this is what we have. This is what we have. No, what I'm saying, bro. Come on, man. What I'm saying is that
all historical points, all these historical, all this data, all this scientific data, right, by geneticists could be wrong, but your source is not. Your source is
hold on. Well, what I'm saying is simply this, bro. One thing is that just because we hear the word Jew, why do we seem to think that that means like they're always saying that means that it was us or something? Just because we saw the word Jew in Italy,
Well, what do you
you
mean
know what
us?
I'm saying? Like as Hebrews from the transatlantic slave trade.
How do you know they're not? How do you know they're not Jews?
Well, bro, because right now, if you
Because all
look
the Jews
at,
came on slave ships. All the Jews
well,
came on
we're
got
we're
spread.
we're Israelites, bro. But
Oh my
like,
God. Okay.
you want me to answer you?
I'm
Well,
listening.
actually, I want you to answer this. So you're basically telling me that
My goodness,
Ashkenazi Jews are not Jews.
well, I mean, what are you trying? Hold on, bro. Let's do one at a time, man, please.
What?
No,
Because
answer
man,
the simple
I'm trying to
question.
because I just went through two. You're the third person now. I haven't even got to answer one thing fully, and you guys just
I don't think anybody else asked you a question. I'm the only one.
Well, I was trying to answer something else, and then you came through when I was trying to answer someone else, and he
No,
came through when I was trying to answer someone else.
Sean didn't ask a question though. Did you ask a question to him, Sean?
Actually, you know what? I don't remember because this brother going around in circles. He got me a little
I'm
confused
not.
now.
I mean,
Because you
all
keep
right.
saying you're not understanding that we're talking about ancient populations. You're telling me that you're in Turkey and you know what you're seeing.
Yeah,
This
the
is
mosque
modern
is.
populations. These are modern populations. Even
I
during
know
this
that.
time, every time they went into another area and they conquered, they amalgamated the people into their culture, and those people became Scythians. No different than if the United States, you come to the United States, you see all these different people here that they call American. Everybody's not the same. So
Okay.
if they're conquering areas and then they take over the area, then those people who have certain markers, all right, Y chromosome markers or even mtDNA markers, all right, these
Right.
people get amalgamated into their culture. So what you're seeing today may not actually be a Scythian. These are the points we're trying to make to
I
you. It
know.
might
I
not.
know.
Well, you say you
I
know, but then you go
know.
back and make these arguments. Go ahead.
No, you guys are actually making assumptions and belittling me the whole time, bro.
Nobody's
Like,
belittling you.
you're.
I'm not making assumptions. I'm asking you a question. Do you believe Ashkenazi Jews today are descendants of Israelites? Yes or no?
No, of course not.
All
They're
of them
not.
are not. All of them.
All of them are?
No, no,
Ideology.
Oh
But
my
why
God.
not?
no.
The
That's
question is why
BHI.
not?
That's
So,
BHI talk.
And by the way, you
what
do
do you?
know
What do
that's
you?
anti-Semitic, by the way.
I don't. I'm not. Oh, come on, man. Come on. I talk like a fucking white dude, man. You gonna call me a racist or something, bro? Get out of here with that shit, man.
Yes,
That's not
yes,
cool.
you
Said
yes, you are
Ashkenazi
That's not
being
Jews
cool,
are
racist.
not
man.
Jews. That was racist.
Because I say that they're not coming from the same people as me.
Yes, that's
Could you
racist.
pull? Could somebody
Oh, you're
pull up?
kidding me.
Could
Do you even
somebody
know
pull up?
You're
the
kidding me.
genetic makeup of Ashkenazi Jews?
I
You
was
know,
about
some
to
of
say,
them
could
have the
somebody pull
same
Oh
up?
my
Y
goodness, bro.
DNA as
Yeah, I
those
was
Somebody
just
pull up a.
Can I?
transatlantic
Somebody.
trade.
So
Somebody
Y'all
so
pull up
if
a
boys
we,
map.
are
so
too
let me ask you
politically
guys a
correct,
question. I
man.
mean, since you guys
Relax,
just
brothers.
bombarded me with different questions and stuff like that,
Nobody's
like
making a question. I'm saying I want
or
you to see
statements.
something. Can somebody pull up? Can somebody pull up, please, a genetic
I
a
got you.
map
I got
of
you. I'm pulling up
all the
one up
different
right now.
haplogroups that make up the Ashkenazim.
I got you. I got you, Sean. I
Okay, thank
was
you.
leading right into that actually. You can share my screen.
It's
There's
it's
so many
funny that
different
like it's funny that
different
like somebody that don't even look like me, I'm supposed to accept as
They
me,
don't.
but even people hold on, but people that look like me is treating me like shit.
Wait,
Think
what?
about that, guy.
I
Think
don't know
about
your
that.
What?
haplogroup.
Like,
I don't have. You're still on this
That
colorism
makes
thing.
no sense, bro.
no,
That
because
really
I'm saying
doesn't.
that it's obvious that we all coming from the transatlantic slave trade, so we're all family. It's obvious, bro. But you guys are
But
No,
sitting
what?
there saying
no,
that
no. See, this is black
yes,
ideology. This is trying
yes.
to group everybody together based off of skin color.
Did you not come from
Now, what the
slaves?
man's
Did you not
saying
come from
is
chattel
he
slaves?
don't think that they're actually Israelites, the Jews of the Bible. That
All
man
right,
got a
let
hey, the man got
let
a
All right, so
point.
we're gonna
I don't
show.
let
We're
think
me
gonna
they
read
are
show
this.
neither.
now.
Let
All
me
right, well,
read this.
Did you guys come from chattel
Jarvis.
slaves like I did? Because I come
All
from
right,
Bill Pickett
Let me
on my
read
right.
this.
father's side.
Let me read this.
You know
So
what I'm
it
saying?
says
Like,
today is
Listen.
significant. All right, so it says today is significant. Well, excuse me, I can't read right now. Contingent of
Contingent.
Ashkenazi 20 and Sephardi 30% Jews belong to a specific sub-haplogroup of E-M215 defined by the mutation E-M123, supporting this as a major founding lineage of the Jewish people. So a major founding lineage of the Jewish people is haplogroup E. African
So is that
Americans.
Israelite? Is that Israelite?
Let me finish. African Americans also carry haplogroup E. We are related to Ashkenazi and Sephardi Jews. We all share the same.
No, we're not, man.
Let me say something. Let me say something. Let me say something. Because you guys are talking to me. Let me say something, please.
We all share the same forefather, E-P2. We are brothers. We are cousins.
Bro, everybody in the world is cousins and brothers. If you want like that, man, come on. That's like nonsense, dude.
Of course you
like that's crazy. That's just crazy to say something like that, man.
Are we only related because we have black skin?
Hey, what's your name, King?
I thought you said that people of different phenotypes can't be related. Mbatwi or whatever your name is.
No, I said that if you know that a Hebrew married to like a white chick and had a couple, and that both of his sons or his son had married another white chick, that would you?
Why doesn't that apply to Ashkenazi Jews?
Right. Because hold on. But can I say something, man?
Wait, no, slow down for a second.
Let me answer you.
You really don't want to take in what we're saying. You see,
I'm taking it in, bro. You won't let me.
Stop. No, because I'm not going to let you talk until you let me talk. Because this is not your platform. I'm down to listen to you, but you're going to have to listen. Do you see these E markers? You see this EM123? Do you know that a lot of them are very dark and a lot of them look straight like white people? Do you know that?
Okay.
I'm asking you a question. Do you know that?
Sure.
You see these markers? Okay. So you keep going on with this. Oh, these people, they don't look like me. So, I'm supposed to. No, these people would be related to you. The people who came on the transatlantic slave trade here in America, most of them are haplogroup E. Most of them are haplogroup E. So, which means that you could be dark skinned.
Look at my screen. All these people are
dark skinned.
E markers.
I've seen that, bro. I know. Even Einstein. I know, bro. I know.
All right. So why do you
even Napoleon, the lion?
So if you notice already, why do you keep reverting back to colorism?
No, my point is this.
Make your point.
All right, man. Because once you get so long-winded, bro, I'll be losing where I'm at, man. My point is simply this: the first example I gave was like a brother that you know is an Israelite. You know it. You know he's an Israelite, and he has children like that. You know his children are Israelite because you know that his great-grandfather was an Israelite. That's a whole different thing. But you don't know that E-123 is an Israelite. You just say that it's probably Semitic or Shemitic. Okay.
How do we know yours is an Israelite then?
Because I come from the transatlantic slave trade.
We got finish.
Transatlantic slave trade is.
I live through the curses. I come from child slaves. I come from child slaves, bro.
So everybody who went through chattel slavery, was every person in transatlantic slavery a Hebrew?
Probably to some extent. Maybe their father wasn't, but maybe their mother was.
So there was no Hamites among us in the transatlantic slave trade. No Hamites.
If there was,
no.
Then okay. Can I say something? If there was,
yeah, go ahead.
If there was, and if they got caught up in that dragnet, then that means that they were part of the kingdom back when we were out there doing our thing in in the Iron Age, Bronze Age.
Let me say this real quick before anybody cut in. You understand that you're giving the descendants of the slave trade in your words every caveat to be an Israelite. Right? Every caveat. You're not even questioning anything. You're saying, oh, they could be this, that, and the third. But when it comes to these people that have always been in the Levant, before the Medes, before all those people you brought up, the Scythians, whatever, they've always been there since the Neolithic, the New Stone Age, and also the Chalcolithic, and then later with the Bronze Age with the JP58 markers. You're saying, no, they ain't Israelites. They not Jews. You did say that.
Okay, so no, I'm not saying I didn't. Okay, well, I didn't say that because we didn't talk about the Neolithic or any other ages. We talk about the Bronze Age.
You didn't say that 49. I said that.
No, he did say that. And Darvish, you are.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't even talk about the Neolithic, bro. Okay, no. So, but you just proving my point, bro.
Bro, no, I'm not proving your point. I'm disproving your point.
What planet are you on?
It's showing that you got a caveat for people that you call the descendants of the slave trade. Right? You have every caveat that make them Israelites, but try to demarcate these people that have been there since the New Stone Age.
Okay, who is that? And can you tell somebody how many thousands of years ago?
You don't know the New Stone Age is 8 to 10,000 years ago.
Okay, so let me say something, bro. You talking about before Hammurabi was alive, before Abraham was alive? before Nimrod was alive, bro. Come on.
That's the point.
Why does that matter?
Come on, dude.
That's the point.
Here's where
We
y'all
don't
get
because
stuck at.
we don't even really have any recorded history back that far, bro.
You don't need
Here is
recorded
where you get
history.
stuck
You
at.
have the bones. You have
You
the
gotta
bones
understand, bro.
DNA of the people.
This is
You see what
insane,
happened
man.
to Kanye West? Them boy ain't trying to be Kanye. That's your issue.
Yeah,
You can't force them boy to get into the same
but
bed Kanye got into.
it's-
Wait,
So they gotta
Look,
protect
look,
themselves.
apparently
Look
so,
at the
man. Because
road
this
this
isn't
thing
this is
now.
insane, bro. This is insane.
look
Like,
at this.
like the first, bro.
I'm gonna stop asking. I'm gonna stop asking. I keep asking you. Shut up. You won't shut the fuck up. You just keep going. I'm quiet. I'm muted when you talking. Damn, do the same thing for me. Anyway, as I was saying, if they were there 10,000 years ago, and we see those same lineages there today that trace back to these Natufians, that means that's called a continuity, bro. They've always been there. All right, that's what that proves.
How you sure that they're the same people though?
Yes, we can use
If
the
they
DNA
have the
compare.
haplogroup, we keep talking. Darvish, you've been here long enough, and sometimes
Yeah, I understand that. Listen, cool.
Wait,
Listen,
no, wait. I was talking. Darvish, don't do that. Please don't make me do that.
You know, go ahead, Harris. Me and you could dialogue for 1 sec. Go ahead. I'm listening to you. Go ahead.
All I'm saying to you is this: a lot of times you come up and you make some good points, right? And other times you come up and it sounds way off. If you're going to come up here and start asking these questions, we're showing you right now on the screen these E haplogroup people. When Yashu said that there is some continuity, and you're asking if they're the same people today. If they come from the continuity is the E marker. The E marker. If today these people still have haplogroup E, they are Shemites. Regardless to if they are Ishmael, if they're Esau, if they're Israel, there's continuity. We can start putting the puzzle together. You guys just refuse to see the argument that we're making to help you when you go out and you start arguing that you're an Israelite. You just want to give all this pushback. There's a screen up right now showing all of the continuity is haplogroup E.
Israelite
Right.
Samaritan, tribe of Levi.
But
cool.
the
now?
point is this. Oh damn, I was gonna say something. Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Oh, go ahead. Go do your thing. Go do your thing,
No,
bro.
I'm just
bro.
saying, Israelite Samaritan, tribe of Levi, haplogroup E.
Haplogroup E.
It's wrong to. We don't have to.
Did they take Levi's DNA? They find Levi?
That's the.
We don't have to throw down other people's lineages to prove that we're Israel. We can actually just do both. Both can be true. Both can be right. An Ashkenazi Jew can be just as much of a descendant of an Israelite as an Igbo Jew. You don't gotta, be rude to somebody else.
So can I ask the question to you guys? And this is what I was trying to ask you guys in the first place. We went way off.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, let me say one statement, but please let's not go on a whole road trip on this. Bro, first of all, this don't show me that those people is Israelites, man. That just says they have they could all be Semites, and that's why I said in the first place. I know that. And but anyways, my thing was that in the 6th century BC, according to Jeremiah and Nehemiah and Ezra, there was no Israelites in Judah when they came back. There was none. There was no Israelites. And but there was a lot of foreigners. There was Arabs, there's Edomites, there was Moabites, even Sanballat.
Can I tell you what their haplogroups were?
Hold on. I don't mean to interrupt.
I'm not interested in the haplogroup, bro. I'm just trying to.
No, if you're
something clear. Hold on 1 second. Did you say that there were no Jews in the land when they came back from Babylon? Is that what you're saying?
They took a census and they show you how many there was 42,000 total and they all came back from Babylon, bro. It's in Nehemiah. Unless we call it, we're saying
that there were none in the land.
There is none because it says that, and then all the people that returned, they went back to their own villages and their own places. It says that in Nehemiah and Ezra, bro.
So you don't believe the Limba's oral tradition?
Their oral tradition is that they come from Arabia, bro, because Edom's territory was all the way down to the Yemen, Of course, they're Edomites. Okay, so they're Edomites, bro. Who cares?
Can you
They're not
remove the
Israelites.
screen down below Yeshua Chaya's message? And Rue, can you read this for me? Read the last right down here. What does this say, Rue?
I'm sorry, what was that?
A map illustrating the location.
Can you remove the Chaya's message?
Oh, you're saying that map illustrates the location of synagogues in antiquity from the 1st to 11th century CE.
Bro, that's way after I'm talking about. That's 600 years after I'm talking about. You got a 600-year gap.
So there could not have been any Jews in that region for that entire time frame. You're saying that anybody who was claiming to be a Jew at that time is false. And the only true Jews are those.
Can I continue?
Wait, hold up. And the only true Jews are those who went through the transatlantic slave trade. Because you even just denied the Limba's oral tradition.
What about
well, I didn't deny their oral tradition. I said
they were Edomites. Yes.
Right. And let me. Okay. So now you're gonna. Okay. Perfect. You fell into my hands.
What?
All right. So look. So what did? Hold on. No, you fell into my hands, bro. All right. So what did John Hyrcanus do to the Edomites?
He converted them.
He converted the Edomites to what?
Judaism.
I thought you said the Ashkenazi were Scythians, not Edomites.
You know,
I didn't say he was an Ashkenazi, bro. I never said it. Oh my goodness, I never said he was an Ashkenazi. No, it was the second century.
That man off.
Stop, everybody, stop. He just said that John Hyrcanus, right, converted the Edomites. When was that?
It was in the 2nd century BC.
But you already said that there were no Jews in the land at that time. So how?
How is John Hyrcanus? But hold on. How is John Hyrcanus?
You're a loser. Are you feeling sorry for yourself? Well, you should be, because you are dirt.
Man,
you make me
that's
sick,
messed up.
you big baby. Baby, want a bottle?
You guys aren't right. Okay, so I'm gonna ask you something. How is John Hyrcanus a Jew then? You see what I'm saying? He's a convert himself.
Do you have evidence for this?
It says it, bro. It says it. He's a convert himself.
I'm just asking.
Okay, John.
Notice something, man. Let that man. I want everybody to stop talking when y'all speak. Let the man get his thought out. Then question his thought.
You want us to stop talking when we speak?
No, when somebody else speaking.
Okay, I was about to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what they do. When they get a man that's a man, they try to down him. And if you badmouth somebody often enough, you get people adopting what they hear. So you get a negative impression. So what the deal is take the exemplars who behave like they're supposed to, and you get the people turned against that by telling lies, mistruths, exaggerations, and so forth, and they no longer listen to that individual, but they listen to the idiots.
That's cool, bro. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't mean anything.
Go ahead, speak, bro.
Yeah, so like my whole point was that John Hyrcanus, if you look at where's Hyrcania, that's in Central Asia too. So they say that it's written historically that they don't know where he's really from, but his name is actually indicating that he himself is from Hyrcania, right? Or Hyrcania, however it's said. Okay, so when you read in Nehemiah and Ezra, when they're coming back, they're going to build a temple, and the foreigners are coming up to them and saying, hey, let us build with you because our fathers also practice your guys' religion, your tradition. And what did they say? They said, no, we don't want to have nothing to do with y'all. We're going to do this ourselves. And what were they doing? They were building it, and they were always afraid of the foreigners because they were so outnumbered by Arabs, by Edomites, Moabites, even they said Egyptians. And there was a whole...
We're talking about Samaritans now, right? When they were telling the Samaritans that they didn't tell the Samaritans that they didn't want them to help them build.
Not just the Samaritans, not just the Samaritans, bro.
Okay, so wait a minute. Well, I just want to, because I want to, according to Josephus, these were Samaritans that came to them,
bro.
And let me finish.
Man, Sean, you ain't right, bro.
Stop.
You block us for saying that, dog. You block us for doing that. Let the man build.
Bro, this is not. Hold on, bro. This is not your channel. Davis, don't. Please.
You right. You know what? You right. And you right. You know what? Go ahead, Bill, Bubba. Go ahead, do your thing. I should know where I've been at. Go ahead, do your thing, my nigga. I forgot how y'all do. Go ahead, do your thing, Bubba. My bad.
the Samaritans, according to Josephus, these were Samaritans. Even in Scripture, in the Bible, these were Samaritans they were talking to. These were Samaritans that they were talking to. Do you know what the haplo group for most Samaritans are? It's haplogroup
It doesn't
J.
matter.
It's
It doesn't matter.
How it doesn't matter? Because these are two
Because
different
it's
people.
not.
These are different
It's
sets of people.
but it's not going to negate what I'm trying to say to you, bro. That's my
No,
whole
it's not
point.
negating. No, it's not negating. What I'm trying to help you understand, because you bring it up, you're saying that these people weren't Jews. I'm telling you that they were more than likely converts.
And that's what
This
I'm
is why
saying.
they didn't. Okay, so then listen, because nobody's trying. You think that everything we're saying is going against you, because some of the stuff that we're saying is going along with your narrative. So
So
these people were haplogroup J. So listen, these people are haplogroup J. All right, these Samaritans. All right. So even though they practiced the tradition, they told them that they didn't want their help.
checkmate, baby. Checkmate.
Okay.
Yeah.
So it's not
Because
checkmate. What I'm
it's
saying is
checkmate.
that, will you relax? You see, you're
I'm
so
about to
busy
get you
still.
right here.
You're so willing. You're so willing to. This is what you're doing. You think instead of listening, because there's things that you're saying that we don't have a problem with. We don't. There's other things that you say. This particular point that you're making with the Samaritans, because not all the Samaritans was haplogroup J. They also have haplogroup E amongst them. All right.
Okay.
So what we're trying to get you to understand is that when we deal with haplogroups, it's because we're trying to place people in their right in their respectful positions, so that we know who we're talking about. Same thing
But
when
you
they was
using
trying
a
to explain
theory
to you
that would
about
debunk
Scythian.
to do it.
But let me, Darvis. It's the same thing you did with the Scythians. The Scythians at one
I didn't
point
even
was one
finish with the
group of people.
Scythians.
All right. The Scythians at one point was one group of people. As they move, and like you conceded to, that eventually they became a mixed population, but they were still called Scythians. So we have no problem with some of the things, but you're so argumentative that you're not hearing what we're saying.
That's further than that.
Can I interject, bro? Just for 1 second. Like I didn't
Like
come to
you
argue
didn't
with you
hear
guys.
anything. You didn't hear anything I
I
said,
heard
did
you.
I?
No, I heard you.
Okay.
You said that the Samaritans and they were haplogroup J, and you said was it Josephus or someone who said that? And I was gonna say checkmate on that one because I'm saying when this Josephus write that shit, he wrote that shit in like the 1st century AD, and that's like 600 years or 500 years after Nehemiah was dead.
But the DNA shows that these people who were brung in, these Samaritans, the Samaritans was a mixed population. King 17, and 20, King 17 and 21, I believe it starts at. These people were brung in after they would take after the northern tribe was taken out.
That's
of Israel.
720 BC. I already said that.
All right, so you're not listening. You're not listening. Right? I'm not going against you. You see, you're so busy trying to create an argument and not listening and seeing that some of the stuff I'm saying and why we're using DNA
Praise
is
Almighty
proving out,
Praise Almighty
is proving some of the things that you are saying. But you are
Praise
so
Almighty
arguing. You're so into arguing, trying to prove your point, trying to disregard DNA.
Brother, you
and
brought
why
me on here to
chromosomes.
prove my point in the first place and insulted me when
All
I
right,
tried
you're still
to.
talking. I'm not insulting you. I didn't say one insultive thing. I have been basically taking what you said, taking the biblical narrative and adding DNA to it and showing you that it's proving out certain things. Like I said, 2 Kings 17, starting I believe at 21, when the northern tribe was taken out, the forget the king's name.
It was
But he
Tiglath-Pileser.
brung in foreigners. He brought
Yep.
these made up the majority of the population of the Samaritans. Now you're saying this is 400 years, but we're still talking about the same people.
Well, that one was 700 years, bro.
Yes,
That was
okay, but they're
way
still
before.
talking about. You see, I'm trying to show you that even because when we go forward, when we go forward into the time of John Hyrcanus, and even before that, when they were building the temple, when they came back, where you said Nehemiah, Jeremiah, they was talking about rebuilding the temple. They were still talking to these same populations of people. They were still talking to the same people from 900 BCE. These people are the same people
and that's where
genetically.
I'm saying,
So that's
that's
what
where
I'm
I'm.
trying to show you. You're still talking over me. You're still
They
talking
cut
over
that
me.
man off.
You're still, Darvis, I'm gonna send you back down, bro. I swear to you.
My
I'm
bad,
gonna send
dog.
you
I
down.
swear, my bad.
No, it's
Bro,
not.
let me.
Stop.
Can I? Can I
Stop.
one liner? One
No,
liner,
I'm not
My
please.
bad,
finished.
dog. My
No,
bad.
it's no
I'll mute my
one-liner for
mic
you
now. I'll
at
mute
this
my shit,
moment.
man.
There's no one-liner for you at this moment because you're just being argumentative at this point, as opposed to understanding why we deal with DNA and why
That's
everything that you
me.
said that we don't understand. We don't understand this, and we don't know who this is. The DNA is proving out the biblical narrative. So now when we get down to when you said that Jeremiah and them was Jeremiah and Nehemiah, they came and they asked if they help build the temple. Yes, you are correct. He told them no, even though they practiced the same culture. Why he told them no? And because they knew that these people were converted by the Assyrian king when they were brought into the land by Levitical priests or by priests that was brought back from the first captivity. They were brought back, the priests were brought back in to teach the people the way of the land. All I'm saying to you is if you stop arguing, you will see that all of this stuff is jiving together. But you don't want to see it. You just want to go by the biblical narrative, and you don't know what this haplogroup, and you don't know, and like everything you're saying is correct without extra help. We're trying to give a stronger argument for the things that you are saying. So we're asking that you listen and see that the biblical narrative, that you seem to have some knowledge of history, that the DNA can coincide if you take your time to watch, to read the studies, to find out who these people are by haplogroup. And then you can see when they start talking about who's foreigners and who gave them trouble and who did this, you see what their genetic makeup is, and now you know for a fact that they are foreigners. Go ahead and
All right.
speak, bro.
All right. Yeah. So I wasn't actually, bro. I wasn't like trying to fully disagree with you on certain things. But when you say that they're Samaritans, I'm saying that no, they're not all Samaritans, bro. We don't see that in the biblical narrative at all. We don't see that. In Nehemiah 3:31, you have them mentioning the Nethinims. In Nehemiah 4, they're mentioning the Ammonites. I think who was it, Tobiah or something like that? They're Ammonites and stuff. It even mentions Arabs. It mentions Arabs and so on and so forth. And also there was another thing. Yeah, it says in Nehemiah 4:7, but it came to pass that when Sanballat and Tobiah and the Arabians and the Ammonites and the Ashdodites, and who's going to be in Ashdod at that time then, when no one else was there, heard that the walls of Jerusalem were made up and that the breaches began to be stopped, then they were very wroth, right? So just that one verse is mentioning like four different groups of people that was living and
Same
watching them
thing in
building,
seven. You're
but
right.
they're not
Same thing.
Samaritans.
Wait,
And that's my
bro.
point.
When you say, all right, wait. So how many different nations that were into the Northern Kingdom by the Samaritan king? How many
Okay, so
different nations made up?
there was like Kuta,
Right, right. So
Sipar, but can I say who they
so they're
were, bro?
called Samaritans. Wait, finish. Let me finish. So they're called Samaritans, but they're not all of the same. They're not all the same people group, right?
Yeah, yeah, right.
So basically, that's what you're saying. Again, I have no problem with that. But
That's
what I'm
not what I'm
saying, when I
saying.
say Samaritan, what do you mean it's not what you're saying?
Like
You're
you
saying
keep
that
putting
these
words in my
people,
mouth, and then you get angry at me when I try to say
I'm not putting words in your mouth. You said
you're doing
that
it the whole time.
they weren't all Samaritans. You're still being argumentative. You're saying I'm trying to get you to see that I'm jiving what you're saying with the DNA. I'm not arguing with you and saying you're wrong. See, you keep thinking somebody's here to debunk you and not trying to help you out. That's what you're doing. I'm saying
I
to you,
mean,
you said
bro,
they're not all Samaritans. If the Samaritans was
we
four
can.
or five different tribes of people, nations of people, then it is to be expected that when I say Samaritan, I don't mean one group of people. This would make up a bunch of different tribe of people,
Okay,
a bunch of different
so
nations of people.
and bro, like what I'm simply gonna say to you is that I mean, yeah, you're right. But when the Assyrian king did move them from Mesopotamia, but they were not Ammonites and stuff like that, bro. Like
Okay, I
if
have no
it's the
problem
if
with that.
it's but
I'm not saying that you're wrong. You keep what, but I already agreed with you on that, and you keep trying to bring it back up. I already agreed with you.
well, my whole point is that like because you guys keep talking about the E and stuff like that, and here in Nehemiah 4:7, you see that there was Ammonites, which would have been from Abraham, like literally our freaking cousin. You know what I'm saying?
They
And
would be.
and they and so that's mentioned as part of the people that we didn't want to fuck with, bro. That's my
Just
point.
because you just
And
because
we
you're a
we we were
Shemite,
forbidden to fuck with them, bro. We were
well,
forbidden to fuck with the
just
Ammonites of
because
all
you're a
people, bro.
Shemite, just because you're a Shemite doesn't mean that we fucked with you. You
That's my
understand that? That's what
point.
that's the
But so
point we're
that's my
making as
point.
well. But you still fighting with us. I'm not saying that everybody that haplogroup E, we're related, but that don't mean we fucked with each other. We're related. We come from the same paternal line.
Okay, bro.
Shoot,
So
if you
my
don't
point
Like
is
mind,
simply
Esau,
this: like
like
if
Esau. Esau
when
comes
y'all are
from the
done,
same
I
particular
want to
line.
play
We
a
already
video
made it
that
that.
breaks down the Jewish diaspora when you're done, Sean. So
but it's all more the same, bro. Like I seriously, I come from the same. You know what I'm saying? Trying to learn and find out, figure out this stuff out like you guys do. Seriously, I'm not trying to judge you guys and just bullshit and fight with you guys. My point is like when you like we're proving right now that all these different groups, just in one verse, all those groups was in Jerusalem, right? They've been acquainted with our shit because they were there for the entire 80 years that none of us was there, none of the elites was there. So they're entering in all of our administrative buildings, everything that's left. They're getting a hold of all of our text, our archives, any things that the scribes have written, and they can read it too.
No,
They
I
can
agree
read
with
that
you
stuff.
because the
You know what I'm saying? And that's
Samaritans. No, but I agree with that. I have no problem with that because it was the same thing with the Samaritans when they got a hold of our work. You know what I'm saying? This is why how they was able to practice. And when I say Samaritans, I mean that all the different groups that made up the Samaritans.
right.
Yes, they got a hold of
Exactly.
our books. Right, they got a
Yeah,
hold of
the
our books. They
Mesopotamians.
practiced. Yeah, they practiced the culture. They did everything. So I get it. We were infiltrated. I mean, that's not an argument. We know that we were infiltrated.
Real quick, Sean, pardon me, man. Prince Daniela. I don't know if this is the Prince Daniela over the camp, Lions of Israel. Fuck the BHIs, bro. Fuck Black Hebrew Israelites.
Dude, I'm not a Black Hebrew Israelite.
No, he's not talking to you.
I'm not talking to
Okay.
you.
I ain't gonna lie though, you do kind of sound like one.
You need to be quiet some damn time and listen. I'm talking to Prince Daniela.
I know I sound like a white dude, bro, and I know that you might think.
Oh my fucking God. Damn, shut the fuck up. Learn how to shut the fuck up. Damn, nigga. Why is that so fucking hard? I'm not even talking to you. I'm addressing a comment. Fuck. Anyway, Daniela, fuck the BHIs, bro. Fuck them. All they about is racism, anti-Semitism. They not for upward mobility of African Americans. None of them. You can't name one. All you do is go on the street, stream at fucking people, tell white people they're going to go into captivity. The Most High is going to destroy them, label them and castigate them as Edomites. You do nothing for the literacy rate of black people. You do nothing for job creation of black people. You do nothing for the productivity of black people. You do not restore the father back in the household. You guys are idiots and racist anti-Semites. Fuck them. Get the fuck off my channel, man. Go ahead, Sean.
No,
when you're done, Sean, I want to play a video.
Yeah, I just wanted to let the brother know a lot of the stuff he was saying, but he's being so argumentative. Like he went, and I get it because dogma sometimes rules the day with a lot of brothers. I get it. You know what I'm saying I've been a part of this for a very, very long time, 25 years or so. All right, and I was a part of that with the dogmatic, just everything strictly from the Bible, and then not taking material culture, not taking linguistics, not taking migration patterns, and using DNA to make a whole and better and a more fit argument with everything together. We're not excluding Bible. We're not excluding anything else. We're trying to take those parts, just like you was explaining about the different foreigners and the people. The DNA shows that. That's what we're trying to bring to y'all.
The DNA shows the biblical narrative. Yes, when it says that these people were foreigners, or they didn't want to rock with this one, or they didn't want to rock with that one. Yes, in fact, the DNA shows it.
And
I yield.
and on that note, I'm gonna play a video if it's all good. That kind of breaks down the Jewish diaspora because I don't think he understands the Jewish diaspora.
I understand perfectly, bro.
Wait, he's back. I thought he was
here,
gone.
dude. I'm listening to y'all, man.
But I'm gonna play this, and this is just a quick summary video of the Jewish diaspora, so we can.
Can I say one thing before you press play?
And understand how this is. What do you want?
I just want to say one thing before you press play.
All right, go ahead.
We still haven't dealt with what I said originally, that where did all those millions of Israelites that went into Africa go? We have no record of them coming back. We have zero record of them ever leaving Africa and coming back into the promised land, bro. There's no record. And so we're going to skip from like the 6th century BC all the way to like pretty much, the 2nd century and then the Common Era.
Yeah, but we never said that they went back into the land. We didn't say we're saying that they're in other places. We're saying that they can't be in Europe. We're saying that they can't be in Europe. They can't be in America. They can't be in South America. They can't be in the Caribbean. Nobody here said anything about them going back into the land. You're asking us a question that we never proposed.
Well, no, I didn't say. I'm asking you guys though. That was the whole premise of my thing.
Well, are they? They're scattered to the four corners, like Scripture said. So, which would be in Europe, Asia.
Well, we don't have.
Let me finish. Does the Scripture say scattered to the four winds?
Is it scattered among the nations, bro?
Okay, scattered to the four winds. Because most Israelites would agree with me when I say that. Whether you BHI or even Christians would agree that the Scripture says scattered to the four winds. So, which means that you're going to find them in Europe, in Asia Minor. You're going to find them in Yemen, Arabia. You're going to find them in the Caribbean. You're going to find them in America, South America. You're going to find them all over the place. And they're not going to come back looking like you.
All right. So
they're not, because if these men are sleeping with different women across the globe, they will still be from the line of Shem or Israel. They'd still be from that line, but they won't look like you.
So we're gonna get all those people together, and they're gonna all get along. When
I don't know if they're going to get along. The Most High said when He gathers them back. You see, you're telling me your own personal feelings.
Yeah, you adding stuff.
The Most High said, the Most High said when He brings them all back, He is going to bring them back. You
guys mentioned critique.
If they're going to get along. You ask the Most High if they're going to get along. Don't ask me if they're going to get along.
You mentioned critique, but you don't let me critique.
No, because right now you just proposed the question and I'm answering the question. You proposed the question, I'm answering the question. And I'm telling you, you said, will they all get along? That's not up to me. That's the Most High bringing us all back. If we do it on our own, we probably won't get along. But when He brings us back, when you not let me land. When He brings us back, and He changes our hearts, maybe then we will get along.
All right, because we're gonna all take DNA test.
I didn't ask I didn't ask nobody to take no DNA test, bro. Stop. You see, you're interjecting. You're straw manning. You're straw manning like crazy now.
No,
all these outside questions. No, these are not. No, you're straw manning right now.
Bro,
Every time I give an answer to one of your crazy questions,
I'm trying to understand what you're at. Well, I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
But is there to understand? The Scriptures say.
Can I ask you?
I made it very plain. No, don't ask me if everybody got to take DNA tests, because I don't subscribe to everybody taking DNA tests.
But then how will we know?
What happens when someone tries to revise the history of your people?
It's about when the Most High knows.
Because are we going to all go home? Are we going to go home? How are we going to know who?
Does Scripture say that we're all going home? You can answer that. You know the answer to this. And you're still straw manning. You're still straw manning. Does Scripture say that we're all going home?
It says that the people that took us captive are going to send us back home, and we're the only captives.
Okay, so what does that have to? What does it?
We're not the only captives.
Wait.
We're the only captives.
But who is going to sway those people that put us into captivity? Who's going to sway them to bring us back home? Who's going to sway them? You? Me? Who's going to sway them?
Oh, you don't have an answer?
Yeah,
You want me to
who's gonna
actually
sway him?
say?
Yeah,
I
who's
mean,
gonna sway them?
it could be Almighty Yah could come back.
No, it's not.
It could
Could be.
be, it could
Scripture
be,
says
it could
the
be.
scripture
Hold on, bro.
says that it's no. Don't hold on, because you again now you're gish galloping and creating your own dogma. The Most
I'm not
High
creating a
said
dogma.
you
Bro, I
create
checkmate you on your
your
own
own
show and you're
dogma.
angry.
No, I'm not angry. You are straw manning all over the place. The Most High said
No,
that
I
He's going to bring
checkmated
us
you.
back. Whatever, bro. See, that's what you're doing. You're so busy trying to win an argument, and there's no argument to be made.
Because I
The
got
Most High said,
disrespected from the beginning.
the Most High said He was going to gather us up. He said that the Gentiles would bring us back into the. Who's going to sway them? It's going to be Him. It's going to be Him.
I mean, if I'm so I'm gonna say, like,
So you
if
mean?
the only
If what?
people that's the
I
only
mean, if what?
people, you gonna let me know?
Go ahead.
The only people that's got some debts owed to them by the nation is by the nations is the descendants of the transatlantic slave trade who still.
So what about the Arabian? What about the Arabian
And,
slave
and
trade?
let me say something.
Wait. Was any Israelites taken in the Arabian slave trade?
Let me answer. Bro. So I live in Turkey. So I live in the Aegean regions. I live like 20 minutes from Laodicea. Okay. So I do see Afro Turks. I speak Turkish. I talk to them. I used to kick it with them. Okay. Now, there's only a few of them.
Only people. You said that. I don't care if it's a
Hold
few.
on, bro.
I don't
Hold
care.
on, bro.
No, I'm not holding.
I didn't say they're
somebody
Israelites. I didn't say they're Israelites.
Somebody.
You're about to put
mute
words
him.
in my. I didn't say
mute
they're
him.
Israelites.
Somebody mute him, please, or put him down because he's not listening. Yeah, because you're not listening. I asked you a simple question. You said the only people that are owed, the only people on the planet that are owed anything from anybody for being put into slavery is those in the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm going to ask you again.
You didn't let me finish.
No, I did. No, you gish galloping. Don't tell me I didn't let you finish. I asked you a simple question and you went off somewhere else. I asked you a simple question. It's a yes or no question. Do you believe that Israelites were taking during the trans-Saharan slave trade by the Arabs?
I mean, bro, I have a controversial opinion about that. That's why you have to let me qualify it.
Just go ahead and answer it. If it's controversial, then it's controversial.
Go ahead.
My problem is that I live here in Anatolia, and the Ottoman Empire was controlling all of North Africa and the Middle East for like 500 years, almost 500 years. And so the problem that I see is that you don't see very many descendants of slaves here in this region. First, that's the first thing there. It's a really, really minority of minorities. It's a very small group. It's like a few thousand out of a country of 80 million people, for example, in Turkey alone. But the second, man, bro, I'm speaking from actual shit that I see, and y'all are just reading in books. I'm gonna finish.
Are the Arabs taking Bantu people right now into slavery and going into Arabia?
So your assumption
is there a slave trade? Are they taking Bantu people? My assumption, because you're saying everybody that came off, you're saying that Bantu people. Listen, your argument, your argument. I asked you a simple question because we're getting away from it. You're telling
you're
me
not
what
trying
you
to understand
see.
me.
No, I don't want to understand what you're doing right now. Why? Because you're gish galloping. I asked you a simple question. Now you're saying that you have a controversial answer. I'm trying to hear you out, but you're going somewhere. I asked you a simple question. You said it's either yes or no. And if you're saying, but it's a simple answer. Yes, there may be some nuance to it, but it's a yes or no question. You said that the only people, so you qualified yourself with that. You said the only people that are owed anything are those that went into the transatlantic slave trade.
You don't let me qualify it.
You can't qualify only. Only is only.
Let me
only
qualify
is only. You cannot qualify only.
Of course you can qualify it.
All right. You can
an ignorant
qualify it by
statement.
saying, you know how you could qualify it? By saying,
like we're wasting time. You can just let me qualify it, bro.
No,
you can just let me qualify it instead of waste time.
You can qualify it. You could qualify.
But you're
the only way you could
scared.
qualify fine. The only way you could qualify an answer, the only way you could qualify that the only people that are owed anything are those who went into the transatlantic slavery. When you say only, the only way you could qualify that is by answering the second question, no. I asked you, do you believe that there are Arabs, do you believe that any Israelites was taken out of Africa into the trans-Saharan slave trade, and all you had to do was say no, and that would have qualified you only. I yield. Please don't bring that brother back up. I'm done.
Well, on that note, I got a video I'm going to play.
Go ahead, brother.
Fair use, copyright, all that, educational purposes.
What happens when someone tries to revise the history of your people? This is something that Ashkenazi Jews face due to a false but oft-repeated academic theory about their ancestral origin. What is this debunked origin story? Why are some people sharing it? And what does it say about Ashkenazi Jews and, more importantly, those who are spreading disinformation about them? First, some necessary background info. The two largest communities or denominations within Judaism are Sephardim and Ashkenazim. Today's Sephardim, or Sephardic Jews, are the descendants of the Jews who arrived on the Iberian Peninsula after the Babylonian and Roman exiles, before fleeing to southern Europe, the Balkans, and North Africa after the Alhambra Decree, a record that is not contested. Ashkenazim, or Ashkenazi Jews, are those whose ancestors arrived in the Danube Valley and Rhineland areas after the Roman exile, with some accounts dating as far back as 321 CE, but there are some who call these historical events into question. A hypothesis dating back to the late 1800s states that Ashkenazi Jews are all descendants of the Khazars. In the 600s CE, in southeast Russia, a multi-ethnic conglomerate of Turkic people founded a powerful state made up of people from many different ethnicities. This was the kingdom of Khazaria. The theory goes that in the 8th century, the Khazar ruling class converted en masse to Judaism on the instruction of their ruler. According to this line of reasoning, these Jews didn't migrate from Jerusalem and Babylonia into France and Germany, but rather migrated from modern Russia and Ukraine. The lack of proof for the theory hasn't prevented it from catching on with a number of geneticists, historians, linguists, and laypeople. It even has support from academics at universities in Tel Aviv and Sheffield, England. The problem is that the kingdom of Khazaria was destroyed sometime in the late first millennium, and the next time we have records of Jews in that area, today's Western Ukraine and Belarus, is over 400 years later. Additionally, DNA tests have shown a close relationship between Ashkenazi and Sephardic Jews, as well as a connection to other Middle Eastern people, but no connection between Ashkenazi Jews and the Khazars. The Khazar theory is also dead on arrival from a linguistic perspective. The main language of the Ashkenazi Jews, Yiddish, shows no trace of Turkic origin. Yiddish is considered a Germanic language, with Hebrew and Aramaic words thrown in. As the Yiddish linguist and author Alexander Bieder puts it, the personal names and surnames borne by Jews in Eastern Europe during the last 6 centuries, as well as the Yiddish language as a whole, do not contain any link to Khazaria. So, who's pushing this theory? Well, certain academics, for one. Their hypothesis got a big bump in 1976 when a writer and amateur anthropologist named Arthur Kessler published the now-debunked book, The 13th Tribe. Kessler thought that by proving Ashkenazi Jews were actually more European than Semitic, it would upend the foundations of European anti-Semitism. Ironically, Kessler's claims only served to feed anti-Semitism by accidentally resurrecting a theory that would only go on to serve the interests of bigots and the uninformed. After its publication, supporters expounded upon his claims even further, while detractors called it anti-Semitic. But why would the hypothesis be anti-Semitic instead of just another scholarly theory? It makes more sense when you look at some of the recent supporters of the theory, especially those outside of academia. These include online commenters, who use it to delegitimize the Jewish people by classifying them as a fake nation, and even political leaders like the Palestinian Authority leader Mahmoud Abbas. In a 2018 speech delivered to the Palestinian Liberation Organization's legislative body, Abbas quoted Kessler and his theory that Ashkenazi Jews are descended from the Khazars, not the biblical Israelites. The allure of the hypothesis to someone like Abbas is clear. It delegitimizes Jewish claims on the land of Israel. If Ashkenazim came from what's now Russia, then the assertions of an ancestral nationhood in the ancient land of Israel are easily dismissed. Too bad for Abbas that the science is not on his side, and that the genetic findings of Ashkenazi Jews point to people of Middle Eastern origin, not Turkic or Russian. It's also worth stating that the theory, and the subsequent not your land accusations thrown at Jews, completely discounts Sephardi and other Jewish communities, and makes it seem as if Ashkenazim and Ashkenazim alone are the only Jews, which is of course preposterous. It's not a stretch to say that throughout the centuries, anti-Semitic, xenophobic, and racist tropes have followed a similar path. Unfounded ideas that gain a foothold because they serve the interests of anti-religious bigotry, claims of genetic superiority, and political ostracism. It's always fun to learn about conspiracy theories. Sure, everyone loves believing that Tupac is still alive, that there was a second shooter on the grassy knoll, or that the moon landing was nothing but a Stanley Kubrick short film. But let's remember that they are just that, conspiracy theories. They're an entertaining showcase of the human imagination, but to take them seriously without doing some research, not a good look. Ashkenazi Jews are definitely Jews, despite any debunked hypotheses that claim otherwise. In a world with limitless information at our fingertips, it's our responsibility to be informed consumers and to make an effort to sort out fact from fiction. Thanks for watching. If you like what we're doing here, consider subscribing.
That's a good video, but that's not actually what I wanted to play. But I was trying to find a video that was dealing more with the migration.
Who came up with that video?
Is that you, Shoot? Who said
the
that?
Darvish.
Oh, it's
the
Darvish.
Darvish. I'm asking the question.
That's
Who's
Unpacked.
That source y'all showed us now. Who's that?
Unpacked YouTube channel. Unpacked. You can check it out.
I mean, but who channel was it? Like
Unpacked. The channel name is called Unpacked. You gotta look them up.
Okay.
But that's not quite what I wanted to show. I wanted to show a video that dealt with migration patterns. That kind of dealt with other stuff. Because I think people are unfamiliar with the diaspora, and I'm trying to find a short video that kind of details it.
Listen, man.
Let me see. This one might be good. This might be.
I understand you guys have a channel and y'all on a
encompassing
platform.
much more than the mere geographic dispersal of
those people, brother.
Encompassing much more than the mere geographic dispersal of people, the notion of diaspora implies a unique state of mind, one of a perpetual journey that profoundly affects collective and individual identities. For the Jewish people, this journey has been an inseparable part of their existence. From the biblical Exodus, through the exiles from Zion following the destructions of the First and Second Temple, to the continuous longing for their ancestral homeland. How does Jewish identity stand the test of time? How do communities that live in different regions and cultures and interact in many languages preserve their distinctness when their own boundaries and identities are in constant movement? The answer lies in Jewish communal traditions and practices. Uniting diaspora Jewry, they carry the Jewish concept of Ledor Vador, the call to pass tradition from one generation to another. The Frankfurt Community Registry affords a glimpse at the mechanism that sustained the self-governing Jewish community. For Jews outside Israel, the diaspora has always presented a story of duality. On the one hand, they've always had a special relationship with Israel and with Jewish communities that transcended nation and state boundaries. On the other hand, they've felt the basic need to take root, integrate, and belong to their local society and country, even when faced with severe restrictions such as segregation and occupational limitations placed on them by authorities. This alcoholic beverages recipe book from early 19th century Poland is an anecdotal example of adapting to necessity. At the time, about 85% of registered taverns in Poland were leased by Jews, who, for lack of other alternatives, found this outlet as an aspirational middle-class occupation. The desire to be accepted and leave a mark on society, coupled with Judaism's tradition of learning, analysis, and debate, together with new opportunities that were opened for diaspora Jewry during the Enlightenment of the 18th and 19th centuries, engendered new creativity and led Jews to develop concepts, theories, and works of art that contributed universally to societies, thought, and cultures. Cultural influences and inspirations by nature run in both directions. This long-lasting interplay between traditions is clearly evident in the poetry of Judah Halevi, the greatest medieval Hebrew poet who incorporated patterns of Arabic and Muslim culture into his poems that are a part of every Jewish prayer book across the globe. The narrative of the diaspora, in all its diversity and its relationship with Zion, creates the never-ending story of the spiritual, mental, and physical journey between them. Constantly evolving, it is a dynamic story preserved, cultivated, and shared by the National Library of Israel, instilling hope now and for generations to come.
Yeah, there's a lot of history backing up the ancient Jewish presence in Europe, but that's still not the type of video I was looking for. I'm trying to find one that deals with the migration.
Forget about all that shit, man.
Maybe it's this.
I got a question for you. My bad. I'm sorry. I ain't mean to interrupt you. My bad. Go ahead, do your thing.
Let me see. I think this might be the video I'm looking for. It's not easy trying to find this, but because I'm trying to find one that's short. This might be it though.
A century ago, a conflict arose which would quickly become one of the most complex and controversial in the world.
Fair use.
A conflict between two very different people for the same territory. To understand its origins, let's retrace the history of the Jewish people on a map. The Israeli-Palestinian conflict will be explained in a following video. The story begins in 750 BC when the Near East was divided into many small kingdoms and city-states. They were wedged between the Assyrian Empire to the north and Egypt in the south. Among them was the Kingdom of Israel, whose people worshipped several gods, including Yahweh. In 722 BC, the capital Samaria fell to the Assyrian Empire. Part of the population then fled to the Kingdom of Judah and Jerusalem, but they would be followed by the Assyrian army as they continue their expansion towards the south. The region then remains under their control for a century until the fall of Nineveh to the Babylonians. Egypt and Babylon would then compete for territories of the old empire, but the Babylonians quickly take over and project their power in the region. Jerusalem resists this new rule and rebels. The Babylonian army then returns to besiege and destroy the city. Much of the population is then moved to the capital. In 539 BC, the Achaemenid Persian Empire takes over Babylon. The new king authorizes a free passage for Judeans, prompting many to return to Jerusalem. They would then rebuild the city and organize the foundations of Jewish culture by building the Temple of Solomon and writing the Torah. In 334 BC, the ambitious young Macedonian king Alexander the Great set out with his army to conquer the known world. In just over 10 years, he rakes up a huge territory and builds many cities. But exhausted by conquest, he died at age 32 in Babylon without an heir of governing age. The empire was then divided by his generals into various Hellenic kingdoms. Judea came under the control of the Ptolemaic dynasty. A Jewish community settles in the new city of Alexandria, and the Torah is translated into Greek. Following a war against the Seleucid dynasty, Hellenic and Jewish culture developed friction to the point that one of the altars of the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem was dedicated to the worship of Zeus. A traditionalist anti-Hellenic Jewish militia is organized and takes control of Jerusalem in 164 BC. The temple is restored and the kingdom of Judea becomes independent. A century later, the region was conquered by the Roman army. The Judeans would organize two major revolts against the new regime, which were violently crushed. The first revolt in 66 provoked the siege of Jerusalem, followed by the destruction of its temple. The only wall of the enclosure that survived would become known as the Wailing Wall. During the second revolt, the city was razed and a great part of the population slaughtered. This time, the Jews were forbidden a safe passage to Judea. Many migrate to Galilee and across the empire. Towards the end of the Roman Empire, Christianity was the dominant religion and Jerusalem a place of pilgrimage. The largely well-to-do Jewish community in the Mediterranean basin began to be persecuted, especially in the Visigoth and Byzantine empires. In the 7th century, following the birth of Islam, begins an Arab conquest. In some cases, Jews support the conquest in the hope of better conditions. They are tolerated by the Arabs, and only polytheistic peoples are forcibly converted. In Jerusalem, the Dome of the Rock is built, making the city holy to the 3 monotheistic religions. The Arabs arrive in the Iberian Peninsula, which they call Al-Andalus. Here, 5% of the population is Jewish, ushering in a golden age of culture. Meanwhile, in Europe, Jews are not only tolerated as people who witnessed times before Christ, but also as the sole traders between Catholics and Muslims. This allows Jews to gradually establish themselves in all of Western Europe. In the 11th century, the Seljuk Turks, a Central Asian people, began their expansion and reached Jerusalem. They persecute Christians and forbid pilgrimages to the city. In response, Christians in Europe organize crusades, military and religious expeditions to the Holy City. Along the way, they massacre Jewish communities who they now consider a deicide people who killed Jesus Christ. In 1347, Genoese merchant boats from Kaffa helped spread the Black Death. In 5 years, the disease wreaks havoc in Europe, killing almost half its population. A rumor spreads accusing Jews of poisoning whales, resulting in their persecution mainly along the Rhine and Rhone region and their eventual expulsion. In Spain, the Reconquista ends. The Catholic kings serve an ultimatum to the Jews to either convert or leave. The majority who choose to leave settle along the Mediterranean coast, mainly in the Ottoman Empire, where they are welcomed. The Poland-Lithuania Commonwealth becomes a haven for Jews from Western Europe due to favorable migration policies. In the 17th century, the region hosts more than 300,000, or about half of the Jews in the world. But everything changed in 1648 with the revolt of the Cossacks' Ukrainian presence against the nobility and the Jews. They accused the Jews of having a privileged relationship with those in power. More than 100,000 Jewish people are killed or flee the region. This episode would weaken the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, besieged on all sides by neighboring powers. In 150 years, the regime falls and its territory is carved up. The Jewish community is divided, and 900,000 of them find themselves in the Russian Empire, where they are not welcome. They quickly become the targets of attacks called pogroms, a Russian term meaning devastation. Given the lack of response from authorities, these attacks become more frequent and deadly. The Jews then emigrate to the United States and Western Europe, which in the meantime has improved their living conditions. It is in this context that the first Zionist Congress is held in Basel in 1897, contemplating the founding of a new homeland for the Jewish people in Palestine. But the Ottoman Empire is fiercely opposed to the project. A few years later, the First World War breaks out. The Ottoman Empire fought alongside Germany. When the Allies were in trouble and desperately sought further support, the then British Minister of Foreign Affairs, Arthur Balfour, wrote an open letter promising a Jewish homeland in Palestine in return for Jewish support. In parallel, they support the Arab rebellion against the Ottoman Empire by promising them independence in the liberated territories. At the end of the war, the map of the Middle East was redrawn and divided up between the European powers. Palestine comes under the British mandate, marking the beginning of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict.
That video was okay, but there are better ones. Yashub had to step away, by the way, so I'm just playing a couple of videos. I don't know if
Yeah,
it's
but
bad.
that one, you know, so when we, you know,
I got a question for Sean.
Mm.
I ain't been cutting nobody off.
Mm-hmm.
That cool?
Just trying to see if there's.
Go ahead, go ahead.
All right, let me ask you a question, right, Sean. Check it out, right? The DNA, back to the DNA thing, right? Do we actually have DNA of actual Israelite, like Jacob and his kids? Or do we have DNA of the people that were living in that area?
We have the DNA of the people that were living in the area.
All right, cool. I know. did you ever really take time out to check out the Americas, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the history that was going on here, right? We understand that when Noah's ship landed, it landed in America. America was the first one out of the waters. And around here, these people were described as being Jews also. Not only that, we got actual artifacts and ruins of these biblical towns here in the Americas. And now, don't get me wrong. Now, I don't. One thing we can say, somebody copied the next, right? Whether the people, the stuff over there in the Middle East are older. If they're older, then that means the people in Americas copied their architect. But if the ones over here are older, that means they copied us. Would you agree with that?
I don't have a problem with that argument that you're making. Like I'll be willing to sit down and listen to your, because you know how we do here. You would have to bring me some sources and stuff so that we could go through it. We could go through it, and then what I'm saying, because I'm not gonna
You talk a lot of shit, but I know you got a lot of information.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to ask a couple questions, because if you're not being biased, I know you can find these sources for me. There's a couple sources I don't got and I need.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you may have it somewhere in your archive, but you just don't want to bring it up for whatever reason. All right, now let me ask you this question, right? The pomegranate. Do that grow over in, say, the Middle East? Or are you sure or not sure? Because I'm not really sure. Somebody told me it only grows here in America, but I told another cat that said it does grow over there in the Middle East. So I'm not exactly 100% sure. Right. But I bet you probably know. Or you can point me in the direction where I can find a source.
Do a Google search and find out. You could do a simple Google search, and don't just read one source.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I did the Google search. I understand that part.
Pomegranates come from
see what the
the Himalayas of northern India. They come from India.
You know what? And I heard that also. But also, I do know that they're here also. I know it grows here in the Americas. And I heard, like I said, I heard somebody say that
because it was brought over.
Say it one time.
Because it was brought over.
Okay.
The pomegranate tree is native to Iran, to the Himalayas in northern India, and has been cultivated since ancient times throughout the Mediterranean region of Asia, Africa, and Europe. So it was definitely brought over.
According to Wikipedia, Google, I understand
That's
that.
not Wikipedia. It's according to the MaduraChamber.com, whatever it is.
No,
cool. Hold on one second. Hold on one second. Let me write this thing. Like, 1 second.
Yeah, write it down. But I want to say something. What? Pull it back up for him so he can write it down. You see it?
I got it. Now, back to what we were saying now. Go ahead.
You know we're not going to do your homework for you, right?
No, I'm not asking for no homework for me, brother. My name, man. I do my own research.
You know,
I just try to find other sources or whatnot now, because there's when we're dealing with a story, any story, we understand that there's two sides of it.
I respect
that. We deal with anything that happened. All right, cool. All right, now you understand why I came with the pomegranate thing?
I don't understand why, but I get the question. You just wanted to know where they originated at, because you're saying they're here in the Americas. How long ago was it found in the Americas, as opposed to the Middle East? You know, you gotta find that out as well, to make sure you know where the source where the source came from, the source of the pomegranate came from. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How did it end up here?
All right, cool. You understand why I asked that then? Cool then.
Right.
Say no more. Another thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
As far as this DNA thing, because like I say, I'm not a geneticist.
Mm-hmm.
I don't really study genetics, but I've been dealing with a couple of people that deal with genetics. All right, I'm not gonna say the people I was dealing with the school for this shit.
Hey, Darvis,
but they got a basic understanding of it, at least more understanding than I do. Maybe they mislead me, maybe not. But it's a theory.
Mm-hmm.
Within this theory, it proves they use this theory, the origin of it, I can't say Michael Hammer came up with it, but they put a name on it.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of things happened with this DNA thing. Far some people saying he fudged the records, some people saying that was a lie, whatnot. I mean, but the whole purpose of it was to prove that these so-called Oscar Nazis, I will use that term for lack of a better term, because I can't say that they all call themselves Oscar Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
But what I can say is that they use this particular science to prove their legitimacy in that place they call Palestine now.
Okay, so I knew you was going there.
All right,
So
cool.
I can say this. Let me say this to you, because just to make it, because my brother wanted to show a video. So I want to say this to you real quick. Yes, when they did, there was a certain group of people that when they started this thing, they were trying to prove out not DNA itself, but trying to market themselves as being Jewish, right? This Jewish gene,
Yeah.
right? So you're right. What they did was this particular person started with his own genetics. Well, I'm a Jew and I'm a Levite, so I know I'm a Jew, so my DNA must be Jewish. This is where we get the haplogroup J
Yeah.
hypothesis from. But that is slowly being turned around. There are geneticists that are you heard us have these discussions here already that says that J would be coming out of the Caucasus and D and E would be Afro-Asiatic, the progenitor of the Semitic languages. So we're starting to see a turnaround. We're starting to see a turnaround in that. But I will say this: if you're leading towards, these people, there's some bias in it. Yes, I'm not going to sit here. There is some genetic bias. There's some people that are biased to, their own belief systems when it comes to religion. Right?
Yeah.
When it comes to
Yeah.
DNA and their religion, there's some bias.
And I'm glad to hear you say that shit, my nigga.
Right.
Word, because I got a misunderstanding of you, my nigga. But everything good. Let me ask you another
deal
question.
with that. Hold on, wait. Let me finish. You gotta let me land my plane. Well, we deal with that, right? We deal with that. Whenever we read these genetic studies, we make sure we keep in mind that, there are biased people out there when we read these studies, but we pretty much know who they are. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We pretty much know who they are. We know their agenda. So when we do read their studies, there's other studies that pretty much, demarcates their theory. On who could be the original. So being that we read these studies pretty often, we know when we see bias. We know when we see bias. So if that answers your question. So I don't want you to ask another question right this moment. This is another Dr. Henry Abramson.
But once we finish the video right here, we get back to that, right?
All right, cool. All right.
All right.
Okay, let's just take a few minutes to say a little bit about the rest of the Mediterranean and the ancient diaspora. There's so much to say about all of this, but I just want to try and keep my remarks very brief because we will be returning to this in future lectures.
Fair use.
Here's our map that shows us the extent of the Roman Empire and the kind of hatch lines. And as you can see, every single dot represents a city where there is a significant Jewish population. The region we should look at right now is moving from.
By the way, I'm playing this video because Mbatui or whatever said that there isn't any Israelite communities in the Mediterranean, and there's history that backs up that there was Israelite communities throughout the Mediterranean. So that's why I'm playing this video.
Left to right, Italian peninsula that's shaped like a boot. And I said that in a Canadian way. I hope you recognize it. And then there is the Greek peninsula next to it. We'll also look a little bit at the Eastern Mediterranean as well, which would be like Turkey and so on. The first suggestion of Jewish presence in Greece dates all the way back from the 4th century. And then, of course, after Alexander, there's much more of a presence building in the region. In Rome, we have a very significant population developing. This is especially so when Julius Caesar, in the 1st century before the Common Era, proclaims Judaism a religio licita, which means a legitimate religion, which means it is protected and it has to be respected. And there are certain things that Jews do that they are allowed to do and continued doing because of Roman protection, such as the very dangerous and difficult transportation of the yearly half shekel tax for the maintenance of the temple in Jerusalem. This was a practice which was continued throughout the period of antiquity, and the Romans actually protected it. The few times when, transporting this money was interrupted by official authorities was heavily criticized and represents definitely an exception to the rule, because people respected especially old religions like Judaism. Jews were also granted military exemptions from conscription when they were observant. For example, the whole business with kosher food and the Sabbath makes it very difficult. So in many cases, the Romans were willing to overlook demands on conscripts from Jewish communities. So there's generally, Jews did not so bad in the Roman Empire before the events of the Great Revolt. That's when it got really bad, and of course it went downhill from there. At the same time, while Jews are generally gaining a lot of traction socially and legally coming up to the first century, there is a growing social movement as well that you can really see in a lot of the early Greek and Roman writers. There is a basic misunderstanding of what Judaism is all about. There is a concern that Jews are somehow misanthropic, that they hate other people. Why? Because, for example, you can't belong to the religion unless you convert. And this was like a strange idea. Really? I can't just be a Jew because I sort of like Jewish things? No, you've got to go through conversion, whatever that means exactly. But certainly for men, it means circumcision. Jews wouldn't eat non-Jewish food, so you had to keep kosher. There was a lot of Jewish practice that was definitely misunderstood. Like, for example, this total, what seemed to be fanatic ban on any kind of civil religion, like any kind of worship of idols and things like that. The Jews would get really upset about that, and Greeks and Romans were saying, like, what is the problem? It's so basic. I've often compared this to the example of not standing when the national anthem is played at a football game or something like that, which Americans would consider very rude. And by the way, I used this example long before it became an emblem of the social justice movement and Black Lives Matter and so on. But the fact that it has been used to take a knee at a football game is considered offensive to many Americans, is considered such a strong statement that still reinforces the idea of how the Jews would have been perceived if they refused to do some of the basic things that Romans did for their civic religion because they felt that it was against their core principles. Nevertheless,
I'm pausing just to, add the fact that there are a lot of interesting similarities between Jews and, blacks. The way we're treated, there's a lot of similarities like that. Like you said, with the whole the knee, and how most Americans would see that as disrespectful, and Jews did their things. Most Europeans see it as disrespectful. So.
That's why I said message. As soon as you stop, I knew what you was gonna do.
Yep. Yeah, a lot of similarities between blacks and Jews.
Judaism is a competitive ideology at this time. You have a lot of people who are attracted to Judaism. It represents some real attractive alternatives to the fatalism inherent in Roman paganism. And you have a growing population not only of ethnic Jews who are living in the Italian peninsula before the first century, but also fellow travelers, both converts and those who are just kind of like sympathizers as well. One of the really cool ways that we can see the growth of the Jewish population in Rome, and this is a little bit of a detail, but I just think it's so fascinating, we've got to talk about it here, is the discovery of these ancient catacombs of Jews in Rome. It was very common in late antiquity to be buried underground. You can see this map here shows a number of Christian catacombs for burial, and you also see in the south and also in the northeast some regions where there are Jewish catacombs, and they are so fascinating. You go in them and you see that they've got these sort of like shelves on the walls where the bones would have been interred. it's possible that they practiced a two-step burial, where first there would be burial in the ground, and then a year later, this is actually described in the Talmud. It's a practice that I do not believe Jews practice anywhere in the world today, but in the ancient period, it was common. On the Yortzeit, on the anniversary of the death, they would go and they would exhume the bones, now denuded of all flesh, and there would be a ceremonial bringing of the bones to a family crypt. And so they would enter the catacombs and put them on a shelf next to the ancestors and things like that. Kind of spooky by modern sensibilities, but nevertheless really fascinating. And these catacombs are beautifully decorated, like this really charming palm tree on one wall, and painted ceilings with sometimes decorative animals like peacocks and things like that. Some very moving examples of parental love, like this highly unusual statue of a dead child. You can see he's patting a puppy. It's a great work of art, I think, but very tragic at the same time. Carries the kind of pathos across 2 millennia. The inscriptions are fascinating. They're almost all in Latin, like this one, or in Greek, like this, which indicates that the awareness of Hebrew and Aramaic was probably lower if their first language for something as permanent as a grave marker would be in a foreign language. But there are some Hebrew and Aramaic inscriptions as well. And the symbol of the menorah is very, very common. That's considered like much more than the Star of David, which is a far later introduction to the Jewish canon of images. The menorah is one of the oldest of the images. It's really cool to look at these catacombs, and there's so much research that can be derived from it, more than we can talk about today. Let's switch a little bit to talk about the Eastern Mediterranean, and by that we're looking especially at Asia Minor, which would include little bits of Syria maybe, but definitely Turkey is a really important place for us. Antioch is one of the most significant of the centers here. And we see that, once again, the role of Jews in the military is quite significant. You have Jews in military formations in this region under Antiochus I and Antiochus III. Those are prior, of course, to the Antiochus IV, who was associated with the Hanukkah rebellion, including 2,000 Jewish families who were military families transferred from Babylonia to this region. Really unusual to see that, I think. There's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region,
and I just want to point out here that we do have evidence of synagogues and such throughout the Mediterranean, because that other guy in Batui or whatever was talking about how there wasn't Israelites at all in the Mediterranean, and that's just proven to be untrue based on archaeology.
Man, like the evidence. Hold on, real quick. The evidence is in the pudding, man. Like I said, I read that book, The Genetic History of the Ashkenazi Jews, Biblical Israelites. I read that. Like all of the historical facts he's talking about is cemented. There's nothing you can do to erase that. They were had a strong presence in Antioch, had a strong presence in Galatia, had a strong presence in Corinth, had a strong presence in Italy. They had a strong presence in these places. And just because you don't like the color of the people that are there today, that are claiming these Jewish lineages, does not change that.
Ancient Israel has always had ancient Israel always had multiple skin tones, from dark black Nubian to tan skin Levantine Mediterranean types, like in the Levant today. It's always
with that.
Doesn't scripture?
Y'all stop
wait.
Man.
Wait a minute. Doesn't scripture tell us? Doesn't scripture tell us that Israel is a speckled bird?
Yep.
Yeah, it says that.
Okay.
But I'm going back to the video, though.
Yeah, but come on, man. Y'all know good. If y'all trying to tell me
throughout the region,
that y'all actually feel as though that honestly think that the people that was over there in that area, they call the Mediterranean.
Let's play the video, and then we'll answer your question.
You know what? You're right. You're right. Go ahead. I'm muting my mic.
It's almost over.
Antioch in particular to see that, I think. there's a strong Jewish community in Antioch in particular, but they have the same kind of communal tensions with Greeks living there as we saw in Alexandria. Throughout the region, there are the presence of synagogues even well before the year 70. And this is something we can also say about Egypt and about Mesopotamia and about the Greek and Roman lands as well. Jews did have gathering places for prayer. They were referred to with the Greek terms proseuche or synagoga, which basically means like gathering places. The term synagogue does not intrinsically have a religious context. It's actually a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, which means a house of gathering as well. Jews, even while the temple was operating, wanted to have some kind of way to express their connection to God in a communal fashion. And we have descriptions of this from Josephus and Philo and many other figures as well. Let's just take a concluding look at the Western Mediterranean. In a previous lecture, we looked at the region of Tunis, Cyrene, and a little bit at the island of Crete. Let's just go quickly to the Iberian Peninsula, all the way on the western part of the Mediterranean. And we'll speak a lot more about this region because, of course, it is the heartland of Sephardic Jewry that we have not yet introduced. Up until this point, Jews don't really recognize kind of like differences in cultural orientation. They will refer to each other with geographic locators like stupid Babylonian. It's actually one of the terms used in the Talmud. But they won't necessarily regard them as being of a slightly different ritual or of a slightly different, family of customs, as we will later on. But the heartland of Sephardic Jewry comes from the region of Spain. The first indication we have of any Jewish person in Spain is some evidence of a Jewess living in Adra. And this is from an early 2nd century gravestone, which was transcribed in the late 18th century, a reliable transcription, even though the original gravestone has been lost. The transcription read like this: there's something wiped out, and then the end of the word is nia, and then a new word salo, something missing, nulla, and then a word an, uno, mens, cuatro, die, uno, Judea, which translates as probably something like here lies a girl's name that ends in the letters N-I-A, Junia, something like that, daughter of Solomon, aged 1 year, 4 months, and a day. You can see that the Roman numeral 4 is 4 dashes rather than the IV, which also is a testament to its antiquity. And finally, she is specifically denoted as a Jewish girl. And she is our first indication of Jewish settlement in this region. Wow, I can't wait to get back to talk about this some more. But for now, let's wrap up this discussion of the diaspora. The next lecture is going to be some concluding sort of like synthetic remarks about what does antiquity mean in Jewish history and how that differs from the medieval period, which will begin right after that. Thank you very much for watching.
His channel's pretty good. I watch him sometimes. But you had a question, Darvis. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you. Darvis
said we COTY.
I think that Darvis is not getting the point. Like he's listening to
I'm
us
getting the point.
times.
I'm getting the point. Don't get me wrong.
I want you to answer. I want you to
Oh.
I want you to ask your question, Darvis. But before you ask your question, I want to say this to you.
What's that?
Before you go in on you want me to believe, because this is what I'm gathering. I might be wrong. I'm gathering that your question, because what your statement while we was in the middle of the video before we started it back up, you said, you guys, y'all need to stop. You want me to believe that these people, I'm assuming this is where you're going, that those people are related to us or they're real. How many times have you been on this platform with us or just in the audience listening, and we break down that some of these people would have the particular haplogroup that we say, all right,
would be Israel. And if they do have that marker, if they do have that marker that we share, right, with the slaves that came off of the ships that everybody liked to go to, with the slaves that came off the ship here in America, right, and we share that marker with them, is it possible is it impossible that they could be a part of our heritage, even though they
Yes.
look totally different from us?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So go
All
ahead
right,
with your
cool. Well,
question. Now that
straight.
you answer, because I'm
All
I'm
right.
I'm setting you up to answer yourself. So
Yeah, I
go
know,
ahead.
but that's not what I'm going to ask you though.
Okay.
All right, now, before what you said now, you got to remember now, this whole transatlantic thing. Once you start digging a little deeper into history, you understand these are your people that was doing this. It was the Moorish Empire doing trade throughout the whole world.
All
Your
right. Well,
ancestors, my ancestors, the ones look just like me and you.
right. So hold on.
All right,
I
cool.
will
So,
say
all
this
right,
to
so
you.
anyway, so back to
No,
what I
you're
was
right.
about to say. But
You're right. You're right. So what I would say to you is this: just because you share my uh, DNA with us, doesn't mean you necessarily rock with us, right? Because we see Esau didn't rock with us, right? And Esau would share our same haplogroup. We see Ishmael had an axe to grind with us, going back to Ishmael and Isaac, and his younger brother, him and his mother being put out, and his younger brother being given the promise. And then we turn around and we see the same haplogroup E
that wasn't his younger brother
trading
though,
us.
man. That was Ishmael. But go ahead.
Ishmael was the older brother.
Yeah,
Right.
you said
So
younger.
if you no, I
Ishmael also
said
had
he
a
had a
that gift
problem.
too, though.
Wait, bro, listen. I said his younger brother got the promise.
Yeah. Okay.
Isaac got
Okay.
the promise. That's what I said.
Cool. But he also had a promise.
Right, he did, but that's not where I'm going right now. You're taking me
All right, go
somewhere
ahead.
else. Let me finish.
My bad.
He had the promise of being Israel, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Ishmael, it's apparent that the Ishmaelites had a problem with us, had an axe to grind with us, because they sold us into slavery. The Moors, you know what I'm saying, these people who would share our haplogroup, they sold us. They had an axe to grind. Why? Because it was biblically told why they would have an axe to grind. Same thing with Esau. We
Yeah,
didn't
he was
rock with
young.
everybody.
I got you.
So we
I
didn't
understand what
rock
you're
with
saying.
everybody that shit. So when you start saying, like, when people make these arguments, it's like sometimes a lot of people want to make these these biblical arguments, but then as they're arguing with us, they forget the very scripture, because they'll say stuff like, well, you can't say haplogroup either, like the other brother was just on.
Yeah, but King, they didn't deal with it. They didn't deal with it, the DNA back in those days.
I'm
The
not talking
DNA
about
thing is a
regardless
new
to if they
science.
regardless
So
to
these
if they dealt.
haplogroups never came from them. These are
You're not listening,
theories.
bro. Relax, Darvis,
I got
please.
you.
You're going
Go
somewhere
ahead.
else again. See,
Go
you're
ahead. My
making a
bad.
new argument
You
off
know
of
what?
emotion.
You right. You know,
You're
King,
making a
you
new
right. I wouldn't want
argument,
nobody to do that to me. And I
right?
apologize. Go ahead, finish your thought.
Okay, but you're making a new argument over emotions. That new argument that you was about to start was off of emotion and not Bible.
Oh, it wasn't
Same
emotional.
thing.
It was
Same
biblical.
thing. Same thing with the brother that
It
was
was
on
biblical.
before. When I asked him a straight question, I asked him some biblical questions.
I'm not
He
talking about
wants to
him
tell
though.
me. Right.
Yeah,
I'm not.
cool, but I'm
No,
not
you're not
talking.
talking. I'm just
I'm
talking in
Darvis.
general.
Yeah.
Darvis. I'm talking in general. I'm not saying you're him. When I bring him up, is because you rock with us. You've been around, and so you should be able to tell these arguments apart. And so what happens is that brothers like him come up here and they make these arguments, these dogmatic arguments, and as soon as we're right or we prove a point to them, now all of a sudden they throw the Bible out, right? Because I asked the brother, I said, where would we scatter to? The four corners of the earth? He didn't want to answer the question, but Bible said that. But you know what I'm saying? Like he kept getting caught in his own arguments that he was bringing up. He was getting caught in his own arguments. And I'm not trying to put the brother down. I'm just saying that we go through the same thing with the secular Jews.
Yeah, cool.
They do
Listen,
the same
and
thing.
I understand.
Everybody,
Listen, and
and
I
then
understand
even
that.
somebody like you, logical, even somebody
Yeah.
like you know what I'm saying, you'll make these arguments sometimes, like you'll make an argument that's like, well, bro, we're proving we're jiving everything together with Bible and DNA and material culture, archaeology, all of these things, linguistics. And sometimes, just to make an argument, brothers go left on us and forget their stance, their biblical stance, forget everything, and ask an emotional question. But go
and
ahead.
I understand it, but you have to understand your standard though, where you bringing information that most people never heard of. So when we hear this new information, you agree that this is new information, correct? You agree with that, right?
No, it is. It's new information.
Yeah. So now when you bring this new information to your people, you know who your people is. You know how your people are. The Bible explain us. We stiff necked. So when you bring this new information to us, we're gonna have to question it. You have to understand that. And a lot of people are gonna question it because it's new. And we have no way to,
but they're not
questioning
it. Darvish,
because you're basing your argument on DNA. And I'm not saying that is wrong.
We're not basing
it
just on DNA. We're not basing
it. So when you bring
this,
so when you stand at this argument you bringing is something that most of your people never dealt with. You agree with that, correct?
You're right, Darvish.
You never really dealt with that.
Right, but this
you
is why
you can say that you one of the first out your family that got this deep into DNA. Would you say that?
Yes.
All right,
and I would say
so it's like that all over the place. I never listen, dog. I do a lot of reading, a lot of different. There was a lot of different thoughts, or groups of thoughts. But I never dealt with nobody like y'all.
Darvish, a lot of people make arguments. A lot of people make arguments with us, not just because it's new, but they don't want to accept it, and that's cool.
It's going to be hard to accept. Okay, you got to understand that.
I get, but that's why we're patient.
So you got to work with us.
Repeating ourselves, right? And we keep repeating ourselves, and we don't have no problem. You see, you back up here, and we keep repeating ourselves with you. We don't have a problem.
So I want to make sure y'all got to understand that this is going to be hard for the average person to accept. So y'all got to work with us.
We are working.
We will ask all kind of questions because it's something new. You've been dealing with this DNA thing how long?
It's been a short period of time. Avery and for me personally, it's been a short period of time. Maybe.
But within that group,
2 to 3 years.
Dealing with.
But others have been a little longer. Huh?
How long you said? How long you said?
For me, probably about 2 or 3 years. But for Avery and Yashub, it's been longer.
Cool. Me myself, it's been about 2-3 weeks. And I've got no sources still. And a lot of my people, look at me as if I'm advanced in this particular field. And like I said, I've been dealing with it like 2 or 3 weeks. So when you come with a different information or different source like that, most people that consider themselves as knowledgeable or wise or that don't want to be considered a fool, they're gonna question it. So when y'all come with that, it's gonna automatically cause us to question because it's something different. I'm not saying it's right, I'm not saying it's wrong. But it hasn't been proven to us. You've been dealing with it. Your people been dealing with it. So any question you have, you can refer to your peoples, and they'll walk you through it. We don't got that. We fuck around running across your channel, and y'all talk. I'm like, hold up, man, what the fuck is going on? Ain't happening.
Especially when you see
us some new shit to us, okay?
Especially when we put up white people and we tell them, Darvish, they related to you.
That's the problem. Thank you.
Exactly. And listen, and that's some shit, my nigga. Listen, that's hard for me. Word.
Darvish, let's cut.
I'm listening.
It has nothing to do with DNA being a new information that our people are not familiar with. The issue is that DNA shows that people that have different skin color, different phenotype actually are related. And what these BHI groups do is teach that, no, these people are the devil, or these people are this or that and the third. But DNA says otherwise. That's the issue people have. That's why we have Boti come on here and Eddie fog us for 2 or 3 hours.
Yeah, exactly. But see, like with any other question come out of, y'all use any other source, we can easily research that. But when you use that thing they call DNA, this ain't something we can just go and Google right quick, or we can go. It takes some actual fucking studying to deal with this. So we got to refer to somebody, you know what I mean, within our group that already been dealing with this particular science. And we don't got nobody in our group that was dealing with this particular science. So it's even harder for us. And it sounds strange as fuck. You tell me that me and this person right here got the same haplogroup, or we the same, it's strange to us. Because it's something different.
It's strange.
I'm not saying it's not true.
Hold on real quick,
it's different.
I got you. Hold on, Avery. Hold on. The reason why it's strange to you and strange to most Black Americans, because we have learned racial purity.
Exactly.
Racial purity, it was created by white supremacists.
Exactly.
That's
Yeah,
what
but
you
there
get.
wasn't no white people
Hold on,
around during
Darvis.
the
Let me finish, Darvis, because I just covered this. It's fresh on my mind. I just covered this.
I'm going to get off there.
If you're familiar with the Racial Purity Acts, it was to create to say black people were all the same, white people were superior. If you had one drop of black blood, you black. You ain't nothing else. You can't claim anything else. That's where that comes from. So fast forward to modern day when we show people that, hey, your relatives could be a white person or a Western European person or an Asian person. It goes against racial purity. That's where we're getting that from, man. That's not science. That's just racist rednecks that
emotionalism. Yeah.
Racist
Cool,
rednecks
but
in
listen,
the past that
you
want
dealing
to
with
keep us in
cool,
our
and I
place.
understand what you're saying, but you got to understand who I am. Let me explain who I am. I'm a researcher, a historian. All right, I'm surrounded by all my family. I live in one of these areas. I mean, where everybody, when you talk to a person, first thing they want to know who your people is, what's your last name, because through our culture, that's how we are. We indigenous been here. We trace our lineages back for years and years and years before there was a transatlantic slave thing. All right, now, so we look at things a little different within our culture. You know what I'm saying? So when I'm dealing with this DNA thing, I don't know nothing about. I'm learning on the fly. And I mean, I listen to different lectures about DNA. It's hard to find a book about DNA because I don't understand. If I do find a book about DNA, I don't even understand the verbiage. So I refer to people like y'all who deal with DNA. And I ask a question. Y'all might think I'm just tripping. I mean, go ask a question. I mean, no, I do understand the origin of this particular thing, this particular form of science, and why it came about. But for the actual thing, I don't know shit about it. So I can't really sit there and hold a conversation with a geneticist or somebody who would deal with this particular thing, the molecular sciences. I don't know shit about it. So hopefully I deal with y'all because I figure y'all know more about it than me. So I listen to y'all and I connect dots by listening to y'all, by learning, I mean, the basics on this thing. I have questions about it because I'm learning. So I ask it, and because of who I am, when I ask these questions, a person automatically get offensive because I ask this question thinking I got some kind of a motive behind it. Well, actually, really just trying to figure this shit out. I fuck with Burner, who y'all know is damn, what the fuck he call himself? Damn. But he know what I'm talking about. I fuck with him, he fuck with y'all too. And I know him personally, so I deal with him, but he don't really know much about it. That's why he started fucking with y'all, because I told him about y'all. And it's a different kind of science than what we used to dealing with in the hood. So we question every little thing to make sure it's legitimate. So when I ask a question, I'm not just trying to be funny. I'm really trying to know. Because I got a lot of younger cousins that's under me and ask me these questions. And I feel some kind of way if I can't answer it. I'm 47 years old. A nigga asked me a goddamn question, nigga, and then you like in your 20s something, and I can't answer it. I smoke a blunt and get studying.
All right, so I'm gonna try to explain this real quick for you, so maybe you'll understand it this way. So you know how you see these white Jews and stuff, and you go, now you telling me, not most people, not just you. I don't want to just single you out. Most people will go, you mean to tell me I'm related to these people? I can't be related to people. I know I ain't related to these people. Those people are fake and this, that, and the third, right? And it's all because of color. It's all because of color, all right? But now we know in our own history here in this country about rapes and stuff that went on during slavery, right?
Yeah.
And so your great grandfather may have been a white man who raped your great grandmother, right? But
could apply. I understand what you're saying, but not to me, but I understand what you're saying.
No, well, I'm not saying it happened to you. I'm just saying you know the history
Yeah,
of
and
this
I
country,
understand that.
right?
Like I said,
Even
I do.
even in, well, hold on, let me finish.
Right.
Let me land my plane, because I'm trying to make a point to you.
I got you.
So the same way that could happen, and then you have a cousin today that you know 4 great grandfathers ago, 5 great grandfathers ago raped somebody in their family, rape somebody in your family, and now you got a cousin who looks just like you, dark skin, have all the typical African American features or Africoid features or Negroid features, and you would never know that he actually descends from a white man, which would put him paternally in line with Europeans, even though he looked like a straight African. It would put him in line, meaning his forefathers, or his forefather, or his forefathers, 4 generations, 5 generations down, every time a man is born, he has a European haplotype. He belongs to a specific marker that belongs to a European country. So, which
Yeah, but
means
we the
that
same
now he
people
just
though. I got you. I got you.
wait. So what I'm saying is now, if you flip that coin, we understand you, like you just said. You see, you readily accept that we
Yeah.
all the same people. We still the same people, even though he got a forefather 5 generations ago that did this. We still the same people. Now flip that coin. Some European Jew, Jewish man, has a forefather 10 generations ago, 15 generations ago, that had haplogroup E that looked Negroid. And now today he looks like a straight European. He shares the same father lineage as you, meaning wherever y'all two grandfathers walked, great, 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 great walked, they walked together in the same lands, whether it was in Levant or whether it was in Africa. If you want to say that it was African DNA, if you want to say that it was Levantine DNA, y'all are related. Y'all come from the same walk. When I mean paternally, if you go down the line, you will find a common ancestor that you both belong to, and which means that he is a Shemite, no different than if you had a black cousin who a slave master 8 generations ago raped, and now he looks like you. So colorism has to stop.
Cool.
Real quick.
Listen, listen. I want you to understand, and I understand what you're saying.
Right.
All right, now,
Darvis, let you shoot, because I think he's gonna land back on what I said.
I want to bring a source. I want to show people how this racial purity stuff is married to the Afrocentric movement and thought. BHI is a daughter of that. It's married to.
Listen. King, listen, I know it is. Listen, King, I understand. I'm a historian. This is the only issue I have. Because when we start talking about Afrocentric thing, I don't subscribe to the transatlantic slave trade, King, at all.
I know you don't.
I'm a historian. I live here in Charleston, where they claim all these people been dumped off at. Trust me, I got people that live on these islands. So I don't really subscribe to that theory at all. I don't subscribe to the so-called pale person to be in that place they call Europe, because I'm a historian.
You want me to tell you where white people come from, dog?
I don't listen. I'm not getting that. I know what you want me to do, but I'm not gonna fall in that trap right now with you. Right now I'm dealing with show. I don't figure y'all niggas out. You ain't shit me no more, dog. Listen, I got you, dog. Listen, don't worry about that. I ain't falling for that no more.
Let me read
that. Let him read the source. Let him read the source, bro. Let him read the source. Plus, after you read the source, real quick. After you read the source, JL Tart 70 asked a good question. So after you could put it up now, and then after you finish reading what you're reading, JL Tart 70.
Yeah. Before you get it, I want to make sure y'all understand why I'm curious or skeptical about the source. Because you're bringing me an 8th grade lesson, and I'm a fucking elementary student in this particular movement.
All right, cool.
If you ain't done a walking through this goddamn stuff, you can easily shit me.
All right, just sit in the class.
I don't know nothing about it.
All right, Thomas, mute up, mute your mic. Yeshua, put this brother's question, JL Tart 70, or sister question. Just put it up, and then we don't have to deal with it until after you finish reading. I want to.
Yeah, I saw that comment too.
Yeah, real quick, because I gotta bring up this bill, this racial purity, which was pushed by Pleckler and the racist Virginians to pretty much demarcate black people that were a part of Native Indian tribes. So they wouldn't have they didn't have to pay them, pretty much what they owed them for wrongfully taking Indian lands and stuff of that nature. But here's the interesting thing about that. Pro-Afrocentric black nationalists actually agreed with Plecker. Just like you have people today agreeing with that. Let's read this. This is from The Blood Stay Pure by Eric L. Coleman.
King, I agree with it too.
I know you do. You racist. No, let me read this. It says, while the RIA did not address the issue of repatriation, the Virginia trio found plenty of support for it among white separatists, but to their surprise, they also found ready allies among black nationalists, namely Marcus Garvey and his Universal Negro Improvement Association. Garvey, a transplant from Kingston, Jamaica, came to the United States in 1916. He settled in Harlem, New York, and founded the UNIA, which was established upon the self-help principles of Booker T. Washington. Garvey believed that the only way to fight racism was for blacks to become economically independent. The only avenue to black economic independence, Garvey asserted, was repatriation to Africa. Garvey embraced black nationalism and by preaching black pride and black self-reliance, but he also spoke disparagingly of mulattoes. His rhetoric echoed that of white Virginians, as he cautioned his followers that mulattoes would prove the downfall of efforts toward black liberation by creating a caste system whereby light-skinned blacks rule over dark-skinned blacks. Let's keep reading. It says, Garvey therefore admonished his followers to insist in a campaign of race purity, that is, doing everything moral and social within the race in close ranks against all other races. It is natural that is a disgrace to mix your race with other races. That's an actual quote from Garvey. While black journalists were outraged by Garvey's rhetoric, the Richmond trio at the helm of Virginia's racial integrity movement found Garvey and his organization awe-inspiring. So these people, these racist white people, loved Garvey because he was speaking the same doctrine that they were speaking, racial purity.
You blacks need to go back
But
to
what's
Africa.
wrong with that, though, Ken?
Right, well, hold on.
Let me finish reading it, bro.
Yeah, let him
Well, my bad. You're right.
It is wrong because you're telling people based off your skin color you can't mix, or this is called
King, you wasn't living there then, though.
Yeah,
you wasn't living in them times. It was a different culture.
If you call yourself an Israelite, then you know the Israelite walk over millennium, and you know these men did wherever they was forced to.
Would you say Israel's racist?
Around them.
No.
I'm asking a question. Would you say Israelites were racist?
Israelites were not racist. They did not base.
Then you really ain't been into the Bible, then, King. If you say that.
They did not disparage people based off their skin color. No, they weren't racist. Now, let me finish reading.
No, it didn't go skin color. You're right.
Jarvis.
You're right. You're right.
Okay. While black journalists were outraged by Garvey's rhetoric, the Richmond trio at the helm of Virginia's racial integrity movement found Garvey and his organization awe-inspiring. In a speech Powell delivered before the UNIA in New York on October 28, 1925, he told the audience that Garvey and his organization came to the attention of Ernest Cox through a letter he received from the Garveyite in St. Louis, who commended Cox for his book, White America. Although the writer disagreed with Cox on numerous points, nevertheless, he asserted the feelings of racial purity coincided with Garveyism. He agreed with a damn racist, man. Because Garvey himself wrote a letter to Cox in 1925, echoing the same sentiments and calling the book a masterpiece in history, ethnology, and general race literature. What book did Garvey was talking about and giving praise to? A book by Ernest Cox known as White America. He was praising it. Now, let's keep reading. It says, not only did Garvey advertise Cox's book in the Negro World, the official origin of the UNIA, in the book Philosophy and Opinion, the UNIA also became book agent, selling upwards of 17,000 copies of White America in Detroit and Michigan alone. Garvey downplayed the book's virulent racism and reasoned that Cox could not be faulted for writing a book from a white perspective. He contended that the main issue was that irrespective of each man's viewpoint, they have found common ground in relation to the solution to America's race problem, repatriation. Garvey's support for repatriation and racial purity was a breath of fresh air to the Virginia trio. Despite the fact that Garvey was serving a 5-year sentence in federal prison for mail fraud, the trio clung to their black nationalist friend with an unshakable resolve. Garvey spoke their language, embraced their values for a white America, and served as a black validation for Virginia's racial integrity scheme. Garvey further demonstrated his support for the racial integrity cause by sending his wife, Amy Garvey, to Richmond, Virginia. On August 14, 1925, Mrs. Garvey spoke to a mixed audience on the importance of maintaining racial integrity. She also visited Virginia's Office of Vital Statistics to assure Plecker of the UNIA's firm support of the cause. They supported Plecker. Plecker was the guy telling people that you ain't an Indian, you a nigga, so you don't get no land rights, you don't get no money from the government. They supported them because you black, nigga.
King, listen. King, listen.
I'm not done. Stop. Don't cut me off. I'm not done. They supported him. They supported him. They supported Cox. Look, white America.
I don't got no problem with that either.
Jarvis.
Well,
Jarvis, please.
I know you don't have no problem because
cool. Well, I'm saying cool. I don't. Go ahead. I'm listening to the thing.
No, bro. Now I'm finna go off.
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead, finish.
I'm finna go off on you, bro. I don't even know why.
Listen, go off me once you finish.
Bro, hold on, man. I know you ain't
Well,
playing.
go ahead, finish then.
Sit in the audience. Sit your ass in the audience. I'm not gonna keep begging you to let me finish. God damn. I done lost my damn page fucking with him.
It's further. Yeah, there you go. Go further up. Well, while you're looking for your page, I want to say this real quick. So with Garvey, speaking about racial purity, let's just deal with Garvey on his own. Even though Garvey preached, racial purity, there was no way his male lineage line could ever be 100% Africoid concerning his DNA. Why? I don't care. As long as he has sons, he is haplogroup R. Every son, grandson going down is going to be haplogroup R. They will not be purely 100% Africoid, or I don't care how you want to call it. They would not be 100% black. So let's just use black because that's the term y'all like to use. Black. He would still descend, and his grandkids and everybody else, that as long as he has sons, they would always connect back to a white man, to a white lineage, going all the way back millennia that are haplogroup. What is he, R1b?
He's R1b. Yes, he is Western
Right.
European his damn self. Yeah.
So after him, his son would be R1b, Western European. His grandson would be Western Europe. They could be black as hell with the biggest lips and the nappiest of heads. They will always. So there is no such thing as racial purity once it's been tampered with paternally or even maternally. Because damn, I just lost my thought. But yeah, they would never. I was gonna say, if you go to the KKK, people, white rednecks that you spewed the same thing, the people that this book that he praised, if one of them had a Africoid or West African haplogroup, a West African haplotype, the marker, the E marker, they could never ever be a pure white person. They would always, no matter how many sons, they will always lead back to Africa. So this is the foolishness in this type of talk or this type of thinking. I yield.
Thank you, man. And I'm going to continue to read this unabated. The reason why people interject in the middle of your speech is because they try to dissipate the energy and remove focus to what's actually being brought out here. Marcus Garvey supported the racists and agreed with the racists. That's my point. And a lot of you pro-black groups trace back to him and you commemorate him. You're doing the same goddamn thing. The man sent his wife, because he was in jail, sent his wife to go agree with Plecker. Look up Plecker's list and what he did. Plecker is an evil bastard that made sure that many of black and Indian mixed people would not receive what was owed to them by the government by simply saying you're black, you have no Indian ties. That's what Plecker was doing, and Mrs. Garvey supported that because of this racial purity bullshit. Now we're going to continue to read. You're going to sit your ass in the back and listen. All right. Let me go and pull this back up.
Is it me or did your volume go down?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but it sounds like your volume went down.
Is that true for anybody else?
There it is. There it is.
All right, hold on. Let me share my screen again. All right, so again, Let the Blood Stay Pure by Erica L. Coleman. As we were reading, Mrs. Garvey spoke to a mixed audience on the importance of maintaining racial integrity. She also visited Virginia's Office of Vital Statistics to assure Plecker of the UNIA's firm support of the cause. The UNIA had firm support of the cause. The Plecker's list. It says the favor was returned in October 1925 when Powell paid Garvey a personal visit at his Atlanta prison while in the city to promote racial integrity legislation for the state of Georgia. Also, Cox, Powell, and Plecker wrote individual letters to President Calvin Coolidge requesting that Garvey receive an immediate pardon. They believe that the case against their black comrade was a conspiracy conjured up by mulattoes to thwart Garvey's Back to Africa efforts. The mulattoes the trio spoke of no doubt referred to what Garvey identified as, open quote, the race enemy. The National Association for Advancement of Colored People, the NAACP, they are seeking to build up a mongrel America, close quote. The NAACP despised Garveyism and believed that Garvey's movement was counterproductive to black progress. W.E.B. Du Bois, editor of Crisis Magazine, the official publication of the NAACP, saw Garvey as a traitor to his race. Regarding his embrace of the Virginia trio in their racial integrity campaign, Du Bois contended, open quote, Marcus Garvey is not attacking white prejudice. He is groveling before it and applauding it. His attack is on men of his own race who are striving for freedom. Close quote. Du Bois, a man of African, French, and Dutch descent, was under no illusion regarding racial purity. He believed that the entire doctrine was, as he had stated in a crisis editorial regarding Cox's White America, open quote, lies agreed upon, close quote. He summed up the entire race problem within one element, women, or rather ownership of women. As Du Bois saw it, to the ordinary American and Englishman, the race question at bottom is simply a matter of ownership of women. White men want the right to use all women, colored or white, and they resent the intrusion of colored men in his domain. Meaning, close quote, meaning what he's saying is they okay with screwing out women, but when the opposite becomes true, they have a problem with that. It says, while Madison Grant believed that the right against intermixture was a fight to preserve white womanhood, stating, open quote, it will prevent white women from marrying men of mixed racial origin, close quote. The NAACP believes such legislation was responsible for the degradation of the black woman. On January 12, 1915, the Civil Rights Organization circulated an official statement regarding its position on intermarriage, which read in part, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People earnestly protests against a bill forbidding intermarriage between the races, not because the association advocates intermarriage, which it does not, but primarily because whenever such laws have been enacted, they become a menace to the whole institution of matrimony, leading directly to concubinage, bastardy, and degradation of the Negro woman. No man-made law can stop the union of races. If intermarriage be wrong, if the prevention is best left to the public opinion and to nature, which wreaks its own fearful punishments on those who transgress its laws and sins against it. Close quote. So I'm going to stop there. My point was bringing this out. A lot of these pro-African groups like the BHIs, they invoke these people, but really what you guys are invoking is old Dixiecrat racism. That's what you are, old redneck racists. That's who you are. And we can see it here. Garvey espoused racist ideology from Cox and Plecker, some of the two of the most despicable men in the history of America. All right.
And a lot of our brothers and sisters just won't, like, they can't get over the emotional part. Like, this won't wash with them. No matter how much it looks like we're coons. We're telling you something. No, this is what it is. We pick these things up from these rednecks. This is why Yashub called black people who talk the same talking points that white people, but just using those same talking points and flipping it and using it for black people. This is what causes the problem. This is the problem that we're having. And you guys don't, not everybody, but there's a lot of people out there that don't want to release, they can't emotionally separate themselves. This is why when Yeshua tell people, yo, you got a European a European Y marker, embrace it. He don't mean embrace it like go run and start saying that you're white. He's saying get that emotional shit out your body that's telling you that I'm blackity black, 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 and being disrespectful to your very forefathers or very foremothers. It's crazy, and it's like it takes a while for it to sink in. I get it. It takes a while for it to sink in, but you're gonna have to see this for what it is. Marcus Garvey's sons, great grandson, great great grandson, great 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 grandsons will always lead back to a European country or a European population. And
Oh shit, the boy got me back like that.
They will never be purely black or purely Africoid. They would not be 100%. I mean, it might show up on your deed. They say you're 100% European or you're 100. That means that you have no markers, no maternal or paternal markers that lead back to a European or lead back to an African if you're white. But you're not going to be ever 100% pure. If indeed your blood was tainted, and you know what, that brings to mind, I won't say blood was tainted. That brings to mind that one drop rule. The one that they used to say, if you got one drop of black blood in you, you a nigger.
And then because you are who your father is, bro.
Exactly. Regardless to how much you try to wipe it out by continuing to breed into a certain population. This starting to make sense to y'all?
Yeah, see, the thing is, people don't understand, like, okay, so that R DNA that's amongst our community, you know what I'm saying? You will see that more frequent than you will see the E marker amongst their community because we wasn't raping their women.
Right.
We wasn't doing all of that crazy.
They were raping ours.
You see what I'm saying? But then you had some women that was raping our men, right? And bringing forth children. So you can't forget about those things. No, I've seen it, but I'm not necessarily stating my statement off of that. It's a fact.
Right, but it called to mind that movie that what's his name? Ken Norton played Mandingo, and the master's wife used to tie him up in the barn and do her thing with him while her husband was away. I don't know. It's a 70s movie. I should check it out.
Yeah, that's an old man. I think I know what you're talking about, bro. I think I know. I think I've seen that before.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm that extremeness. Yeah. That extreme. So, it's like we have to be real with ourselves, you know what I mean? When it come down to the information, when it come down to the actual reality of the information that we dealing with. You're gonna have some people, but if they taking the DNA test and they coming back with the E, how can we deny that?
Ain't nothing to sell. We can have one, man. Granted, y'all $1 for these motherfuckers now, bro. Oh, hell no. I ain't got like 4 cigarettes left. We have one. I don't sell cigarettes. Oh, shit. My damn mic ain't muted.
Boy, selling cigarettes.
Oh, shit.
Boy, selling
Hey, man, listen. Hey. Long time ago. Anyway, though.
Somebody selling 100s. And they 100s, brother, you sell it, man.
Yeah, there you go. You trying to listen, man. You're not part of this culture. Stop trying to investigate our culture.
You just said it.
Speak
Though. I
back.
heard you say that. Hey man, I sell swerve. I got the hundreds right here. They're going for $1.
No, that ain't what I said.
You said you was gonna tax them 50 cents. You said I'm gonna do
No, as my brother came in with a cigarette, he wanted to try to buy a couple cigarettes. But I'm saying that the people sell them now for $1 a fucking cigarette. So I told him he could have one. I'm not gonna sell none of them. You get what I'm saying? But anyway, back to what I was saying before you cut me off, man. That bullshit. Now, let me ask you a question, Sean. You little biased. I ain't fucking with you no more, Jimmy. I'm fucking with Sean right now. Anyway, Sean, let me ask you a question, right?
No, you just gotta learn how to be quiet sometimes, Darvis. That shit.
And I was quiet. Did you hear what I said?
No, you was not quiet. When I was trying to read through that, right? You kept opening your mic and kept talking, and I let you slide 3 times. I said, "No, man."
But King, I know, but listen to it. Follow me now. I knew this goddamn YouTube shit, dog. I didn't know my mic was on. I was not talking to you. There's 6 of us in this little room right now, King. I got a little spot right here where we study at, right?
I'm reading, sell your cigarettes. That way you busy. You ain't got nothing to say. You just sell your cigarettes.
I know, but listen, you know what I'm saying? You get emotional with me, King. Listen, I know you had something on your chest you wanted to get off. I can tell you, did you get it off?
No, I didn't get off.
Wrong.
You know why I didn't get off my chest? Because you wouldn't be quiet. You know what?
You did get off. You got it off.
When you have a classroom, like that's a classroom setting, you trying to teach a topic, and it's one of these badass kids throwing paper balls.
Send your ass to the dean's office.
I gotta send your ass to the dean's office, man. You gotta go because I can't even get through the lesson. Nobody won't know nothing because you won't be quiet.
Perfect example. Perfect example. Darvis, you say you over there sitting with 6 of your family, right? So say one of your family members get up and say, "Look, man, I got something to say," you know, and he start getting it in. Then you and another brother can start having a whole conversation.
There you go again.
Damn. Fuck it. It's all good. You got it.
There you go again, Darvis.
You know what, man? It's hard to even fuck with y'all niggas, man.
No. Okay, so what I was saying,
discipline.
What I was saying,
we
Darvis,
expect
is
you to
this,
have,
bro.
because we expect you to have some discipline, Darvis. We too hard to deal with because we expect you
That's
to
what
have
I'm
some
doing.
discipline.
Yeah, because I'm doing different culture. Listen, I'm 47.
It's not
y'all
you're not
niggas
dealing
younger
with
than
different
me.
cultures,
Where
bro.
I'm from,
It's like,
nigga, I'm an elder. Y'all both listen to me.
bro, you're not
Nah,
an
you an
elder, bro. You only
you're a
3
young
years
nigga.
older than me, bro. You
Say word.
47. I'm 44, bro. You're not an elder,
You know what?
bro.
But then I exclude you from that conversation then. The rest of them niggas ain't that old.
There you go. Now he want to pull elder rank. Go ahead with that, Darvis.
Hey, man, that's the culture, baby.
Sit down, Darvis. Sit down,
There you go,
Darvis.
down. See, now you talking to your elders like that.
No,
But I
look,
come to ask you a
look,
question,
Darvis.
nigga.
Look, Darvis. The point that I was making was, if he's up there talking and you and somebody else start just having a whole conversation, you know what I'm saying, while he's talking, he gonna feel some type of way, bro.
Yeah, and I understand that.
Or vice versa.
That's
If
why I
it was you up
apologize
there
for it
talking
because
to
I
the
was
family,
talking to my people.
Doing it.
I didn't know the mic was on.
Darvis.
Yeah,
That's
it's
why I was
cool.
trying to tell him earlier. I didn't know the
It's
fucking
all,
mic was on. I was talking to my people.
Darvis.
yeah, it's all good, Darvis.
Darvis, you used to get sent to the dean's office a lot, right?
Hey,
Be honest.
hell no, nigga.
You lying. Not with that mouth, nigga. Hell no. Not with that
No,
mouth, nigga.
I think I'm different, man, nigga. You go to principal office, my nigga, that usually got to end up with a call home. And if they call home, mom, it's gonna break your fucking neck. So I didn't fuck around much.
That ain't
Now, like I
stopping.
was saying earlier, when my man was talking, I honestly listen. I had something to say about a little thing. I mean, and we was talking. Listen now, it was like I said, it was 6 of us in the room. We got to know everything on the TV. We all listening to the bill. I'm just speaking for my peoples. You got what I'm saying? It's like 6 of us. So I'm the person that ask the questions for the 6 of us. You got what I mean?
Okay.
If you ask next time you talk to what the fuck brother name is? Something knowledge.
That's your. I thought that was your people. That's
yeah. So listen. So if you talk to him, he'll let you know how we build over here.
Right.
So
no,
we got Job Boy like on a big screen, and we all inside here building.
No, I can
but I'm the
tell
only
that,
one connected to the mic. So if somebody got a question or something like that, nigga.
No, but I can tell.
I could tell
that all of y'all build together.
I could tell
Yeah,
that.
we all people. We all the same bloodline.
Right.
Yeah.
I could just tell
So
that you guys study
yeah.
and speak a lot and hang out together.
So every now and again, I might end up forgetting to mute the damn mic and ask somebody on the side a question, or they asking me a question, whatever. And I mean, you may hear that in the background.
All right.
And I apologize in advance for that. We
All
new
right,
to this shit.
you get a pass to that. You speaking for the room, so I get
Yeah.
it. You get a pass, but still, don't break into anything while we talking. I'm gonna send you to the dean's office.
There you go. How the fuck you send me the dean's off a young buck?
Young buck, nigga, I
I'm older
told
than
you,
the fucking dean.
nigga, you a young, you a young nigga to me. I don't think you understand. I'm gonna say it again.
Your ass. I can
What?
tell in your goddamn voice, nigga, you younger than me.
All
You
right.
sound like my son. You can't
I
be no
sound
more
like
30, 35.
I hear you, bro. Thank you
You're
for the
not going to
compliment.
tell him your age,
Thank
huh?
you. No, I'm not gonna tell him. I'm sure the chat. There's some people in the chat that know what it is. Maybe he'll read the chat.
It is what it is in the middle, man. But like I was saying earlier, though, man. I forgot my main fucking question. Anyway, though.
See, Darvis. See, that's why you don't want people interrupting and interject. I forgot my question because you get thrown off. So, hey,
What the question been? Oh yeah, I know the question now. Can y'all explain these things? These fighters they found in America.
Can you say
They
that?
date
Say
back
that
before
again.
these people now. You know why I say that now? Because the people down there in Peru.
Wait.
You
Before you
didn't.
go,
Yeah, we didn't
I
hear the
need to.
question.
Yeah. Try it again, bro.
We didn't hear the question. Say it again.
All right, there's a lot of archaeological findings in Americas.
There's not an
And what you
archaeologist. There's not an archaeologist that can't find what in America.
know, I said there's a lot of findings that they're finding in these lands they call the Americas.
Okay.
That goes against a lot of shit they got written in these. Well, the way people break down the Bible, the way the lands, where y'all call. There's a lot of evidence that prove that those things didn't happen over there.
All right. Well, you have to see once you start going there, Darvis. You have to pull up some sources. You have to show us these
Exactly.
archaeologists.
And so cool.
You have
Exactly.
to.
That's what
Let
I'm
me
talking
finish.
about.
Let me finish. You have to show me these archaeologists these sources that are saying this, so I can see what they're saying. This is why we call it source up. I'm not saying I'm just asking you because you can't pose me that question and say there's a lot of archaeologists. When you say a lot of archaeologists, you're telling me that there's a bunch of sources that says that's whatever your question is. Peru, Jerusalem is in Peru. Let's just say something like that.
Yeah.
Then you have to show me the source so I can sift through it. I don't go off of that. I can't. You understand what I'm saying? And then I can pull up my sources to say, okay, well, this is where he's wrong at. This is where or this is what I believe. These are the other sources. I'll send them to you. Go through these. You can't just tell me
Cool.
like that.
Listen, and I got you. And I feel the exact same way. So I understand what you're saying because you're bringing up these sources, and I got other sources that's speaking contrary to those. So I understand exactly what you're saying. So what I need to do is get an email so I can email you some different sources, and
But
you
can
tell
you
me.
share your
And I mean,
screen?
you check them out, see what they say,
Right,
or
but
see how you feel about them because these different sources basically saying that these people
do you
y'all
have
calling Israel,
go ahead, bro. I'm
right?
sorry. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you finish.
And there are different sources that saying these people they call Israelites was
Right.
here, and these lands they call Americas.
I understand
Yeah.
that. So we go by
Yeah, I'm
DNA.
gonna
So
see far-fetched.
we have a lot of DNA that hasn't showed any Afro-Asiatic, no ancient, as far as I know. Maybe my brothers could
Cool.
expound on this.
And
I see no sources, and when it comes to DNA,
DNA, yeah.
showing Afro-Asiatic people in this land, millennia ago. If you're
Cool.
telling me the Moors were here in the 16th century, 15th century, I'm not going to really argue that point to a degree because the Moors probably did come here on ships with Europeans, with, you know what I'm saying? I'm not going to say that that's not possible, because we know that certain slaves, especially one, was let go because he was a Moor, and being that the Moors had a treaty, the nation or the country, the Moorish country, Morocco,
Empire.
had a treaty, right? They had a treaty with the United States at that time during the slave, during while we were in slavery here.
I got you.
And some people were able to be free because they were able to, well, this particular slave was able to be free because somebody reached out to the Moroccan government, and the Moroccan government was able to establish that this man was a Muslim. He came from this particular part of the world, and he should be freed. So if you're going to talk about those times, that's different than you telling me ancient times, because I don't see any DNA evidence of these specific people here.
And I got you. But now, my issue and a lot of other people's issues may be this thing they call DNA.
Well, see,
this
here we
theory is not factual. We will agree with that. It's not a fact. It's a theory.
Wait, everything in DNA, everything with
No,
DNA is not theory. Stop,
Darvis. Say that
Darvis, we're not going to cap. We're not going to cap with you, Darvis. We know that. We're not going to cap with you. But that's not how we operate. We wouldn't.
People do it. You may not, but people do.
Right.
But go ahead.
But you know who you're dealing with here. This is why you always come back, because you feel that we don't cap, we don't lie about shit. So this is why you keep coming back, because you feel there's some information. You may not agree with the information, but you know that we're coming from a pure place that through our studies. But we're not intentionally lying to anybody. So
I'll go with that.
You understand what I'm saying? We're not trying to lie to anybody, but to get back to the statement that you were making, that DNA is all hypothesis. That is not true. Some people hypothesize. So in certain genetic studies, some people may hypothesize their particular standpoint on a particular subject dealing with DNA because of the evidence, and may not be 100%. They don't have 100% evidence, but they may have 90% of the evidence and say, okay, so we hypothesize or we postulate that this is what it is because of all the evidence that we have so far.
But it's not.
This is how they work. So it's not. Don't say that it's all hypothetical, because it's not. It's a science. There's some concrete parts of the science. Other parts are speculation.
And I will agree with that.
When you hear us talking, we try to deal with empirical data.
Cool, but listen, cool. But when we start talking about history, though, King.
Well, some
we start dealing with history because our history and my history and your history are basically linked. Now, you trace your history through the thing they call DNA.
Darvis.
And not trace my history through archaic or different ancestral records. I'm not saying mine is 100%. I'm not saying yours is 100%. But if we can combine these things together,
that's what we try to do.
With it, I mean, we come up with something. Now,
that's what we've been doing.
But but don't you know that the archaeology, right? The archaeology, it actually gives evidence to our migration pattern, right? So if you can understand and pinpoint our history, not our history, but our culture, our things that our ancestors left. Not only will you find our DNA, but you will find artifacts. You will find writings. You will find all these things. But the thing about our writing, and I'm gonna give it right back to you. The thing about our writing, we will be writing in different scripts because of the languages that we were speaking in. We wouldn't always write in our original language. So if you can understand our ancestors' writing style as well, you can make sense of who we are and where we came from and the path that we came through. Like it's there, bro. Exactly. But if you like, ain't trying to find it, then you won't be able to see it. Are you?
Listen. I understand exactly what you're saying.
No, but you.
I don't have no issue with that.
No, you do.
That's not my issue, King.
Yeah, no, you do have an issue with it because you keep.
My issue is
you said that the DNA. Listen,
I can tell you my issue. I can say, cool. Let me tell you my issue.
Let me say, because I'm going by what you're saying.
Tell me what my issue is. Well, tell me what my issue is then.
I'm not going to tell you exactly what your issue is. What I'm hearing from you, I may be able to determine what your issue is. Maybe I should
Hypothesizing.
word it that way.
Yeah,
Right.
we're hypothesizing.
Okay.
Just tell us your issue with DNA. Why do you feel
Cool.
like it's you say
All right. Cool. Now, for the DNA thing, I understand that there were these scientists that came up with this theory, and they used a particular theory that proved that they were a certain people. They used it as proof of identity. And I'm not saying that is wrong. Don't get me wrong now, because I don't know enough about it to say it's wrong. But I'm saying that the purpose of it was for these particular people to prove that they were connected to these ancient lineages.
Yeah, but we covered that
Now,
already. Didn't we just have the discussion?
Yeah,
Darvish,
exactly.
stop. All right, so
Cool. Let me
Darvish,
finish
I'm
my
not
thought.
going to
Let me
allow
finish
you
my
to.
thought. Let me finish my
No.
thought.
I'm not going to let
Can
you
I
repeat
at least
this.
king? Can I at
Bro,
least finish my thought? Can I
Darvish,
at least
I'm
finish
not
my
going to
thought?
let you repeat. No, because we're not going in circles. I'm not
I'm
going to
not
let you
going in circles.
repeat. Yeah, you are,
I'll tell you
because you
exactly
bring
where I
it back in
stand
the.
at. And I'm gonna tell you
Not all
why
science.
my man asked me to explain to him what my issue was with that. And I was answering his question. But you cut me off. Got what I'm saying? But don't worry about it. Like I said, now far as the DNA thing, we understand that the people that came up with it, I can't say they were wrong and I can't say they were right. But people, I mean, for some reason, a lot of people started checking what they were saying. Some people say records were first or fudge or whatnot. What I'm saying is this: as a historian, when I start tracing back these lands based on wars or whatnot that was going on, they really don't speak about pale people. So we start talking about these people they call the Greeks, the people they call the Spanish or Al-Andalus residents, people that was in that northern African area, people in Carthage, in Italy, and all that. Most of these people that we are speaking about were highly melanated. Now,
Yeah, but that
don't
don't mean
get
they were
me
related
wrong.
to
I'm
it.
not saying they were not pale
Bro.
people in the area during that time. That's not what I'm saying.
Well, why you
Because
bring it
I
up?
understand that they were pale people in the area also.
We're not talking about pale
And I
people.
understand that people
They could have
mix.
been dark
What I'm saying
in
is that these
Italy.
people that traveled there.
Bro, that's what we're using DNA for travelers. See, if you listen, it's apparent that it's either you're listening and it's not penetrating, or you're listening and you don't want to allow it to seep in. You're telling me that these people were.
If you pay
You're
attention to
telling
what I'm
me these
saying, I'm
people.
not disagreeing with you. If you pay close attention to what I'm saying, you think I'm disagreeing. I'm not disagreeing with you.
I didn't. Yeah,
I'm
you
just
are.
giving you a different narrative
No,
from the way the
bro,
evidence I came up with. The
bro.
evidence that I came up with, proof, and it's just a theory. These people travel from the place they call the Americas and went all
You
over there
still have not,
trading.
bro. You're still
Can't
telling me
fuck
all of
one
this.
second. One second.
You have not
One
shown me
second.
one source. You have not shown me,
I
bro.
can't.
I'm not gonna.
You give me a
Bro.
theory. King, let me give me a theory right quick, and then you can debunk the theory. If you think you can debunk the theory, then you debunk the theory.
Bro, you've been giving us
Let me
this
let me
theory
lay out
since
my
you came
theory. That way you don't
on the
gotta guess
channel.
what I'm saying or
No,
what I
you've
mean
been
or where I'm
doing this
coming
since you
from.
came on this channel months ago. The same argument points, and you have not given me one source for it yet. Not one.
You ain't give me one source either, King. What? And I've been on your platform. I ain't
Bro,
see you show
we
a
don't
source
source
yet.
up, bro. We don't source up when we here.
Yeah, but
You don't see all
the
the
source you
sources.
showing, you can prove that you know they ain't real. King, come on now. You showing some people, so these pale
All right,
people
Darvish.
that claim they're talking the history of the Jews. I'm not saying the Jews wasn't there. And they understand the history of the Jews and they understand the movement of the Jews. But I'm saying that they were not the Jews.
Darvish, you're petty
What were
fogging
you
right
talking
now.
about? That's what I'm saying.
Darvish, you're petty fogging. You're petty fogging.
What?
Because you're telling me, I just said to you, you have not showed me a source, and you tried to turn it back around on me. We show
Yeah, you
sources
ain't
here
showing
all
me
the
one
time.
either.
Stop. You show sources over here all the time. I asked you,
No,
and
I
this
said
is not an
you had to show
argument.
one.
I don't have to. My brother's got them.
All right, cool. So why
So
am I
wait a
not
minute.
speaking to your brothers?
What
You don't
are you
allow me to
talking
speak
about?
to your
You're petty
brothers.
fogging again. You're petty fogging again.
There
I
you go.
asked you to
But
show.
know
Show my
you show the
brothers.
source yet. That was
Show my
basically we
brothers.
understand that.
Show my
We
brothers the
understand you
sources.
ain't show no source and I ain't show no source yet.
Show my
We
brothers
just
the
speaking.
sources.
All right,
Show my
cool.
brothers the sources.
Cool.
Right
King.
now. Show them
All
the
right.
sources.
Sources saying what?
Darvis ain't got no
What
sources.
your argument that you're making, bro.
Darvis
Jarvis,
know he ain't got no sources, man.
this is what I'm saying.
I
Like,
ain't got no
look,
sources.
you not showing any. You're
because I can't. I'm on the phone. You know I can't. And that was crazy.
Bro, you got a
Because you
laptop.
acting
It's
like you
right
don't
next to
understand
the
what's
trap.
going on.
It's right
If
next
I'm
to
on
the
a
trap
cell
window.
phone, can I really show you?
Bro, you got a computer. It's right next to the trap window. Go to your computer. Go to the
And do
computer
what?
and pull up a source telling me and showing me, at least be able to name the author of your source. So do something for me.
Of what? King. There's no problem. What you want to? What do you want source of?
You
Prove
You
what?
just
What source
said
you want
the
proven? What do I
Americas.
say
You
you need
said
to be
that
proven?
the Americas.
can at least
You
tell
said that
us,
the Americas.
you can at least tell us a book title or an author, the name of an author, something.
I help.
And we can pull it up.
I help.
The Lost Book of the Mayans. That's one.
Okay.
The Lost Book of the Mayans.
Okay.
Yeah, y'all can go. Y'all can deal with that.
No,
I know
but you
y'all
gotta give us
historians.
a
I
page.
understand. Y'all know.
Okay.
You got to
Okay.
give us a
Hold on.
page and a reference. Once we grab the book for you, if anybody has it here, and why you don't have it in your laptop or your computer? Why you
Because
don't
I'm on
have
my
it?
cell phone talking to you. I'm not on my laptop. I'm on my cell phone
Okay,
talking to
well,
you, King.
you're home, right?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, so could you go turn on your computer, please, and show me so I can walk through it with you, so we can walk
All
through,
right.
so you can walk me through it.
Cool.
This is what I can. And
So,
you're arguing
all
me
right,
about
cool.
what
Listen. So, what exactly do you want me to show you, King?
you said.
We want you to teach us
the
what you just
Americas.
said.
What you just said. You said the Americas had. You said the Americas had. Black people here
That
already,
we migrated.
or Hebrews, right? Hebrews were here. I want you to
We
show
migrated
me,
out.
right, that we migrated here, and
Cool.
all of these
There's a
things
book called
were here.
The Star in the West.
Now I ain't
There's a
asked
book
you. Go tell
called.
me,
King,
bro. Go
listen,
to
King.
your
I'm gonna give you
laptop.
3 quick sources.
Go to your laptop. Go to your desktop, please, and turn it on, and bring the page up and walk us through it, please.
I'm not even gonna do that shit, man.
Damn.
But I can give you
That's how
3
you feel.
sources. I can show you the book covers.
That's
Look
how
at
you
that book
feel,
right there.
Darby.
Go ahead. Hebrew.
Fucked up, Darby.
Tell you, hold on one second. I'm gonna turn my camera on right quick.
I thought we was
And show you
brothers,
some
man.
sources right quick. Hold on 1 second.
Yo,
Before
we
you get
running
the
up on
wine
6
and shit.
hours.
Hold on 1 second.
We running up on 6 hours now, and now we doing this with Darvish. Jeez. I love you
Come on,
too,
Darby.
Darvish. I love you. You fam. I love you, but you got to come better than this, bro, when you're dealing with us. You know that.
Hey, Darvis, you made a statement earlier. There were no Jews where now? You said there were no Jews where? You said they were all in America, something like that. You said something to that. And that garbled mess you just spewed all over the damn.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second.
Oh, he's powering up his desktop.
Yeah. Calm down, man. I got you. Give me 1 second.
That's what I'm saying. We can walk through this. I'm not mad at it.
See, now you about to be able to teach not only your fam that's over there, but you ain't about to teach
You can
us.
help us too. Yeah, you can help us too. I want to walk through this with you, Darvis. I don't want to be like disrespectful. I want to walk through this with you. I want to see the sources so I could get a handle on what you're saying to me. We don't tolerate anybody, not just you, but anybody coming up here without sources. So we love you and you can rock with us, but we're not gonna give you a pass. You're not just gonna tell us anything without a source, just like we can't do it to you.
It's gonna be some things that we're gonna be able to talk about and discuss that we both are familiar with, right? But then it's gonna be certain things that it's gonna spark the question mark in my dome. And when that question mark pop up, I gotta ask you the question. And then I gotta, when you answer it, then I'm gonna be like, well, okay, well, where you get that from? Where'd that come from? You see what I'm saying? Like, did you just make that shit up, or you know what I mean? Did you just guess that shit? Like how where'd it come from? Or it came from a source? Oh, okay. Well, let's rock it out.
And this,
You
I
know what
want to
I'm saying?
say something. I want to say something real quick too. Oh, pardon me, Yashar. I didn't mean to cut you off, bro. I want to say something to this because you told me there's brothers in the room watching the big screen. So I want to speak to them real quick too. Going forward, all of you guys down there that study together, whatever books y'all own, and I'm sure y'all own a lot of books, buy them
not just the hard copy. Buy the ebook, so this way it's on your computer, and you can share with us as we go through this stuff. That's the best. And then when y'all studying together and y'all not all in the same room, everybody's home, or two people might be missing home, and y'all stream yarding together, and y'all on the computer, y'all stream yard, y'all can share these
Hell
sources
no.
with each other. Y'all can share the sources with each other, and you know what I'm saying. Get into that habit. Open knowledge too, because open knowledge, I know he be having a lot of books. Start buying the ebooks to the book. Buy the regular hard copy and the ebook too. So this way, you know what I'm saying, you could, when you're on your computer or whatever, you can share with us what you're talking about.
Nah, brother, he want to be like Mboti, just say a bunch of random shit, petty fog the hell out the argument, don't prove nothing. Just argue.
Can y'all break down that definition, petty frog, just in case people don't know?
All right, so petty fog. Let's get the definition. Petty fog.
See this book right here? You got a glare right there. You can't see it.
There's a,
My bad, King. I'm trying to work this shit up, man. Hold on a second.
Yeah, the light kind of reflecting.
View of the Hebrews 1825.
I have that book.
Ethan Smith.
Well in that book, what you let's talk about whatever it is that you want to talk about concerning that book.
I don't know. I'm trying. Cool. Give me 1 second. Let me show you the different books I'm talking about. That way, when I come out of them, y'all can understand where I get it from.
I have that book. That's a precursor to the Mormons.
Yeah, I don't have that book. Oh, the Mormons. That's the precursor to the Mormons book.
That's where he got his inspiration from.
Okay.
And that book pretty much claimed that Native Indians are Israelites.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Some of the Native Indians are.
Is you gonna read it? Is he gonna read it? Wait, what is he doing?
He's just showing us the books.
He's
right
just showing
now.
us the covers. He's showing us the books that he got.
Because he don't have them on his desktop, and that's, bro. Buy those books.
He can still read it. Though.
Yeah, Darvish.
Like if there's a source he wants to read, he can still read it just on camera.
Right, but
hey,
Darvish,
get that first book that you pulled, bro.
Darvish, get those books on an ebook. Get those books. Get ebooks too. You got the hard copy already. Now buy the e-copy so listen,
you
can share with us.
I'm not sure how to do the ebook shit. Listen, King, I'm 47.
You got kids.
When I went to school, we had typewriters. We had no fucking computers.
Bro, you got kids that's around you, bro. I know you got kids that's around you that could pull them up, yo. Like, just buy them and let them show you how to work it. How to work it on your I'm sure there's children around you. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure you come from a big family. You got nieces, nephews, you know, all that. Somebody can help you out. Just show you just how to navigate it once you get it on the
and instead of them coming and asking for swears and shit, tell them to show you how to get the ebook.
What the fuck you saying, Dan?
Swears.
His man just laughed his ass off. His man just laughed at you. Yashub.
They can ask you for swears, but they can't show you how to use a damn ebook app.
We no goddamn squirrels, nigga.
Swears.
Hey, Darvish, the first book you pulled up, the Hebrew book, it said 1825. I think it said. Hey, go to that book and go into it and let's talk about some of the stuff you got highlighted, bro. Sure, you got some things highlighted, underlined,
Did you highlight anything in that book as you read it? Did you highlight with a yellow marker or orange marker, like highlight certain areas of the book? Did you highlight it?
Yeah.
All right. Pick out a few of those points. Yeah, pick out a few of those highlighted points.
But listen, that book right there, which is a source, King, don't got nothing to do with the whole. Listen, you follow me real quick, right? These particular books I read, and I come up with a particular theory, and I test my theory online. When I go to these sites like your sites, and I test the theory, and when I come out with it, I figure somebody gonna leave. If it's wrong, then somebody gonna question it. When they find out when they question it, Then I got something to look at. These people that write these books, they're not gods. They're man, just like me and you. And they got theories, they got beliefs just like me and you. You got what I'm saying?
Yeah, let's deal with those highlights though, brother. That's what the stuff that you took the time to read and it was important to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's deal with that.
Yashar. Just open any page.
What the fuck that got to do with what you talking about now?
Because you quoting from these books, aren't you?
No, I'm not quoting from the book. I get information from the book. Don't get me wrong. Hey, you know what? You're right. I do quote some things from the book.
Don't do that to us now. You know who you're dealing with over
here. You're right. Listen. Stop that. Don't go too far now.
Come on,
I agree with you with that.
Don't make us start looking at you funny now.
Yeah, it's like we're going in circles.
Yeah, don't make us start looking at you funny now, Darvish. You know you fam over here. Don't get us to looking at you funny like Darvish capping. You ain't reading them books, because that's what it's gonna turn into. Darvish ain't reading those books.
I got some decoration, huh?
That's actually his brother's books or something.
But what the fuck that got to do with what I'm saying now, though?
Read it. You said it's in the books. Read it.
No, listen. King, listen.
I can tell the people more about that book than you can. How much you want to bet? A pack of swerves. Bet a pack of swerves that I
What the fuck is a swerve, my nigga?
A swear.
A what?
A swear.
A square. You talking about a cigarette?
Yes, a cigarette. Yeah. A pack of cigarettes.
Hey man, y'all niggas on the other side of Mississippi, my nigga, y'all got different cultures than us.
Hey,
look. Ship it.
Y'all do things different than us.
You got a better.
But back to what I was saying. Listen, that don't got nothing to do with the fuck I was talking about. What I'm saying is this, my nigga. No. Stop trying to sidetrack the motherfucking thing. Y'all niggas, listen. Y'all niggas master the art of sidetracking, sidestepping, and dancing. But what I'm trying to tell y'all is this, right? The people that y'all talking about, when y'all start showing the sources y'all showing, these sources describe these Jews, but they do not describe so-called pale or so-called white Jews. Now, these so-called pale or these so-called white Jews, whether you call them Ashkenazi or whatever you want to call them, I'm not knocking their lineage. I don't know enough about them to say they're not that. All I'm saying is this.
Violating the rules of scholarship?
Some would say
it's not even scholarship.
Damn. Darvish.
Y'all got these goddamn people.
Darvish.
Listen, man, that Kanye West thing just happened. That Kyrie shit just happened.
Darvish.
If y'all want respect in y'all hood as being men, our culture, y'all cannot fall on that same goddamn thing, King. That's what they're pushing this goddamn Ashkenazi thing. But listen, King, those people were not. You know what? I cannot say they did not have. I can't say that. I'm gonna stop myself before I get there.
It's coming. To take cold. To take taste. To take smooth. To the extreme. Introducing Bud Ice. Now brewed to go beyond the others. To be an easier drinking ice. Take smooth to the extreme. Bud Ice.
Fair use. Fair use. Fair use.
I'm gonna show the
use.
You need a Bud Ice. This is why you won't stop.
What's that, Modelo?
I own the. He got a Bud Ice. Hold on, put that back on the camera. Put that back on the camera.
That was a Modelo.
Oh, I thought that was
that's a Modelo.
That's a Modelo.
That nigga know what that is?
Yeah, that's a
Modelo. That's good. That's good. That's good.
That's why he acting the way.
Hey man.
Hey, you trying to deflect, man? Hey, put that beer down.
Anyway, back to what we talk about, man. Anyway,
grab that book.
When we start talking about these places that happen, these things that happen over there, and
let's talk about that book. Let's talk about that book you showed.
Darvish, you can't take over the right, Darvish. You can't take over the show. Relax. You got.
I'm not trying to take over the show, Ken. You know what?
Yeah, you are, because you're talking still. Stop.
Don't worry, I quit talking. Y'all go ahead and do your thing. I'm listening. I fall back and listen.
No. You showed us a book, bro. You
no.
I
can't do Darvish. Yashar, I can't do. No. I can't do this. We're in the 6th hour. I can't do this for the rest of the night. I can't.
All right.
Darvish, go ahead. Mute your mic, Darvish.
Real quick, y'all. He pulled up the View of the Hebrews 1825 by Ethan Smith. I want him to go in this book where it says that America is Israel, because last time I checked, this book don't talk about America as Israel. It just argues that some of these tribes might be Israelites, and if they migrated from the Middle East. It don't say nothing about America being Israel in here, brother. That's what we were trying to get you to do.
And don't talk about Jerusalem.
It don't.
King, listen. I'm showing you a couple sources. These people that wrote these particular books, I don't know them.
You know, you
I
got
can't agree with them 100%, but I can take these words, I mean, and cross-reference them with, say, the Bible and say other sources, I mean, and I come up with my own theory. Same way any researcher do.
My brother
All right, but one thing I can say, ain't none of them books ever talked about a pale Jew or pale Israelite. I'm not saying there's none out there. I'm not saying that.
My brother
don't take my words out of context. What I'm saying is I don't have any sources to prove that there were any pale or so-called white, the way we use the word white now.
So what you gotta understand? What you gotta understand
I
is
understand
this.
that after the Inquisition, these people that from Spain and over there in Europe, they came back home.
Talking about our
and they had
ancestors,
to deal with this thing they call white, free white man in law. I understand the status thing.
Yeshua, put Darvis in the dean's office, please. Send Darvis to the dean's office, please.
You talking
You know
about
what's so crazy? Because y'all guys
just
are
hear me out. Just hear me out one time.
a thing they call DNA, with none of y'all can even check.
Give me about
y'all
2 minutes.
following these people up,
Just
and y'all letting them people.
2 minutes, bro. Just 2 minutes.
Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead. Do your thing, Bubba.
Thank you.
My bad.
So all I'm saying is this, bro. Like, you right, man. You know what I'm saying? Our ancestors, they didn't report any type of, you know what I'm saying, other nations outside of who we are, right? They didn't describe no other nations like that, right? But what we talking about is in this modern time, bro. You know what I'm saying? With the examples that was given from both parties raping our ancestors, fam. Like, you have to understand these things took place. So with these people bringing forth children amongst our from our seeds, from our women, it's inevitable, bro, that it's some pale skinned people with our DNA. We can't get around that, bro. We're not saying, and I don't think none of my brothers is saying that our ancestors was reporting or scribing or writing down that these other nations was our people. No, because we wasn't tapping in with them like that. They didn't have access to rape on us like that. So no, it wasn't reported. You're not going to see that. But you got to understand reality now. That's all I'm saying, bro. You got it.
Cool. Listen, I understand what you're saying, King. But this is what I'm saying, right? We start talking about history of the Americas. We understand the people that was coming over here, who they were. These people that was coming over here, King, were not so-called pale. They were not so-called white. These people that was coming over here, King, look just like me and you. These people that was so-called colonizing us, King, they was not white. These people look just like me and you. King, these Christians that came over here and made everybody convert to Christianity, King, look just like me and you.
Darvish.
Our issue ain't with the white man. This raping and pillaging and all that been going on. That was us doing this to us, King.
Wait, we were raping and pillaging? Wait, what?
Each other.
Hold on,
oh my God.
Hold on, Darvish.
It what you can't put that on the so-called pale people.
Darvish, do me a favor real quick. I'm not letting you slip and slide, electric slide out of this conversation. You got
a question? Go ahead and answer the goddamn question, man. I know the third grade question. Go ahead, ask it.
Pick up the view.
If I answer the big 2 seconds, but they don't ask no more questions.
Pick up the book View of the Hebrews, 1825, and go to page 25.
And do what?
I want you to go to page 25.
Go to page 25 in the book of View of the Hebrews, man.
Yeah, I want you to read this.
The View of the Hebrews. That book, go to page 25 for me right quick, man.
Were you getting one of your friends to find the page for you?
Matter of fact, go to page 26.
It should be over there. It should be over there somewhere.
You just had it in your hand, brother. That Bud Light got you twisted?
No, nigga, I tell you, the bunch of us in here, nigga. I speak for people.
You speak for people. The last moment. Hey, man.
It's a culture thing, my nigga. If you get back to the culture, you understand it.
Stop doing it, bro. Get the damn page. Go to the page.
Hey man, look over there. See a book called View the Hebrews, man. I just had it just now. View of the Hebrews. You got the whole fucking cigarette. Oh shit. Now you about to burn the fucking.
Hey, look for the book with 1825 on it, bro.
Oh man. Yeah, I want you to find Jerusalem in here too, because that shit is not in this book.
Oh man, Jerusalem.
That's why he needs some digital copy so he can hard search that online.
So you think that the ancient language that was spoken, it was Peru?
No, I didn't say ancient language was spoken that was Peru. But I said
no.
In Peru, the people said that they at one that state that we call Peru now was once called Jerusalem, and the city of David and all that was in that particular country, and they got remains and ruins of that same place they call the city of David in there right now, and it's in America, your hometown. Not your hometown, but your homeland.
Darvis, if you like South American women, that's all you had to say. If you like them, you don't have to move.
Okay.
Do I like what?
Now do me a favor, Darvis.
Man, I'm 47 years old, man. That's for young bucks.
You stop
Young
talking
bucks
about
run
your
wild over
age.
women, man. I'm 47. If anything I want to fuck, I pay to fuck.
Don't get sidetracked, Darvis. Don't get sidetracked.
You're a young boy to me.
I'm grown, Bubba. Y'all live with them
You're a young
issues.
boy to me.
Huh?
I told you you're a young boy to me. Stop talking about your age.
No, you ain't older than me, man. Stop that. I was told to do just now. You ain't older than me, man. You can't be older than me.
Okay. All right. Why I can't? See, you talking to absolutes. You sure about that?
You'll be surprised.
No, I'm not. I'm not sure about it.
Okay, so look, Darvis, look.
Grab that book, please, man.
Look. Where did you read that they said, right? That they said Jerusalem is where the city of King David is. Where did you read that at, bro?
King, listen.
When the rocks cry out by fucking that nigga. That's what
I didn't read that book when the rocks cry out. Now, listen, y'all say whatever y'all want to say about Horus now. And they can change the way niggas look at things. And they brought a lot of points up. And one point he came up with is only proof that y'all got the Israel was over there in that desert was some pottery. Y'all got something other than pottery to prove that Israel was over there?
Yes.
DNA.
They have bodies.
No, that DNA shit ain't even real, cuz. You don't even got the DNA of an Israelite. You got DNA of people in that land. Y'all can't be Israelites. And y'all compare that DNA to everybody else in the world who take that goddamn test. But those ain't Israelite DNA you got. If you say you got an Israelite DNA, cuz, I'm going to cash up you $100 right now.
Okay.
You prove you got Israelite DNA. You got one of Jacob.
This nigga was clearly lying.
You're gonna give me $100.
All you got is a bunch of theories, King. And these Jewish people came up with. They're trying to prove that they had rights to that land over there. You don't got no real proof, and no matter how many books do you write, how much about all them boy writings and reveal they make y'all as if they gods.
You got a lot of theories.
Is there anyone out there who still isn't clear about what doing drugs does? Okay, last time. This is your brain. This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs. Any questions?
Any questions?
So, Darvis, you said you give me $100. You cash out me $100.
Come on, man,
Darvis, you said you'll cash out me $100 if I show you ancient remains.
Don't fall for the cap. Don't fall for the cap, bro.
Say that again?
You said you'll pay me $100 if I show you ancient remains in Israel.
I'm still I'm still waiting on this damn view of the Hebrew.
Say it one more time, man. You gotta take a little louder.
Man, I want that $100.
I say a little louder.
You said you'll cash out $100 if we show you ancient remains in Israel.
No, ancient remains of Israel. Oh, what the fuck you talking about, man?
Nah, that's what you said. You said you'll cash out $100 if we show you ancient remains in the land of Israel. You ready? You ready to cash out me $100?
No, I'm not saying that Israel wasn't over there. I'm saying that they were not white. That's what I'm saying.
Nobody.
They're not gonna give you $100 right now.
None of us is saying that they are. Nobody is saying that they white or black, bro. What are you talking about?
All right, but the pictures you guys showed earlier, these people speaking, you showed these videos of these Oscar
This
Nazis.
nigga was clearly lying.
He ain't even Oscar Nazis.
We never showed any pictures tonight. What are you talking about?
No, he's talking about the videos.
He's
talking about the
This
videos.
nigga was clearly lying.
Look at him, man. Look at shit. Get that screen. These niggas is crazy as fuck, man. But listen, no real talk though.
Hey, yo, I'm getting
The
ready to
people
go to
that
bed.
y'all boy trying to defend, I understand why you trying to defend him. Maybe you will get something in the end days from Massive. But King, them people are not Israelites. They're not you.
We know that.
Now, there's this science they call genetics or whatever they want to call it.
Why they not us? Why they not me?
Because they're not you, King.
Because they white?
Matter of fact, I don't even know who the fuck is you.
Because they white.
Yeah, right.
Anyway, can we get the damn book? I'm waiting on the damn book, man.
Stop looking. Hold on a second. Let me find the fucking book, man.
Page 25.
1825.
This book
does
does
had
not.
The book a fucking second ago. The book right there.
Darvis. This book does not say anything about no goddamn Jerusalem. The book tells you that these people that they're claiming right to be Israelites came from the Middle East, came from Palestine. That's the argument in the
Middle East. It was in the Middle East, but they did not come from the Middle East. They were not from the Middle East.
Just go to the book, bro. Just go to the source. You got the source right there, man. Just go to the source.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to. Hold on. I'm gonna track it down.
But you ain't got to try, man. You just showed us. You just showed it to us. Why are you trying to do it?
That's above the pig. Let me find it. Listen.
So you just hit it from yourself, bro. You just hit it. You just hit it. Like fuck it. Come on, Darvis, bro.
That's it right there. The view the fucking hit. We got it right now.
All right. Come on, read for us. Page 25. Page 25, Darvis.
You got to read it to everybody, bro, because everybody can't. You don't want everybody around you like that looking. So just read it to everybody, bro, so everybody can understand what you're reading, Darvis.
Page 25, bro. Excuse me. Page 25, bro.
The resurrection of Judah and Israel. Of this chapter is introduced with the.
Put the mic closer to him because we can't really hear.
Man, get a brother
magnifying glass right there,
bro. Get a brother.
Get a brother. Can't read the shit right now. Y'all, y'all got other things.
Well, get somebody else to read it. You said there's 6 people with you. Get somebody else.
Yeah, man, and get a brother the phone. Whoever reading it, get a brother the phone, man. You ain't about to do nothing with your phone, bro.
Nah, you know what? You shoot. Go ahead and put it up on the screen.
Is this your king? Huh? Is this your king?
We're gonna see that movie when it come out Monday.
Is this your king? You can't even read one goddamn thing. All right, so when you read the View of the Hebrews, I don't have the digital, so I got the physical, so I gotta bear with me. I wanted him to read it. Page 25 says the subject of, first of all, it says the certain restoration of Judah and Israel. And it's, oh man, we lost. I want Darvis to hear this, man. You gonna get up here and listen to this, Darvis.
I'm back, nigga. I'm back. We on the other phone. Other phone went dead. We back.
All right, man. That's the trap phone. I got you. It's the razor.
Not trap phone. Nigga. I know you wish you been part of your own culture bad as fuck, dog. It got to be rough, dog.
That's the trap phone.
You know what?
You got in that cup? What you got in that cup? Scissor?
Nah, nigga. It's Modelo and packing.
Ooh, you mix it. You making Boilermakers up in there.
Damn right.
It's hot as hell in your spot right now.
No, we got 2 ACs. It ain't never get too hot. I'm in a motherfucking t-shirt and tank top, nigga. My bad.
That
In
means
the
you
fucking
hot.
damn right. I'm drunk.
All right, listen, pay attention. Pay attention. We gonna do some
Go
reading.
ahead.
Bro,
Go
your
ahead.
shoe gonna do some reading for you, all right?
At least he admitted.
Listen, and don't disturb, don't break in, don't disturb. Let the man read.
Yeah,
All right,
since you didn't
cool.
want to read.
And I listen, and I'll agree with you to do that. But you cannot stop reading and say something about me in the middle of your reading, huh? You gotta just read.
Why not? We talking to you.
Yeah, but you can't stop in the middle of the goddamn thing and then ask a question or say some shit.
All right, just pay
All right,
attention, all
cool.
right? Because you and your man
I'm
can't
listening.
read right now, so just
Can't
let
ask no
your shoe do
question.
what he do.
This nigga said me and man can't read right now. You know, these young punks be talking
These
to shit.
brothers
He's talking to
said
gods.
you
a
can't.
young buck too, talking to grown
Wait,
ass motherfucking men.
wait. But if a grown man get asked a question, the grown man gonna answer.
I keep
Yeah.
telling you, you're a youngin' to me. I
Come on,
ain't
man.
5 years older than you, evil nigga. I got you by some years.
Nigga, your ass. I can tell how you talk, man. I'll give you 35 at the most.
All right, I hear you.
Go ahead, back. Go ahead, let's get to it.
Hey, read along with us, Darvish. Read along with us, man.
Go ahead, read it.
So you don't think that nobody making this shit up, bro?
What is we reading on, first of all?
Ain't that a bitch? Ain't that a bitch? Excuse my language, man. Excuse my language,
book, man. Let me make sure these niggas
man.
ain't running
This
a
shit
fast
right
one on
here.
me.
He said, "What are we reading?"
This shit right here.
Make sure these niggas ain't running a fast one on me and shit.
Yeshua said he was gonna read. This brother closed the book.
Cool.
Read
We
along
wanna
with him.
follow
Open
him.
your book. Yeah, read
This is
along with him.
absolutely insane. Say, listen, brothers, that's over there. Listen. That's not how you study, fam. That's not how you study.
All right, but it's all right. Let him read. Just let him follow along.
Here's
Open
the
the
boy
book.
trying to say that's not
Page
how we spend
25.
it.
Page
Teenager.
25.
Niggas
Follow.
still got book
Hey,
behind your ears and tell a
Darvish,
grown
Darvish,
man how this shit.
Darvish,
Go
Darvish.
ahead.
Don't lose
Go
focus.
ahead. My bad. I'm
All
not
right,
talking to you, but I'm talking to my people. I think there's a lot of us in here.
all right. Listen.
Yeah.
Read along. All right. Page 25. You ready?
I'm listening.
All right. Go ahead, Yeshua.
All right. Y'all ready? Because I'm like, this is some bullshit.
Why the fuck we going through it then? It was some bullshit.
Come on, Darvish.
The reason why I say some bullshit because you won't fucking just open the page. Follow me.
Nigga, listen.
All right, you got the page. Okay, you ready? All right. The subject of this chapter is introduced with a concise view of the expulsion of the 10 tribes from the promised land. Okay? The 10 tribes revolted from the house of David early in the reign of Rehoboam, son of the successor of the king Solomon. They received from this young prince treatment which was considered impolitic and rough, upon which they separated themselves from that branch of the house of Israel, who from that time have been distinguished by the name of Jews. The revolting 10 tribes after healed Jeroboam to perpetuate and widen this breach, and apprehending that if the Jews and the 10 tribes amicably met for public worship according to the law of God, the rupture between them would probably soon be healed. Set up 2 golden calves, one in Dan, one in Bethel, and ordered that the 10 tribes of Israel should meet there for their public worship. He thus made Israel a sin, and would to God he had been the last who has made the professed worshipers of Jehovah to sin by assigning them different places of worship, from motives not more evangelical than those of Jeroboam.
Yo, mute your mic, Darvish.
It says the 10 tribes thus went off to idolatry, and a lot of kings succeeded Jeroboam, but none of them to the time of expulsion were true worshipers of the God of Israel. By their apostasy, folly, and idolatry, the 10 tribes were preparing themselves for a long, doleful rejection and outcast state for thousands of years. This Moses had announced, Deuteronomy 28, and this God fulfilled. Tiglath-Pileser, king of Assyria, captured the tribes of Reuben and Gad and half the tribe of Manasseh, who lay east of Jordan, and placed them in Halah, Harah, and Habor, by the river Gozan. I just want to make quick commentary here. It's had nothing to do with South America, North America, or Middle America. This is talking about the River Jordan here. It says here, 1 Chronicles verse 26, about 20 years after, 134 years before Christ, 134 years before the Babylonian captivity of the Jews, and 725 years before Christ. The rest of the 10 tribes continuing impenitent. Shalmaneser, the succeeding king of Assyria, attacked Samaria, took the remainder of the 10 tribes in the reign of Hoshea, king of Israel, carried them to Assyria, and placed them with their brethren in Halah and Habar by the river Gozan in Media. 2 Kings 17. This final expulsion of Israel from the promised land was about 943 years after they came out of Egypt. The king of Assyria placed in their stead in Samaria people from Babylon, Cutha, Ava, Hamath, and Sepharvaim. Here was the origin of the mongrel Samaritans. From this captivity, the 10 tribes were never recovered. They have long seemed to have been lost from the earth. They seem to have indeed outcast from the social world and this knowledge of civilized man. The Jews long after were dispersed among the nations, but have ever been known as Jews, but not so with Israel. They seem to strangely to disappear from the world, and for 2,500 years to have been utterly lost. What are we to believe concerning the 10 tribes? Are they ever again to be restored and known as the natural seed of Abraham? Are they now in existence as a distinct people? If so, where are they to be found? All parts of the world are now so well known that one could conceive the commonwealth of Israel cannot now be found among the civilized nations. Must we look for them in the savage state? If so, the knowledge of this descent must be derived from a variety of broken circumstantial traditionary evidence. Who are where then are the people who furnish the greatest degree of this kind of evidence? An answer relative to the restoration will be involved in this chapter. An answer to the other questions may be expected in the chapter following. That the Jews are to be restored to Palestine as Jews seems evident from a variety of considerations, and that the 10 tribes of Israel will be there to be united with them seems also be plainly predicted by the prophets. Let the following things be considered. So real quick, I'm going to give some commentary. Again, nothing we read so far talks about Jerusalem being in Jerusalem or in Peru in South America nowhere. It tells you that they're going to be restored in Palestine in the damn book that you provided and shared as a source. You understand? So let's keep going, because it's going to give the answer of where these people come from or where they speculate these people come from. It says here, the preservation of the Jews as a distinct people among many nations, whether they have been dispersed now for nearly 1,800 years, affords great evidence, to say the least, that many predictions which seem to foretell such a restoration are to have literal accomplishment. This, their preservation, is a most signal event of providence. Nothing like it has ever in any other case been known on earth, except it being the case of the 10 tribes of Israel. Other dispersed tribes of men have amalgamated with people where they have dwelt and have lost a distinct existence. And nothing but the special hand of God could have prevented this in the case of the Jews. The event then shows that God has great things in store for them as Jews. What can these things be but the fulfillment of those many prophecies which predict their restoration to the land of their fathers, as well as their conversion to the Christian faith? Number 2, it says that people have never as yet possessed all the land promised to them, nor have they possessed any part of it long as promised. Hence, their restoration to the land is essential to the complete fulfillment of those ancient promises. They were to possess the land to the rivers of Euphrates, and forever or to the end of the world. God promised to Abraham in Genesis 15:18, unto thy seed I have given this land, from the river of Egypt unto the great river of the Euphrates. Again, this has nothing to do with America, right? We still in the Middle East here. So continue to read here. It says, Exodus 23:31, and I will set thy bounds from the Red Sea, even unto the sea of the Philistines, and from the desert unto the river Euphrates. For I will deliver the inhabitants of the land into your hands, and I shall drive them out before thee. Exodus 11:21 says, every place whereon the sole of thy feet shall stand shall be yours, from the wilderness of Lebanon, from the river Euphrates, even unto the uttermost sea shall your coast be. Here then are the boundaries of the ancient divine grant to Abraham and his natural seed. beginning at the river of Egypt, a river not far from the northeast corner of the Red Sea and running into the Mediterranean. So again, this ain't dealing with America. This ain't dealing with the Atlantic. This ain't dealing with
212 pioneers.
King, listen. There was a place here called the Red Sea, right off the coast of California. There was a place over here called what they call it, Jordan. Okay.
Oh my God.
Don't say that. God damn it.
You said the Red Sea is over by California. You said the Pacific Ocean. You're saying the Pacific Ocean is the Red Sea?
No. What I said, between California and the mainland, they call that area the Red Sea. Anyway, though, do a little more studying about homeland. You find out these places have these things happen here. Now, you went over there. When you go over there,
hey, Darvis, you running? Hey, Darvis, you running a camp over there, ain't you? You got a camp.
No, nigga, we listen. You dealing with your real culture. See, you sit in the house all day, or you sit in the house all day, and you can't come outside and really see your real culture. But right now, what you dealing with is your culture, King. You see what's going on right here? We all. There's a lot of people here, and we all deal with this information, and we fucking with you.
You said I sit in the house all day, bro.
It seems like that because when you deal, we got an issue with a bunch of people being in the area, and I mean, like you don't deal with your own culture, your own people.
Darvis.
I am dealing with my own.
So when you talking to me, King, like I said, so when you talking to me, you talking to a bunch of people. You ain't just talking to me. These questions coming from a bunch of people.
Bro, slow down.
All right, so now, follow that book you brought up just now. Let's get this. Let's get it. First of all, let's clear the air. I start showing you some books that we had in the library that I deal with. You seen that particular book, and you wanted to read page 25 out of that particular book.
Night.
All right.
Good night, family.
What's up, man?
The book just said the Promised Land has a river that runs into the Mediterranean. Mediterranean is not in America.
King, that name was listen. That land over there you call that land. Excuse me. That water over there they call the Mediterranean. That term was given to that Mediterranean as a contemporary. That's not an old name. You got to keep that in mind now. That's not the original name of that water over there. If you don't understand that, King.
What's the original name?
I don't fucking know. It's a body of water. Every culture had a name for that body of water that lived over there.
Hey,
what's the
you understand it? Around that water they call the Mediterranean Sea. There's a lot of different cultures, and each culture didn't speak the same language. So all of them had different names for that. You talking from a Christian point of view, and y'all, excuse me, no man, I wouldn't say that.
Whoa, hold on, Darvis. We're reading the book that you got in your library. It says the Mediterranean. When he wrote that, he's not talking about some place in America. He's talking about it over here in the Middle East. You can't even be honest enough to admit that. You can't even, it says this northward on the shore of the Red Sea as far as the point due west to Mount Lebanon. That's what it says. Then eastward over said mountain away to the river Euphrates, then southward as far as the north of the line of Arabia. Where's the line of Arabia at? It's not in America, Darvis. This is the book that you have. Read it. It don't say shit about South America.
These are different sources. These people that wrote books. They put their thoughts inside of motherfucker right. That's not a book, my nigga. All right. What I say, listen, stop saying that. Because, listen, man, to Americans, to y'all kids, dog, who understand the history of America, they're looking at y'all niggas like it's a bunch of fucking sellouts. If the word y'all niggas sound like these, you know how Nick Cannon sound? We went and bowed out for that fucking dude. That's how y'all sound right now. To your people. He looking at y'all niggas like that, dog.
What's the oldest
and y'all too scared to deal with your own history. Look at America. Look at Americans, King. King, look at the Americans. And you understand the oldest right in the Ten Commandments here.
Darvis, what's the oldest source you have for a lake being called Mediterranean in America? What's the oldest source?
King, listen. They got green, red, and blue. Yeah. These fucking words, my nigga, these names, these different waters and whatnot, I mean, is irrelevant.
What I'm trying to tell you is there's writings on the side of a fucking mountain with the Ten Commandments in Hebrew. They dug up they dug up things, dog. They found these stones that had these Hebrew writings in it, and they're older than a particular person we call Adam.
Darvis.
Are you talking
All
about
right.
the Decalogue song?
King, listen, King. What y'all gotta stop doing? Listen, I understand y'all niggas work for the man, and now you cannot say much about the man. So just don't say nothing. Let me talk, and the man won't penalize you for goddamn being what they call it, anti-Semites. What's that?
You know I can show you the oldest map of the
Right. No. I know you can show me a fucking map. Who the fuck to say they're the oldest? You dealing with Christian sources?
No, I can show you Roman
No,
maps.
those are Christian sources.
Ancient Roman maps of the Mediterranean being where it is today.
But what kind of proof do you have about what do you got about the America?
Yeshu, can you pull up a
Suppose I tell you that the oldest pyramids in the world was here in Americas. And I know you understand that. You know that. Suppose I tell you the place they call Egypt was here first. The land in America came out of the water before any other land came. The people of these lands went over there in those lands you talking about and colonized it. They came over there bringing different cultures to that there, bringing pyramids, bringing fucking temples, bringing schools, universities to those lands that you speaking about. The people that y'all speak about over there were not indigenous to those lands. They came from the Americas.
Hey, Israel. Hey, Israel. Can I chime in real quick? And I understand where he's coming from because there is books that say that.
They're gonna check on it. I seen that bitch.
Hey, dog, mute your mic.
Over 8 months.
Mute your mic. Okay. Listen, Israel, I understand where he's coming from when he's saying that pyramids over here or structural buildings over here are old as they are in the Africa and Middle East, or matter of fact, ain't no such thing as a Middle East.
I didn't say old ass. I said older than.
Yeah. I'm just adding on.
That time is me.
What? Mute your mic back. Yeah. Okay, so I understand all of this. These maps and everything that we're going by, we got to understand that people created all of these things. So we can't say this is right and this is wrong. What we need to do is we need to get all this information together and then come to a consensus thought and then go from there. We don't need to say this is right and this is wrong. I know this is right and I know this is wrong because there's so much information out there. It's so much.
Hey, listen. Let me ask y'all a question, right? Suppose this whole transatlantic slave shit didn't happen. Suppose nobody came from Africa to these lands. Then what?
Hold on. Now I can clarify that.
We got the records. We got the records, Darvin.
Yes, we got the records.
With the names, which was some names were Hebrew, some names were African. Like you can tell the difference. Yeah.
Let me ask you this: what records are you looking at? What records are you looking at?
You talking about me? I'm looking at my records.
Not you, dog.
It's been a minute. It's it has to do with man.
Give me some resources. I'm trying
to think.
Oh, I got you, Yashar. You talking about the one with the YA name? That's Slave Voyages.
Yeah, Slave Voyages. There you go. Yep.
Slave Voyages.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Hey, Yasha, what's up, Bubba? I ain't hear from you in a minute, Bubba. How you doing?
It's all love. Shalom.
Peace. Okay, so what was that source again? 49. And what was that source again, brother?
Slave voyages. So if you look up slave voyages, they have the documentation of actual slaves being sold and acquired West Coast of Africa. That's one
Okay,
source.
so let me
that shit
ask
was
you
the
this.
bunk, man. Look at
But
the
in
about
the
page of that shit.
scripture,
That was the bunk. That wasn't even true.
He's getting Shoe. He's getting his stuff
I'm
from
gonna mute up. I'm gonna
No,
mute
King,
up
I'm from the
Okay.
states they said they came from.
So Amnistad was fake.
Yes. And
Amnistad
all
is
that shit y'all talk about is fake too, King.
Darvish.
I won't say all of it.
See, this is why we're talking about Darvish. Amnistad is recorded. You understand? We got I'm not gonna talk over y'all. I'm not talking over you.
Hey, mute your mic, D. All right, go ahead, 49.
Yeah, Amistad was where some Africans were going to be sold in Cuba, right? But they fought and they killed the people on board, and then the American Navy found them, and then they went and fought in the courts for their freedom. That's all recorded history. That's all recorded in court. And John Quincy Adams is the one who got them free. And they was able to go back to West Africa where they came from. This is not made up history. It's recorded. What are you talking about?
The reason why I said that because we control West Africa. The Americans got West Africa from the British, and we colonized West Africa. So the people that was in the West Africa were from the Americas.
Darvish, you're West Africa.
No, don't say that shit, King. Listen, there's colonization acts and there's laws that would happen when they took people from here to the Americas and colonized that area over there.
It was already colonized, bro.
49er.
Exactly. But when the British gave it to us, we sent people over there. And we pushed everybody that was there, all the men that was grown, we pushed their ass out.
All right, Darvish, let me ask you this. Who are the Igbo, the Yoruba, the Ashanti? Who are those groups?
These are Americans that you see go. These Americans that you seen that went over there doing trade, doing this particular Moorish Empire thing.
Wait,
these were the Jews that, but they didn't come from Israel. That place they call Israel now. They came from the place they call the Americans now.
Wait. Let's slow down.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. It's a big pill to swallow.
Let's slow down. You're saying that the Yoruba, the Ashanti, they're from America.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
That's what I'm saying.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And
I understand that. Listen, I understand that the Jewish people that gave you that study of the DNA, they cannot speak for that. But what I'm saying is this, King. Them people that call themselves Igbo over there, them people that call themselves Jews over there, they came over there from here. We're doing business, we doing trade all through that place they call Africa, King. That's why I say y'all gotta really start paying attention to this thing they call Moorish history. Study this Moorish history thing, King, and you'll find out you connect a lot of dots. This is Eden right here. You in Eden right now. We were doing trade all over the world. There's things here that grow here that cannot grow nowhere else in the world. That place y'all call Egypt, that place y'all call the Middle East, that's not where these stories happened at. That's why there's no artifacts over there. All they found is some fucking pottery that somebody said that was over there.
Hold up, let me correct.
You want to find a motherfucking wall of David? You want to find that, King? You go down to fucking Peru. Them people in Peru claim that it's there, and they showed it. And you can go there and see it. You go to that place they call Israel now, you don't see none of that.
Because
you see a desert.
Because it was said
that do not grow these things that Moses sent the Israelites to find out, to prove they've been in the promised land. You gonna grow pomegranates in that fucking desert?
Can I interject real quick? Hey D. Hey, listen, I understand what you're saying, but one thing we got to realize, we got to separate Egypt from South and North and Central America. We got to separate Egypt from Israel and Asia and Europe. and all of that. One thing we got to understand is that Egypt was a melting pot. Everybody came there. Egypt didn't even have no military function.
Listen,
That was just hold up. Let me finish.
Well, I want
Hold
to
up,
talk about
chill.
Egypt.
Just let me hold up, chill. Just let me finish. That was a melting pot of knowledge. It was anybody could have came and conquered Egypt. The Arabs did it first. The Muslims did it first. You know what I mean? Let's be for real. It was a melting pot of knowledge. That's
But
what
based
it
on your study, where was Egypt at? Where's the first Egypt at?
Listen, what? Let's take the name Egypt. Let's take
Nigga,
Timeri.
where was Egypt at?
Hold up. Let's take the name Egypt out of the equation and just use Timeri. Did you
No,
know
we
the
talk
name
about Egypt though,
Timeri?
King. King,
Hold
we
up.
say Egypt.
Egypt is
when it was
Timeri.
Timeri, and people didn't come there. They made Timeri a library. They made
Hold up,
Egypt a library.
The Egypt. Thank you. For one, the Egyptian. For one, we got to understand that all these names that we're dealing with are translations of names, and people name that place.
No, King. We talk about Egypt. That particular name. It went by that particular name. Where was the first Egypt at? That's what I'm asking you, King.
In Africa.
We can't document it, man. We can't
Listen, man.
document
What the fuck you mean you can't document it? When I gave
Egyptian.
you the books to show you that.
Reason why I'm
you
telling
can't
you is
document it.
because the
Well,
Egyptians
go to the
didn't call
book. Go to the page where it show us that. Go to the page where it show us that.
Check this out, right?
The Egyptians didn't call themselves Egyptians. So that's why I tell you, you got to watch how you using semantics and you
said
using words.
Egypt. That place they call Egypt, King. Where was Egypt? Was there not an Egypt here in North America that was older than that Egypt over there? They call Kemet.
Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, with Abraham Lincoln. Yeah, with Abraham Lincoln.
With Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, he named
Abraham
Illinois
Lincoln?
town.
You know what?
He named a town in Illinois, Egypt.
Stop that. You know what? Don't you say no more. Word, you make us look like we fucking retarded. How the fuck you mean Abraham Lincoln made that goddamn name that town Egypt? When that town been called Egypt. Come on, man. Stop that, man. Burner, don't say no more shit like that there online. Word. You come cut me off with some shit like that? You said Abraham Lincoln named Illinois Egypt?
I'm back. What the hell?
You think that's Egypt I'm talking about?
Hold up.
And you come on, man.
Listen, I said the name Egypt. If you listen to what I was saying, then you would. I said the name
but you cut me off, King.
Was not the name, brother. It was not the name. Egypt.
Yes, it was.
And when you say the name Egypt,
King, it was called Egypt. There's archaic writings that called it Egypt. They spelled it Egypt.
Hold up. What writings?
Nigga, you ain't read the goddamn book I gave you?
Hold up. What writings?
Did you not read that book from it's in that book?
Or Aramaic?
It's in that book I gave you, nigga.
So therefore, it came from
it's in that book.
So I'm telling you to stop that. It's coming from cuneiform and other languages. Prophetic form, Sumerian, and all that. You got to understand, all these languages is mixed up.
I said the Egypt that was in America. I'm talking about. I'm not talking about that one they call when the boy come commit. I'm not talking about that one when they come commit. I said the first Egypt, the one that's in the Americas. That book I gave you. That book I gave you spoke about it. It showed you where the writing was at on the wall.
My bad. I apologize. I don't know nothing about
that. Cool. So, and let me finish do the building, my nigga. Be quiet for 1 second so you get back and populated. Did you jump back in with your brother? Instead of trying to go against your brother. Of the information you already got, King. That we already got. We all gods. We got this information, King. I understand them so-called Jews with them niggas following.
Why do you have to keep reminding yourself that you're a god? Wouldn't a god already know that?
Because that's what we are. And that's my peoples. I'm reminding him, and that's like he remind me what we are. That's how we build.
Why do you need a reminder? I don't get that.
Because you would never understand the culture, King. So I can try to explain it, but you'll never understand it because you're not within the culture. Once you're within this culture, it gives like you understand it better. Well, outside this culture, King, you would not understand why we do what we do.
Because Darvis got his own camp over there, and he the Grand Inquisitor.
No, the fuck I ain't. I don't got no goddamn camp,
Darvis is the
nigga.
Grand.
All I got is churn,
Darvis is the Grand
and I don't got
Inquisitor
no mail.
of Egypt in America. He is the Grand Inquisitor of not just Israel being in America, but Jerusalem, also Israel being in Jerusalem, Peru. What else? We got what else he say? Bruh, I'm like I left the room.
I said if you from here, if your people from here, you probably a Jew too.
All right. Well then, what are you?
That's what
You're
I'm
not
saying.
a Jew. If you're not, so are you Kemetic or you a Jew? Which one?
No, I
Or
said what I am. I'm an Israelite.
Okay. All right.
You are too, but I know you can't say that because your boss cut your little pay or something. I don't know what it is, but they got on you, my
Did you
nigga.
tell me I sit
But
at home
it's
all
cool.
day? So what job I got? Did you tell me I sit at home all day? So what job I got?
Sacrificing your people to push this goddamn agenda. Them boy want because that Kanye shit happened. So they gotta send you out there. Now your job as an Uncle Tom is to push this goddamn Ashkenazi thing to connect
So
Israel
now
to us.
You got it.
And I
now I'm
listen,
an Uncle
I
Tom.
understand.
So
Hopefully you
now,
get paid for it. I understand it's harsh.
so now I'm an Uncle Tom.
What
So
are
now
you
I'm Uncle Tom.
Darvis, what are you
Thomas,
talking about?
excuse me.
What are you talking about? These brothers is pushing Ashkenazi Jews as our family. Like, what are you talking about?
Because of the sources that they brought was all based on these so-called, I won't say so-called, these Jewish people. And I will, you know what? I do not want no problem with these goddamn people. I'm not racist.
What point
I
was
am
he
for my
making?
people though.
What point was made in the video?
The sources, King. You indoctrinated right now. As soon as you become unindoctrinated, you could be you could feel
I didn't see the
disrespected
video.
and
I
embarrassed
didn't
about being a
watch it.
part of that shit, King.
I didn't watch the
Because you seem
video.
like a
So
young
I'm
one
asking you.
with some knowledge, and you go fuck around running this information, King, and you gonna feel embarrassed about being caught up with these niggas.
I'm asking you because I didn't see the video. I didn't see it. I just heard you commenting on the video. So what I'm asking is, you know, what?
Because I'm looking at your name, right, King?
What was said in the video that got you triggered?
All right, cool. All right, I'm looking at your name, right? I'm gonna get into that. Don't get me wrong. Based on your name, I'm gonna guess that you understand who you are. All right. So now, when we start talking about these people that they refer to, like these people that was over there in Italy, over in that place they call Spain, over in that place they call Europe, them people that call themselves Jews, they were not pale. They were all melanated, heavily melanated.
Yeah.
And they know that. Now these people that be down there, cool, follow me. Now these people that they showed in the video that were claiming to be in those places, I'm saying they were not in those places. They understand the history of the Jews, but they're not genetically the Jews, and we're connecting our fucking bloodline to them to try to prove that we're them, when they should be trying to prove that they were us.
We're not trying
and
to
I'm not saying they're not us. Get me wrong, because I understand how it is when we have sex with somebody, and that person have a baby, that person have a baby. I understand that you come out unmelanated.
Hey, Sean, let him finish, Sean.
We're not trying to. We're not.
He can't allow that because he worked for them people, and the people cannot have that on this platform. And I apologize for bringing that on this platform.
That's all right.
And I apologize for bringing that on this platform. My bad. I won't do that no more. I understand. I'm not trying to interfere with nobody's money, King.
Y'all let everybody express their feelings, man, and y'all let everybody express their opinion. That's why I try to stop you just now, Sean. Because one thing y'all do let people get their whole thought out.
Yeah, but he keep bringing up the same thoughts, so that's why I'm
sometimes
interjecting. No, all the time. So, all right, fine. I'm one of those people.
I
I'm
understand that
for those people. No,
I'm not saying you're an agent for the people. I'm not gonna say that.
All right, so listen. Nobody
I'll say you
here
were
is trying to
Thomas.
say. All right, no problem. I'm Thomas.
I don't fuck with you, but nigga, no, we good.
Yeah, he called me Uncle
Did he
Tom.
say a Trump or like
Thomas, my mama brother.
Man,
Uncle Tom, we call him in the hood.
My dog drive a Tesla, man.
Listen, man,
It's
my
a
bad, dog.
third
Listen, my
Tesla.
bad. Listen, I'm drinking, I'm tripping now, man. Don't take nothing personal to me now. I'm
Yeah,
your
my
brother.
dog driving his third Tesla though too.
And fuck that mean?
I'm just saying.
That's from that money that I get from them people, according to Darvis.
Well, listen, can you do your thing too? Make sure you have as much. You reach the highest height you can ever want to reach with that money, because your soul is going behind that shit. So you make sure you live
Exactly.
your ass up on earth.
Exactly.
Because
So
when you
that's
go to
why I
heaven, my
told you
nigga, you
that.
gonna
Yo,
burn behind that shit. But don't worry about it.
chill. So that's why I
Do your
said
thing.
that just now, that he's driving that, because we all got to respect each other, no matter what you doing, no matter what you got
Yeah,
going
my
on.
nigga,
We
listen.
all got to
Yeah, cool. And
respect
listen, my
each
nigga, though,
other.
listen.
Point blank, man.
Yeah,
And we got to have our own point of view.
Exactly.
Straight up.
That would make
Word.
this thing
And that's
interesting.
why I love this channel. That's why I
That's
fuck
why
with
I fuck with
49ers.
them boys. Don't get me
Word.
wrong
Because
now,
they
because I
let people
cannot
come
say that
on
I ain't
here
come here and
and
learn
say,
that now. Don't get me wrong.
word.
Niggas may
Word.
come to the shed and see I got some notes written down and shit, and I try to
Word.
hide what I don't want niggas to know what I mean. I'm really taking notes from these motherfuckers, but oh the Lord, I do be taking notes from them niggas now. Don't get me wrong.
And
But
that
I'm trying
shout
to
outs to
understand this thing.
49er, and that shout outs to Yashu, that shout outs to Hebrew Israel, YASHAR-YA'OH, my dog. I ain't hear from you in a minute. That shouts out to
I do
y'all,
enjoy the
man.
line, my nigga.
Sean,
And listen,
man,
Burn.
y'all
And
keep
you should be
doing this.
enjoying the line too, my nigga. Your line is not being seen by your people, King. Your people don't see your line no more. You got to
Oh,
draw your
my line?
line too.
Oh, my line?
Yes, your line. Make sure your people understand where you stand at, because it's getting a lot of people. Your people starting like wondering what the fuck. You know what I mean?
Hey, dog, on some real
So
shit. Well, let me clear
make
it.
it see,
Let
make
me
it known
clear
right
it up.
now.
Let me clear it up. I'm gonna clear
Go ahead,
the
my
air,
dog.
man. Listen, man. I was born and I was raised in the AME church.
You preached that too, didn't you?
Listen now, hold up. Don't fast forward my life. I just asked me.
My
But
bad,
now,
my bad. You know what?
I
You
went to
right, King.
Chicago. I was raised in a mass church with Catholicism. You never seen the choir. See, people don't know this. I was raised in mass church in Chicago. Catholic. I went to prep. That Catholic. I ain't gonna even get into that. That's another thing. But anyway, when I came back down here in South Carolina, I was back to like, yo, we need them drums and you know what I mean, the organ and all that. No doubt. 5 years ago, I was deep in the church. Youth choir, youth Sunday, speaking on youth Sunday, getting people to come speak. I took the youth program from 13 kids to 43 kids. Yes, I did that because I was trying to promote the youth. I helped mess up my hood, so why not help clean it up? That was my whole mission. The church was my platform to help me out. You know what my pastor told me? He said, "Mont, these people need a leader and you need to be that." So I had to separate myself from the church because church and state is separate. So I had to separate myself because I'm out here as a rogue agent. That's why I left the church. But my black church, the AME, I love that church because of what they did. I got a young pastor now. I love what they're doing. But now as far as they taking the tax cut and all of that, and they can't decide who to vote for, I'm not with that. So that's why I started my own outreach program, Creekside Outreach. So I can tell you who to vote for in these midterm elections. That's what I do. And you know that's what I do.
Yeah.
I advocate that. That's what
Exactly.
I do. You tell me to run for a seat.
Yeah.
And I tell you I'm not
Because
ready
that's
yet.
who you are.
So let's be for
Because
real.
you are a political Christian. But you are our people.
Right, yes.
So I try
And
to
I
get you to run
don't
for that
knock
particular
that.
office.
I don't shy
But
away from that. And I don't knock
cool.
that. Word. Okay. So I just
Now,
had to put that out there
yeah.
for
So what I'm
49ers.
saying is right. This
You
is what I'm
and
saying
y'all
is right.
good.
Because you see, you already know what's going on in the hood. You know how many people is out here on live right now listening to you. And you understand how when these lives go on, you know what people on the sideline say whatever they say. That's why I want you to make sure you make yourself.
We don't care about that.
No, we do care. Oh, we
I don't
care
care
now.
about what nobody say.
You got to,
I don't care
nigga. If
about
you
what
represent
nobody,
us.
but I don't care about what nobody say about me if they misinterpreted or they misunderstood what I said or they
That's
not
why
on the
you gotta,
level
but you
on what
gotta
I'm
care,
saying.
nigga. You claim to represent
Everybody
us,
don't,
and you gotta care. That's why I say
but
make sure you people around us right now watching. Make sure they
let me
understand
know how
who
many
you are.
people read books like me and you, since you want to say that.
It's not about that. I'm talking about the people
Yes,
that
it
right
is.
now.
Yes,
I'm
it
talking about
is.
the
So
people in our
therefore,
community right now that's sitting right here listening to you right now. I'll tell you, you got to make yourself clear. You got to draw a line, make sure your people understand where you stand. Because we got a different way of looking at
what you want me
history.
to say?
No, what I'm saying is because we got a way of looking at history. And you got a way of looking at history too. And it's not necessarily the same way lately.
Hold on, man. My wife just called me just now. I gotta leave out real quick because I can't hardly hear y'all. I'm gonna leave out and come right back in. Hold your thought, yo.
All right, King.
Good word. I put that on my G. I'm coming right back in.
All right, King.
But my dog wouldn't even let me leave out. Hey, 49, let me leave out. Let me answer my wife real quick, and I'm coming right back in.
To be honest with you, I don't even know if Yeshu was there. He probably asleep.
I am. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So what's going on?
Anyway, so basically, with our lineage, right here in this area we in right now, we trace our lineage back. We know we are them people they speak about in the Bible. We understand that. Now, when we start dealing with different information, different sources of information, the first thing anybody should do or would do is question the source. So now, if it's truth, it can stand questioning. So we got a responsibility to our hood and our kids and our people that come below it. Where y'all boy live at may be different from the way we live at. But we live at this Goose Creek, South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, that whole area. It may be a little different from where you guys live at. But around here, we family orientated. All our ancestors live right here. We can throw rocks at their house. We don't got to get on the phone. We don't got to go to Ancestry or none of that to find out who our people are. Because we're still in the same area. So when we got these little movement, not really a movement, but we got people that build together. And all of us got to come from different schools of thought. But we put our information together. And we bump heads with information all the time. But every now and again, we run across something that we have in common that we both agree on. And we write that down.
Hey, 49er, my whole
And we deal with different
conversation with my
things.
wife just
We
now was
deal with.
live.
No, you good. You was
Nigga, I
muted.
thought I seen a teeth came out your phone just now, my nigga. I thought your old lady go bite your face off, my nigga.
I just make it sure, man.
Hey, Jarvis.
I'm listening. I'm listening.
As
Hey, listen, I gotta leave out and come back in because y'all low.
all right. He must be on the phone. So Darvis, as a communal leader,
I'm not a community leader.
It's your duty
I
to
understand what you're saying, though.
Scholastically honest. You weren't being honest earlier with that book, The View of the Hebrews. Ethan Smith.
Can't listen. I did not say that. When I showed you, we were talking about sources and whatnot. And I was showing people that I got information. I mean, different sources of information. Now, what a man say inside his book, I may agree with some parts. Sometimes you gotta, don't mean,
Pick the babies out there before you let the bathwater out. You know what I mean? Sometimes you gotta spit the bones out. There's a lot of different informations, and you can grab the truth out of it. You know, you get what I mean? Some things you gotta let go, some parts you can use. And use that for cross references. We use a lot of different books, a lot of different cross references, and Berner and I would deal with different books, right now, I mean, and we look at these issues from different sides, from the Christian side, from the Muslim side, or from whatever different side. I mean, and sometimes, most of the time, they're two separate views of the story. You get what I'm saying? So we gotta look at both views. Now, the who, what, when, why, and how. These are the most important 6 questions you got to ask yourself. I mean, when you deal with any particular source of information, who is the person putting it out? Why he put it out? When he put it out? How he got it out there? Or how that happened, whatever he spoke about. I mean, these things at least myself, that's what I do. And I ask myself these when I deal with this information. So I absorb it, and I break it down. I eat the meat and spit out the bones. Sometimes I may spit out meat accidentally. So I spit in the motherfucking tray. So I might have to go back and get that motherfucker. You get what I'm saying?
Especially
so when I hear
when
new
you're dealing with
information,
meat,
I
because you
automatically
can spit
question
out
it,
meat
King.
sometimes.
That's how we do. And everything I deal with ain't necessarily true. But I got a theory, and it's in my head. And I test my theory on a regular basis. Not with just y'all guys, I mean, with my people on an everyday basis. Every fucking day, we go around debating the same bullshit or different aspects of the particular same story. And most of us came up with the fact that these particular Oscar Nazis, what they call Oscar Nazis, are not the same people that we consider as biblical Jews. Now, I'm not saying that we're not Oscar Nazis. I'm not saying there weren't Jews in Europe. What I'm saying is they're not the people that claiming that status. Now,
there is a 5th dimension beyond that which is known to man. It is a dimension as vast as space and as timeless as infinity. It is the middle ground between light and shadow, between science and superstition, and it lies between the pit of man's fears and the summit of his knowledge. This is the dimension of imagination. It is an area which we call the Twilight Zone.
all right. Y'all finish our little goddamn little thing. Y'all gotta stop doing that shit, my nigga. It's not only childish, my nigga. It seems like y'all running from something. And to your people, honestly, I want you to understand something. Your people, they looking at y'all.
Man, you come right out of a comic book.
Well, y'all niggas watch too much TV, boy. That's why I say y'all house niggas, dog.
Man, you come right out of a comic book.
All the shit going on in the world, my nigga. When do you got time? Hey man, y'all see that movie Life?
You're not just wrong, you're stupid.
That movie Life, dog. There's a movie called Life. Genesis, you remind me of dude, that movie, dog. There's a dude that died off. They call him Hoppin' Bob. You remind
Uncle Ruckus, no relation. I want to sing y'all a brand new song I just wrote called Don't Trust Them New Niggas Over There. Sing along if you know the words. Don't trust them new niggas over there, leaving they nigga essence in the air. Them happy, nappy head niggas with the fingers on the trigger. Don't trust them new niggas over there. Don't trust them big nostrils over yonder. They suck up so much air it'll make you wonder. Don't trust them new niggas with their spotty little nigga figures. Don't trust them new niggas over there.
All right, so let me address what was said with actual source, with academics, not just preaching. Like this brother loves to do. He loves to preach. Let's go to this source. Watch this. I wanted to pull this up earlier with Mboti, but
shoot, what source you going to, Bubba?
I'm going to the Ashkenazic Jews and the Biblical Israelites.
Hey, you know Moby was really Tahuti, right?
Who is Tahuti?
Oh shit! Y'all got to get y'all research up. Just know I put that name out there. All right.
Who is Tahuti? The only Tahuti I know went to jail.
Yeah, no, but let me tell you. You know, I'm not gonna lie to y'all, man. The reason why I call my name Open to Knowledge because I'm open to everything. I'm open to everything. I'm not going to discredit the Bible. I'm not going to discredit the Quran. I'm not going to discredit the Dead Sea Scrolls or the Book of the Dead or the Book of the Coming Forth to Day and Night. I'm not going to discredit none of that. I'm open to everything because I believe that it's a connection between all of that. You feel me? So that brother, he sound just like Tahuti that be on Sarnetta show. And I be on Uncle Sarnetta show. I support all of y'all. I'm not even going to lie to you. I support you. I support anybody who's bringing awareness to black people. I don't give a damn. Oh, not just to black people, to bringing awareness to the community, period. To everybody, period. I don't care who you is. It's about bringing awareness. And we need to have these platforms like this so where we can get our differences and we can say this and we can say that and we can get our differences aside. And that's how we grow, right? The each one teach one stuff, right? Because of people like you, Genesis, because of people like Sanetta, because of people like Yashu channel, Israel channel, Garfield channel. Regardless if we don't agree with everything they saying, it's still bringing information and it's still bringing awareness. And that's our whole goal of everything, right? Am I right?
Yeah, it's to bring awareness. I want to read this source real quick, and then I'm going to bed, brother. This
nigga not dealing with us, man. The boy, you know what, Genesis? Can you show a picture of yourself, man? Is you really melanated?
Melanated.
You know what? I'll be fucking with my boy Israel.
Jarvis, you do know that's racist. Jarvis, you do know that's racist.
It is racist. Word. But he said, well, hold on, he agreed.
So you don't think they black too? Or you don't think they more? Like your language, you don't think they Moors?
I don't think they look like us, period.
He believes
that's racist, Jarvis.
Well, the original Moors didn't look like us neither.
Let me ask you a question, real talk, man. Because I was watching a little thing the other day, man, and Kanye was bringing up the damn the definition of anti-Semitic. I never knew anti-Semitic meant that, dog. Word. So is racist.
So you never listened to any of Farrakhan teachings about anti-Semitic? He was one of the first that was talking that.
No, what I'm saying is the definition itself. Tell me, boy, pull up the definition of anti-Semitic.
It means hatred
towards
Jews.
Real talk. I mean, listen, just check this shit out. It fucked me up. Hey, bring it up right quick, 49er.
That's why I asked earlier, when did they take the H out of Semitic because it really was the anti-Semitic was being anti-Shemitic, meaning that
I
you're
know, I know what it's different. Yeah, I understand what you're saying, but remember now, you got the Greeks and they version of saying it. I mean, you got the other Romans and whatever other people that, but they still talk about the same people. Some people put a goddamn H in there, some people don't put it in there, based on their tongue, the way their accents work or whatever. I mean,
but it
let's pull up
started
the
as
definition right quick.
Shemitic.
Pull up the definition right quick.
It started as Shemitic now, not Semitic. It started as Shemitic.
I know, but it's the same word, tomato. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Different people have different tongues, different accents. I mean, yeah, but it's still talking about the same people.
Darvish, this is your spiritual pappy.
No, that's your people, my nigga.
That's your spiritual pappy.
That's the nigga you defending.
You defended him earlier.
Hell no, nigga, that's
hey,
you.
49er, you think you about to go to sleep, dog, but you on a different time course than us. It's 2 o'clock where we at. It's probably 12 or less where you at.
It's 1. But
it's just 1 o'clock here.
Hey, the brother.
Oh, it's 1 o'clock there? Okay.
I was pointing out that Garvey was supporting this man right here. He was supporting him early, and Darvin's like, I support him too. So I said, this your spiritual pappy, man. You agree with what Plecker was teaching? All right, so let me read this real quick. How long a dead white supremacist still threatens the future of Virginia Indian tribes? It says Virginia Indian tribes have faced numerous obstacles in their decades.
Blow it up bigger. Pardon me. Blow it up bigger.
That big enough?
Yes, sir.
I don't know if that's big enough, but all right. So, but one person has long stood in their way. He's been dead for 68 years. Walter Plecker, a physician, eugenist, and avowed white supremacist. You understand? Darvin's on here talking about some. I agree with that. And Garvey was an agreement with an avowed white supremacist. Ran Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics with single-minded resolve over 34 years in the first half of the 20th century. Though he died in 1947, Plecker's shadow still lingers over the state, a vestige of vicious era when racist practices were an integral part of government policy and Virginia officials ruthlessly enforced laws created to protect what they considered a master white race. This your spiritual pappy, man. So for Virginia Indians, the policies championed by Plecker threatened their very existence, nearly wiping out the tribes who greeted the country's first English settlers and who claimed Pocahontas as an ancestor. This month, the legacy of those laws could again help sabotage an effort by the Pamunkey people to become the state's first federally recognized tribe. Obsessed with the idea of white superiority, Plecker championed legislation that would codify the idea that people with one drop of Negro blood could not be classified as white. His efforts led the Virginia legislature to pass a Racial Integrity Act of 1924, which Darvis has already said he supports, a law that criminalized interracial marriage and also required every birth in the state be recorded by race, with the only options being white and colored. Plecker was proud of the law and his role in creating it. And guess who else was proud of it? Darvis. And Garvey. Marcus Garvey was championing this dude, man. It was, he said, the most perfect expression of the white ideal and the most important eugenical effort that has been made in 4,000 years. The act didn't just make blacks in Virginia second-class citizens and also erased any acknowledgement of Indians who Plecker claimed no longer truly existed in the Commonwealth. With a stroke of a pen, Virginia was on a path of eliminating the identity of the Pamunkey, the Mattapony, and the Chickahominy, and the Monacan, and the Rappahannock, the Nansemond, and the rest of the Virginia tribes. Open quote, he told us we had no right to exist as a people, close quote, said Powhatan Red Cloud Owen, a Vietnam veteran who belongs to the 850 member of the Chickahominy tribe. He tried to destroy our people like Hitler did. It was a genocide inside the great country of ours. It was devastating. I would call him the villain of our sacred story, says Conreen Wood, 55, a member of the Monacan, the largest of the Virginia tribes with more than 2,000 members. As soon as you raise his name, people make bad faces. Standing in the graveyard adjacent to the Chickahominy Tribal Center, Steve Atkins, the 69-year-old chief of the tribe in Providence Forge, about 20 miles southeast of Richmond, says he is pained by what his people endured as a result of the Racial Integrity Act. It forbade giving your children an Indian name, Atkins said, and it caused people like my mom and dad to have to go to Washington, D.C. to be married as Indians. Others simply left Virginia rather than stay where they could no longer call themselves Indians. It caused separation of families, Atkins said. It was devastating. The devastation lasted decades. Plecker directed registrars around the state to change birth certificates to cross out Indian and write in colored. He had Indian children removed from white schools and Indian patients removed from white hospitals. He pushed back against Native Americans who tried to maintain their tribal identity. He rejected federal efforts to acknowledge the existence of Indians in the state. Plecker saw identity as dangerous because he believed it would simply be used as a way to station by people who ultimately just wanted to be classified as white, says McKellar Adams, assistant professor of Native American history at the University of Mississippi. Of course, there were many reasons that white classification in 20th century Virginia was extremely beneficial. It meant access to better schools, homes, and meant essentially freedom. Instead, Indians lost freedoms and very nearly lost their identity. That was Plecker's goal. As he explained in a 1943 letter he addressed to the local registrars, clerks, legislators, and others responsible for and interested in the prevention of racial intermixture. Public records in the Office of Bureau of Vital Statistics in the State Library indicate that there does not exist today a descendant of Virginia ancestors claimed to be Indians who was unmixed with Negro blood, he wrote. In other words, Virginia was rid of Indians. Virginia would eventually repudiate the Racial Integrity Act. The law was effectively canceled out in 1967 when the Supreme Court ruled in favor of the interracial Virginia couple's right to marry in Loving versus Virginia. And in 2002, then Governor Mark Warner, Democrat, officially apologized for the Commonwealth's role, but some of the damage has been irreparable. Pleckers participated in the official disappearance of these tribes, says Senator Tim Kaine. So he might be discredited and the official policy might be to apologize for him. But since the tribes haven't been recognized, he still has accomplished something that has not been reversed. He still is winning. Undesirable born amongst us. Walter Ashby Plecker was born into a prosperous slave-owning Virginia family April 2nd, 1861, just 10 days before the onset of the Civil War. His father joined the Confederate Army in the South to fight to preserve slavery. This is who you agree with, Darvis. This is who you agree with. After graduating in 1880 from Hoover Military Academy in Staunton, Virginia, Plecker attended the University of Maryland Medical School, where he earned his medical degree in 1885. He worked as a public health doctor in Virginia and Alabama before appointed registrar of Virginia's Bureau of Vital Statistics in 1912. The seemingly functionary title was misleading. It was in that office that Plecker would implement some of the most unapologetically racist government policies of the past century. At the time, eugenics, a pseudoscientific philosophy espousing racial purity and white genetic superiority, was gaining favor in parts of the United States, not just as privately held view, but as a matter of public policy. Virginia was a stronghold in the nascent eugenicist movement, right? And Garvey agreed with this. He adopted these talking points, and that book written by Cox, known as White America, he loved that book, man. He commemorated that book. So when we say y'all get this from racist rednecks, the brother says kick me out so I can come back. All right. We mean that.
That inner R marker was working its magic. No, I'm playing.
R marker was working his magic, man. Plecker was an early member of Anglo-Saxon Clubs of America, an organization founded in Richmond by two white supremacists that pushed for laws that forbid interracial marriage and oppose immigration by any other than Northern European whites. This is who Darvis said he agreed with earlier. I agree with that. For Plecker, who married but had no children, there was nothing lower than a mixed race child. The worst forms of undesirables born amongst us are those whose parents are of different races. And Garvey felt the same way, as we read earlier. The Racial Integrity Act was just one pillar of legislative legacy that Plecker and eugenicists created. They also lobbied for the Eugenical Sterilization Act that was signed into law in 1924 that allowed the state to sterilize individuals afflicted with hereditary forms of insanity that are recurrent idiocy, imbecility, feeble-mindedness, or epilepsy. The law was not repealed until 1974. In February, the Virginia General Assembly agreed to compensate those who were forcibly sterilized, paying each $25,000. Plecker's impact was also felt well beyond Virginia. He lobbied the Census Bureau beginning in 1930 to stop using the category mulatto to count mixed race citizens, indicating that you were more than one race was not allowed until the 2000 census. So Plecker, a lot of these ideas about race can be traced back to Plecker, man. It's racial purity and integrity. He was obsessed with genealogy and tracing racial background of everyone in the state. In her book, Pocahontas People, the Powhatan Indians of Virginia through 4 centuries, Old Dominion University historian Helen Roundtree recalls an exchange of letters between Plecker and the U.S. Commissioner of Indian Affairs, John Collier, in 1943. Collier believed that Plecker's policy regarding Indians was too strict. Plecker countered with his policy that his policy was justified because of his extensive research into race records dating back a century. Your staff member is probably correct in his surmise that Hitler's genealogical study of the Jews is not more complete, Plecker's boasted. Plecker retired in 1946. Despite his outsized role in Virginia history, he remains relatively unknown figure. Though the history of racism and Jim Crow is taught in Virginia schools, neither Plecker nor Racial Integrity Act are mentioned, according to the Virginia Department of Education. There is perhaps only one story about Plecker that provides Virginia Indians some satisfaction. On August 2nd, 1947, a year after retiring, Plecker stepped into Richmond Street without looking and was hit and killed by a passing vehicle. He was 86. That was good for us, said Atkins with a wiry smile. He was going strong until the end. He wasn't stopping. Blitz opposition. They are currently 566 federal recognized tribes. All right, so I'm not going to read that part. I just want you guys to have an understanding.
Go back to how he died again. He was hit by a what?
He was hit by a vehicle.
Dang. You know, that had to hurt because, you know, back then it was that them heavy cars, you know, that road.
Anyway, this is what Darvin said. I agree with that. I agree with that. Yeah.
I bet you Darvis is an R or I marker or something.
He probably
always talks about all this land that he owns. I'm like, bro.
He probably is. He probably are a marker.
I don't own no land.
He can be an E-marker. He's espousing racist, hateful stuff, man.
Man, y'all need to grow the fuck up and pay attention to history.
We just read it. Matter of fact, end of the show. We just read the damn history. The hell wrong with you, man? Take your drunk ass to sleep. We out of here. We gone.
Shalom. Yeah.
Yeah. What the hell is wrong with y'all? All right, man. We out of here, man. I might go live tomorrow. I might not. URL have an event tomorrow, so I might just attend that. But we out. We try to do our best to educate y'all and actually read from the sources. These other guys preach to you. We're not here to preach. We're here to teach. We out.
Fraud niggas, y'all niggas, that's that shit I don't like. Yo shit, make believe, rapping about my own life. Woo, that's rare nigga. Woo, Ric Flair nigga. Woo, the power's in my hair nigga. Woo, I get this beat the chair nigga. Soho, a Tribeca, 3 hoes, trifecta, dope money, hope money, shoe blow, my watch better, my pen's better. You don't write, trendsetter, you clone like. Pay homage or case vomit, ungrateful niggas I don't like. Rah!
A fraud nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Bang bang.
A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Bang bang.
A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Bang bang.
Sneak nigga, that's that shit I don't like.
Chicago nigga. They smile in my face is what I don't like. They steal your whole sound, that's a sound bite. The media crucify me like they did Christ. They wanna find me not breathing like they found Mike. A girl will run her mouth only out of spite, but I never hit a woman, never in my life. I was in too deep like Makai Fife. In that pussy so deep I could've drowned twice. Rose gold, Jesus peace with the brown ice. Eating good vegetarian with the brown rice. Girls kissing girls, cause it's hot they use a strap on and they not dykes. They ain't about that life, they ain't about that life. We hanging out the window, it's about to be a Suge night. Free bump J, real nigga for life. Shout out to Derrick Rose, man that nigga nice. Shout out to LEP, J Boogie, right? Chief Keef, King Louis, this is Shy, right? Right?
Fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak this up, that's that shit I don't like. Don't like, don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Fake Gucci, that's that shit that I don't like. I'm smoking on this dope, higher than a kite. This bitch gon' knock me down, she gon' let me fight. Screaming so that's that nigga that I like. I don't want relations, I just want one night. Cause a thirsty bitch, that's that shit that I don't like. I got tats up on my arm, cause this shit is life. And I splash on a bunch of clothes, cause I'm living life. I come up on the scene, and I'm still in light. Bitch, I'm half life, got me feeling right. Bitch, I'm cheap keep, fuck who don't like. And bitch, we GBE, we just gon' sight. A fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak this out, that's that shit I don't like.
Whoa. We are not one and the same. Nigga, I'm fucking insane. Fuck is you saying? Yo ass been doing the same shit, not doing what you saying. Dang, I told your old bitch she was fucking the lane. Turn one hoe to a train, blow, blang. My niggas holding that pain. I just hope you been praying, bang, bang. Riding for my niggas and that's full life. High class, I'm just surrounded by these low lives. And I run this bitch like it's no lights. Going hard the whole night, cause I ain't going back to my old life, I promise.
A fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak this up, that's that shit I don't like.
I done sold purple, I done sold white, running out of work, that's that shit I don't like. She never let me hit, she gave me dome twice. She blowing up my phone, that's that bitch I don't like. Nah, jean jacket with the sleeves cut, put the pressure on them just when they think that I eased up. 30 for the Cuban, another 30 for the Jesus. Believe in ourselves when nobody else believed us. Suckers.
Fuck nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A snitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. A bitch nigga, that's that shit I don't like. Sneak this out, that's that shit